You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Low glow in the lab, white coat, dark shades, beakers on the table, science on parade. I pull it from the plant, drop it in the vial, charting every change, every little smile. CB1, CB2, talking to your brain, slide into your system. You never feel the same. Cannabinoid groove, sliding through your veins, so smooth. From your head to your shoes, every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Cannabinoid groove. Got a map of your nerves laid out on the wall. Lock meets key, now the dominoes fall. Pain takes a seat, worry drifts aside. Tiny little molecules taking you for a ride. Cannabinoid groove, sliding through your vein, so smooth from your head to your shoes. Every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Smoke or under tongue, either way that signal spun. Tiny switch flips your mood, turn a static into attitude. Heart slows down, thoughts get wide. All your edges soften on the
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to VAC Roundtable. Oh, we're up to 81 now, and it's the season. It's fall, and being that it is fall, we want to basically see what is possible for planting your soil. Right? Soil preparation is something that is very much required, and something that is not everybody has an understanding of. So we want to bring in an expert, and this gentleman has been doing it for a long time. And he is a legal grower here in California, and that is Mr. Mark Grayshock of Green Shock Farms. And in the past, we've tried to have various discussions, but we haven't been able to arrive here. And fall is the time when you can start prepping your soil for next year. So we're gonna get into it pretty, we're digging in deep. We're gonna be earthworms here for a bit, but the reality is yeah, we're trying to help you understand what you need to put into your soil so that you can get the best possible expectation out of your plan. And there's different ways of growing, and we're going to be concentrating on soil grown today and in outdoor growing. So, first off, welcome, Mr. Grayshock, for joining us tonight and educating our veterans on the subject. And we're just going to jump right into it. And this is a question that comes up for every one of our guests, and it's a multi-tier question. So, how did you originally come to cannabis? When did you originally hear about it? Okay. But then when did you get turned on? And then when did you decide it was going to be your life's work?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. It's an honor here to be with you guys. Cannabis, looking back on it, growing up, I grew up in Orange County in Capistrano Beach, a little coastal city there. And being at a very young age, I can remember just always smelling cannabis smoke in the air. And, you kind of realize something's going on with the adults hiding something from you, but that smells very obvious. So I was always curious of that since a little kid. And then I listened to a lot of the propaganda that was out there as I grew up. And, I didn't partake in cannabis until I was out of high school. And I thought it was a bad thing. I was believing all the propaganda I was hearing and everything. And once I got out of high school, I was in the commercial fishing business when I got out of high school. And there were people that were smoking cannabis here and there. And finally, one of the days I tried it, and immediately I couldn't believe what it really was compared to what I thought it was going to be. It was a really beautiful experience, and I'm someone that really loves nature, and I loved nature before I was in cannabis. I would spend my summertime in Northern California up in Siskiyou County outside of Wairika and Hornbrook at my great grandfather's cattle ranch, where I would go fishing and hunting and exploring and picnicking. And so nature was kind of in my blood. And my mom, at a very early age, just encouraged me. She would take me out. I grew up there in Orange County, but I would go out to Casper's Wilderness Park there and get to go. One of the things I started doing at a young age was catching lizards. I just thought lizards were really cool little creatures and stuff. And then just, started loving all nature, wildlife. And then finally I was introduced to cannabis there. And that's when it all clicked. When you're in nature and you've smoked, just the bird sounds, the little wind blowing through the trees, all that stuff is really absorbed. And so it clicked with me. And now I was really curious at that point in time, because cannabis, especially back at that time, was extremely expensive. And it was hard to secure good cannabis. A lot of it was just really crummy cannabis, and it wasn't giving me that experience that first homegrown type style stuff did for me. So I started, buying the books, getting Ed Rosenthal's books and Jorge Cervantes, and just reading up on it and trying to learn. And then I put it into practice where, I went out in those mountains, and I know it's something that is looked down on pretty bad, going out and growing cannabis out in the mountains. And I was very conscious of the environment and everything, and I did my best job to not harm things. But I went out there and started to try to grow cannabis, and it's not an easy thing out in those environments like that when you're first getting started with no real practical uh, having done it. So I actually ended up packing on one of the full moon nights all kinds of bags of soil way out into the mountain there, where I ended up putting them in pots. And those black little pots heat up real bad and this and that, and it was hard to keep them watered well. And so my plants didn't do well at all. My expectations were just really, I was hoping for a good year, and it was a terrible year. Barely had enough to smoke. And through just networking, I ended up meeting somebody, and his name was Chris. And Chris had a lot of experience with growing cannabis. He'd actually just gotten out of jail for a 6-month period for growing cannabis. So I took him out to my spots and showed him what they looked like. And the first thing he pointed out, which was kind of funny, was he asked me, he said, "Did you hike all this soil out here?" And obviously, yeah, that's what I did. And I told him, yeah, I spent a few nights on full moons bringing this all out here. And he pointed out, he said, "Look at all the earth. Look at everything growing out of it. Look at all these plants. It's great dirt you have out here. You don't need to pack that stuff out here." And so that was my beginning of all of a sudden a little light bulb going off and realizing that this soil might be able to be utilized that was just out in the mountains. So I started amending it with some different things and found out that, yeah, that's the way to go out. Cannabis loves these mountain soils through California. And now just kind of looking back on everything, that was 30 years ago in the mid 90s, 1994, when I was first out there starting to try to do that stuff. 1996, 1997, started figuring it out a little bit better and had opportunities to grow in more areas, which I loved seeing how cannabis comes out different in different areas and different terroir type style things and different soil and earth and all that kind of stuff. So I now have had the pleasure in growing from San Diego, Riverside, Orange County, Santa Barbara County, San Luis Obispo County, Sonoma County, Mendocino County, Humboldt, and over here in Nevada and Calaveras counties as well. And I've been able to utilize the same pretty much principles that I started with being able to grow cannabis in all these different environments and all the different types of soils, whether it was really rocky type of earth or whether it was really heavy packed clay type of stuff, and I wasn't ever really getting soil tests and all that kind of stuff. I was just doing what worked at the beginning. I was improving it along the way, but it's a really basic kind of method. The soil in these mountains is already really good, where you can see the trees are huge trees here in California, some of the biggest in the earth. So they're growing right out of this ground without even being amended. But yeah, I'll go ahead and stop there.
Well, thank you for that introduction to you and your growing style. So next up will be Councilmember Michael Davis. Councilmember Davis.
Yeah. Hey, Mark. Thanks for joining us. My question is, what are your fundamental principles for creating and maintaining that healthy soil that keeps supporting that consistent, high quality cannabis crops? And kind of just to add a little bit to that, you just mentioned and I'll probably mess up the word, the terroir. It's kind of like saying rural, right? Some people can say that word, and so that type of thing, right? I know what it means, right? Like, so kind of, if you could maybe terroir, yeah, I'll still mess it up, but kind of Wade and I were kind of just talking about this too. Like, for instance, if maybe you were to plant one plant that's the same genetic, say maybe in this region of Northern California, in this particular soil, what would it, how would it change compared to, say, a soil in like maybe Ohio or something? If you could maybe just elaborate on that.
Yeah. I kind of feel it's more of even the environment itself when it comes to things like humidity and different stuff like that, that kind of has a bigger influence sometimes than the soil does. Um, the soil, our basic principle when it comes to amending like some soil, let's just say you're going to get started right now. You go out in your yard, you got some nice dirt, but you're just like, what do I do with it now to get it started? The way we start our farms is the first year, we'll just put on top of the ground, right on top of the earth, a nice couple inches of some good organic compost, which is basically just straw, some manure, some wood chips that's been kind of given some time to kind of get all the good stuff happening in it. So lay that on the ground right there. And then I'll put a layer of alfalfa. And alfalfa is something that I just started using about 7-8 years ago. And it's just something that has a really good nutritional value content to start with. It has a good ability to break up the soil, keep like a clay soil or a rock soil or whatever with some good organic material in it, breaking down, feeds like the earthworms and all that stuff really good. I notice worms love alfalfa. One thing when I mention an alfalfa, I'm pretty conscious of the different areas that alfalfa come from. When you're putting something like cannabis in your body, one thing you really, or at least I'm very conscious of, is making sure it's a very organic, clean source of cannabis. That's why some people may want to grow their own cannabis, is just to ensure that fact of the inputs that are going into this, because there's some really poor practices that can happen for different kinds of pesticides that could be used and stuff. And yeah, it'll grow you a great plant, but you're kind of harming your body, I think, as you put some of that stuff back into your body. So we keep everything really organic. And when it comes to alfalfa, there's a lot of areas that you wouldn't want to use alfalfa from, I don't think, because it's a heavy pesticide driven area somewhere maybe in the middle of the San Joaquin Valley here, where we get our alfalfa from. We make sure it's a really nice mountain grown organic source. So like us up here in Grass Valley, Nevada City area, just to the east of us is Sierra Valley. And up there at 5,000 feet, they grow some amazing alfalfa. It's the most lush green blue alfalfa. And just to get a little technical on alfalfa, that's where we like our alfalfa to come from. It's a little more expensive, but we feel it's worth it. And then, that's basically a compost and alfalfa. If you want to get a little more technical and spend a little more money, the plant will respond a little better with some kind of high-end nutrient sometimes. One of my favorites is just the Peruvian seabird guano pellets that have been used down in Peru for thousands of years. I think there's even been wars fought over that fertilizer in the past. But it's just guano that they collect from out on the rocks, that the seabirds, fish are a really good source of a lot of good nutrients, and the birds are eating the fish and then just pooping the fish out. And then so you have all kinds of good stuff. It's a 12-2 product, which is a really high kind of nitrogen, high phosphorus, but I've never had problems with it burning my plants or anything. And that's one of the things I also use through the season a little bit, to just basically throw on top of the ground to feed the soil a little bit, get a little more nitrogen in there, a little more phosphorus for the plant to really thrive with, is those Peruvian seabird guano pellets. But it's a very, that first year, we'll dig that stuff into the ground to break up the ground and loosen it. For a big project, we'll use an excavator or a backhoe. For a small home project, for somebody just growing a couple plants, 6 plants or something, then it's easy enough to just use a shovel and get some exercise from it and break it into the ground and turn it over and mix it in. Now that first year, that's kind of important to break up the ground. It just speeds the process up. At that point, though, now you're working with a living soil bed, whether it be just one little mound or a nice little sized trench. Now you're using cover crops and things like that through the off seasons. Like at this time of the year right now, we have the cover crops in the ground. And what that does is, the main purpose we use the cover crops is to keep that ground nice and broken up with all that root penetration that happens from the cover crop. Plus it kind of keeps the sun off the soil. The leaves of that stuff will cut, that goes and lays on the ground. The worms will come up and eat that. All kinds of stuff that you can't even see for little microorganisms are eating that kind of stuff and using it for cover. And it's really a fun process when you get kind of technical into it, because there's so much going on right there that you're not really seeing, but there's so much life in it. And that's some of the reasons to use the organic inputs and products, and not use like Miracle Grow fertilizers, salts and stuff, because you change the dynamic of the earth when you start using that stuff. You're not going from a natural process of everything naturally feeding your plant, and now you're chemically feeding it with salts and stuff. So it ends up killing a lot of your micro life that's in the ground there. So we do a good job of staying away from that kind of product.
Council member Laughter has a follow-up on that.
Yeah, I love what you've shared with us so far, Mark, and as someone said earlier, thanks for joining us. I can't help but call out grow your own alfalfa as well. It takes a little longer, but alfalfa seed is fairly inexpensive. And as part of breaking up the ground, you can work it into the soil at this time of year. And one of the huge, for me, benefits of alfalfa is it's a nitrogen fixer. And the soil on our farm is actually deficient in nitrogen, or was back when we bought the place, and had gross surplus of potassium and phosphorus. And I realized that because everything I planted would only grow a little bit and then it would flower. And so I did a soil test and realized that I was deficient in nitrogen. And I love the whole process you're describing. Thank you, Mark. That's all I had. It's more of a comment than a question.
Oh, thank you, Wade. I'm honored to hear you say that. I don't come from a learning background through school. Everything I'm kind of sharing has been through just trial and error and having done it.
And that speaks volumes, because we understand, and as I've worked in and around cannabis farms and farmers over the past 30 years, for every grower you meet, there's a different way of growing. They're all trying to arrive at the same place, and people who are watching, you're watching, saying, "Oh, well, this is how I do it." All these things are moldable, but what he is giving you are the basics specifically for living soil organic preparation. So it's stepping away from what I was traditionally taught, which is using salt-based solutions, and actually creating living, breaking down soil so that the tests have shown that as opposed to using salt-based solutions, using organic and especially outdoor sun-grown tends to give cannabis unique terpene profiles, and they're even finding extinct terpene profiles reemerging due to organic and living soil. So we just want to let you who are watching aware of why we're going in this direction, is because this is where we want to see in the future. We would love to see large scale production of that, but we know that small scale farmers who are fixating on craft cannabis, good cannabis, can be done in the small scale, but it can also be done in the large scale, depending. But we'll get into that later. Next up will be Council Member Leslie Fries with her next question.
Thanks, Etienne. Mark, I have first say thank you for growing the way that you grow. I personally think there's no other way to grow than regenerative and organic. So thank you. My question, you kind of already covered, I think. It was, can you share any specific soil amendments or natural techniques you found essential for your craft cannabis? Since you've kind of already covered that, I'm curious, since I'm a hemp farmer and grew for cannabinoid production and on large scale, how would you translate that into larger acreage, let's say, 50 acres plus?
Yeah, that's a really large, that's getting large, but it's just expanding on what's done on the small end of things. Like our farms are not large, real large farms. We're just 10,000 square foot farms. Takes us a couple days to kind of spread out the alfalfa and then the compost on top of it, and then maybe a day to dig it in if we were setting up a new farm. But once it's set up, it's really nice because it's just set up. You don't have to do anything once you begin to break, that earth down and allow nature to just do what nature does. There's a few different, ways of going about it. Like Etienne was explaining, I'm given a very basic breakdown of how to do this type of thing, just to share with some of your viewers here as a very easy technique and an easy way to get started. You can go out and buy a smart pot and this and that, but technically you don't have to really even do that. Like the other day, I was just planting potatoes is what I was actually planting. And just knowing, they need room to breathe and grow and stuff. And one of my techniques that I'll do is not even break up the ground, but just allow things to start on a real easy scale. Let's say the other day, what I did is I just dropped buckets of earth. It was good soil. It was actually potting soil at this point, but I just dumped that right on top of the native earth that was in my nursery area. And then I packed a bale of alfalfa. I took it all apart and just kind of packed like 4 inches, 6 inches of alfalfa all around that soil to just kind of hold it in place. But now you have like a living soil bed that's starting to be created above ground. And it's just interesting, like watching the way that happens over the next year and 2 years, like watching all that humus kind of start to go down towards where you have your native soil layer right there on the ground, and you start to see the worms come into it, and even gophers. Like gophers are a funny thing, some areas gophers can be a real problem, and we'll put chicken wire in the ground, but in some areas for some reason gophers just don't even bother the plants. They'll go all through everything, but they're not really after killing the plants. It seems like down here in our Nevada County farm, I stopped using chicken wire because it seemed to not have a purpose to it. Yeah, there were gophers and stuff going through everything, but they weren't hurting the plants. And it seemed to me they were almost just doing a good job at keeping soil turned up and kind of getting into clay areas and working them. And I started to almost appreciate the gophers. But it's interesting to watch the way that like this native soil that we have, once you start to add organic matter and compost, how it becomes living like so fast. Everything, like you have all these organisms that are living there. Now you're feeding them. They're all coming to it. They're all working the soil in their own little different ways. And then when you grow plants in it, that's just really a magical thing. It's like it's really nature doing some amazing things right there in front of your eyes. It's a fun thing to be a part of.
And that's what
Thank
a
you.
lot of our veterans have found is that there's therapy in growing, and there is a thing called grow therapy, and working directly with the soil in helping something come to life, especially those that are sick. We have found in the medical cannabis community a very compassionate understanding, because while bringing something to life while going through a very traumatic situation has been very helpful for people. And so we've always been huge fans of, hobby farming on up. So again, thank you for taking the time with us today. Next up will be Council Member Laughter with our next question.
Yeah, thank you, Etienne. And again, Mark, thank you for joining us. I want to do a quick little detour because honestly, I felt like the introduction that you received wasn't up to what I thought should have been said. So pardon me, Etienne, I'm going to add to what you said in introducing this young man. We all know that the cannabis plant is a weed. It grows pretty easy. Most any place you give it soil, water, and sun, you're going to get a plant. Eventually, if things go well, you'll get flowers. And meantime, some combination of practices, standards, attitude, way of working with the plant has resulted in, Mark, over the last, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, over the last 5 years, have you not again and again won best of in blind tasting competitions at the California State Fair and at the Emerald Cup and likely in other locations? Which tells me you're somebody we can all learn something from, because you're doing something and you're doing it at scale. That's the other thing. You keep referencing farms, plural. You have multiple farms, all producing high quality cannabis. That's the introduction I think you need, Mark, because I think people need to understand these things that you're talking about not only work, not only save you costs, but if done with diligence, actually produce highly, yeah, there's no question about quality, diversity of cannabinoids and terpenes in your plants. I've had a chance to sample a few of your flowers. So I'll stop there because I have definitely gone off the tracks. I just got to say, it's really a pleasure to hear the things you're doing and how you're confirming some of the practices that we all think are a good place to be. So the question now, I'll do what we're supposed to do. So let's see, old eyes. How do you incorporate sustainability and environmental stewardship into your soil preparation process? And again, I got to add at the end, you do it at scale, Mark. This is a really beautiful thing, man. I'll shut up now. Your turn.
That's an honor to hear somebody like yourself, Wade, say that to me. I mean, that makes me feel really blessed and really good, because I work really hard. I spend a lot of time in the field. A lot of times you don't even realize the things that are going on in your life, like some of the things you said with the awards and different things. And those are things that just come by way of trying really hard and loving and having a real passion for what I do. And I put all my time and energy that I have into something like that. And I've learned a lot of the principles and skills through the years to be able to apply towards all this stuff. But when it comes, like, that's one of the things that I feel like, I think, like I was saying, outdoor cannabis growing in particular is more of a form of an art, especially when you're at a level of real award-winning cannabis. And California, with the ability of what California can do with our climates and everything, and being in proximity to the ocean like this, and these beautiful forests, like, plants love growing with plants. They love each other. They know each other are there. They can feel each other. Like, they transpire oxygen and moisture and stuff out of them. They know where each other are at, and they love each other. And so, like, when you grow cannabis, it's kind of funny. Like in California, I'm just kind of speaking of things that I'm thinking of right now, but in California, like, the valley area where it's a little hotter and drier and you don't have trees, and you just have like kind of like a grassland. When you get technical, it's really difficult to grow something in that environment that's going to come at a level that would compete at the Emerald Cup. It's like the reason Humboldt and Mendocino and Trinity and over here in Nevada County grow such amazing cannabis is the environment and the things going on around it, with all the plants that are growing around it. Like, during these summer months, or during the summer months that we had and coming into fall, you have those plants transpiring moisture out of them that keeps the humidity up at about 30-40% during a typical day in those types of forest areas. They recover a little more humidity at night, but it's because the plants are transpiring moisture out of them and stuff. And the plant, the way the sun bounces through those moisture prisms and crystals in the air and stuff, it's like all magic that happens in those things. So, like, you can grow great cannabis in a lot of places, but to grow really magical cannabis, I feel like it's kind of critical to be in some of these forests and beautiful, beautiful areas that are untainted by, dust and pesticides. It's really been something in California here to see as this all transitioned into the legal market, and seeing this pesticide taint and drift that happens in certain areas. Like you can't even grow in California's Central Valley and practically pass tests just because the dust itself has particulate matter in it that ends up affecting your plants with a little tiny, they're testing these things for parts per million, parts per billion on stuff. And so just a little bit of it taints your plant kind of. And so when you're up in these really pretty, pristine climates, that's where you can grow some really amazing cannabis. And I have the pleasure and the just fortunate thing in life of knowing these areas and having friends and properties in these areas where I've been able to learn how to grow that type of cannabis. But yeah, thank you very much for mentioning that. We are one of the top awarded Emerald Cup farms. I think I have a really neat record going right now for 9 years in a row, being able to place in the top 20 category. And just looking back, it's been a heck of a challenge to be able to do that. But it's out of love and just wanting to show people and share a really nice cannabis like that too. And just, if nobody's doing it, nobody knows. And so we're trying to do it up here. I know some of my friends up in these mountains do the same thing. They grow absolutely incredible cannabis, a lot different than what your commercial market is producing right now. And so that was today what I was going to do a roundtable earlier, and that was over in Santa Rosa that got canceled. And that was to just speak a little bit about small farms up in the Emerald Triangle in that area and what makes these things special and produce different types of medicine than your commercial farms are really growing. I mean, even down to the point right now, some of the things that have driven me nuts watching this commercial marketplace take hold. And this is one of the reasons why I encourage everybody as best as they can to grow their own medicine, learn, begin this, like you were talking about, it's therapeutic to get outside and get some exercise and spend time out there with birds chirping and around your plant that you're going to use as medicine. I mean, it's a magical thing being able to turn a little seed or a little clone. It's like Jack and the Beanstalk story into this big, beautiful plant that is now yours, and you made it happen and gave it the inputs. You know what it is. It's a real magical connection to be able to grow your own medicine like that. So I really encourage people to do that for themselves. Yeah, thank you.
And to give some perspective, people, I've been an Emerald Cup judge and I'm an ambassador to the state fair. On average, sometimes it's 400 to 800 cannabis submittals for the Emerald Cup. So when he says he's placed the last 9 years in the top 25, that is no small undertaking when you consider the hundreds of samples I have seen. I usually do the cartridges, so unfortunately I don't do the flower. But specifically, that is a very challenging, and I have pictures going back, because I've been judging for the past 9 years, of the old stacks of just all the different cannabis that are representative there. And to pierce that one is amazing in itself, but to do it consistently 9 years in a row, that's a different level. And so realize this is the type of gentleman we're talking with today. So this is award-winning, many years, many different levels, many different judges and representing. So with that, we're going to go to our next representative, Michael Krawitz. You're recognized.
Thank you. Ed, welcome. It's really been great to hear from you and really inspiring. You've kind of reminded me of a little story, so I want to share a quick story with you. But it's hard to remember now. Canada is so progressive with their policies and stuff. It wasn't that many years ago where it was heavily illegal to cultivate cannabis, and it was back to the old world, right, of illegal markets and what we now call the traditional cannabis markets, right? And the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, had put a little article in the newspaper up there that they were trying to get in the heads of the criminals, right? They were trying to get in the heads of cannabis growers. So to do that, they were going to grow a room of cannabis, and they did it. And then, like months later, there was this a while later, there was this smaller article where the RCMP was complaining that they were having all kinds of trouble with the plants. They just weren't growing. They were looking for help and any advice that could be given on what they might be doing wrong. And somebody wrote in and just said, man, you got to love the plants more, man. And that was printed right in the paper, just like that. And I just, what you were saying just made me think of that. And it's so true and quite naive and simple, but yet bold and brazen and beautiful. So anyway, the question is a simple one. I want to reword it slightly. I know, and we know vets all over the country, all over the world, and in most places they don't have access to cannabis of the quality that you're producing. They may not have even ever tried cannabis of the quality that you're producing. So from that perspective, and given that, if you could just sort of walk through what it's like, just sort of really describe the cannabis product and, what it smells like, what it looks like, what it tastes like, what its effects are like, if you can just, from that place of love, to just give people a feel for what it is that you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, thank you. It comes from one of the reasons I'm able to select and breed and kind of choose the cannabis that I'm able to do is from experience and having been able to see a tremendous amount of genetics through my lifetime grown out. And I've seen so many different traits of cannabis and so many different types of, different profiles of different types of terpenes and different types of cannabinoid ratios that I'm just very familiar. As I smoke things, I can really feel things well. And smelling things, I've smelt so much cannabis through my life that I recognize when sometimes something special that pops out. If I didn't have all the experience with all the different genetics that I've had, I probably wouldn't be able to select like I can. I used to spend a lot of time going over to Amsterdam and up there to Canada and getting genetics, as well as everything I could collect here in California, and growing as much stuff out as I could in order to select and start choosing things that I like. Sometimes it was because of plant structure. Sometimes it was because of color. Sometimes THC. A lot of times, looking for mold resistance and powder mold mildew resistance and that kind of thing, as well as bug resistance. So it kind of a lot goes into that kind of thing when it comes to selecting. But at this point in time, that's been one of my favorite things I've been able to be a part of in life here, is being able to breed and create new strains of cannabis, or I shouldn't say much new strains, but new profiles and things of cannabis. Like, as like I got started with the Emerald Cup, that first year, my first selection that I chose to put in there was something we called purple candy cane. And we end up calling it storyteller a lot of times now because, you would smoke that. And this was 2015 was kind of right at the time where a lot of testing was starting to happen. That was the first year they really started making sure everything was tested and for pesticides and everything at the Emerald Cup too. But for me, that strain was really out of the ordinary. It tasted so delicious. It smelled so delicious. And it just lifted you up so fast and made you want to tell stories. And it turns out that's once you start learning some of these technical things with these terpenes and cannabinoids and the way they can kind of interact with each other, you start realizing things like this. It was the myrcene, the high level of myrcene, which was 1.7% myrcene in that flower. It only had 22% THC, but it would hit you in the head like something as strong as you've ever smoked. And the reason is because that high level of myrcene allows the blood-brain barrier to be penetrated faster with the THC. So it's kind of like, in effect, that THC all goes to the brain really quick and into the system really quick because of that high level of myrcene. And just noticing when you have special things like that you come across. So like the next year, Mean Gene up there in Mendocino is somebody that I have a tremendous amount of respect for, that does some amazing breeding projects and produces some incredible flavors. and I know his aunt, and I had seen the pina plant, his pineapple plant growing, and smelling that and looking at the purple candy cane. I was thinking, man, these two together are going to make something amazing. So I bred the pina with the purple candy cane, and then that came up with tropical sleigh ride is what we developed out of that. And tropical sleigh ride was something really unique, though I didn't really know it at the time as much, but I began to learn it pretty quick because 2017 at the Emerald Cup was the first ever lab awards handed out by SC Labs. And it turns out that we won the highest terpene flower with that tropical sleigh ride at 4.8% terps on that. But one of the amazing things was it was ocimene dominant, and ocimene dominant profiles in a plant is extremely rare. It's like 1% of all cannabis is ocimene dominant. And when you have a really high level of ocimene of over like 1% of the flower, now you have something that kind of had never been seen before. And SC Labs gave us a lot of credit as kind of bringing ocimene into the market during those years. And ocimene to me was something that was just, it was so delicious of a smell. It's like a sweet, woodsy, kind of tropical smell. And I just loved that smell. All I had to do was smell that plant, and it would literally get me high just from just my body being so happy from the smell. And so turns out that ocimene is a very cool terpene that is antiviral, antibacterial. And they did a lot of tests during COVID with this. And, you know, you get a cannabinoid like CBG with ocimene. Now you have two things kind of working synergistically with each other that are both antiviral and antibacterial. And so it's cool to see some of the medicines that are now being targeted, being able to be developed out of cannabis when you're specifically going after some of these certain traits, whether they be in the terpenes or the cannabinoids. And then now, you know, science is learning fast too about all these other things that are in the plants with the flavonoids and different things also, and the color stuff, and just such a neat thing to be a part of right now. And there's so much learning happening so fast, and to be able to breed different things and come up with different, you know, kind of flowers that are for different people for different reasons. You know, we got a lot of neat CBD line stuff, which you know, a lot of people these last few years have been becoming very familiar with CBD. But, you know, from my own experience and also from customers' experiences that I've watched, you know, if you can have a dynamic kind of medicine where it's not just CBD, you're adding in some THC and some of the different cannabinoids with it, but particular THC, and you get a 1-to-1 ratio of a CBD THC plant, now you're looking at some really good medicine. You know, the endocannabinoid system has a lot going on inside of our body, and it seems like the more you're feeding it with different cannabinoids and different terpenes and all this stuff, the more you're learning about what these different medicines can do for you. It's good to experiment around with these things for people to some degree, because you might all of a sudden find a medicine that just clicks perfect for whatever type of ailment you're looking to have it help you with.
And that's the thing about cannabis, it's subjective, and that's one thing which we still get from patients all the time, is, you know, what's the cancer bud, what's the asthma bud, what's the migraine bud? And unfortunately, that's just always been a frustration, is that people have to try things, and they have to try and find things and document till they can really find something that registers with them, as opposed to, you know, just getting high. It's about finding that medicinal value in a specific cultivar, and then trying to find a similar chemovar type. So if that one's not in stock, you can find that as well. Michael Krawitz has a follow-up question.
Yeah, our internal work, we've been doing some sort of research on various current events and issues around cannabis, and we've come across somewhat of a conundrum with THC. I mean, first of all, pure THC, you can get a FDA approved pure THC pill, and people hate it. For many, many years. We've gotten feedback from those that have tried the pharmacy drug. It's called Marinol. Don't like it. Don't like pure. And in fact, the FDA down scheduled or down regulated Marinol based on its low diversion. Like nobody even wanted it. They couldn't even sell their pills, right? So right now it seems like THC is sort of the marker. Like it's what people go to shop for it based on THC numbers. But our research seems to indicate to us that the future won't be like that, and it won't revolve around THC percentages. So I mean, my question really for you comes down to a very simple question. What do you, how do you see that? Do you see THC as a indicator, or do you see THC as a predominant indicator, or sort of an associated indicator, like there's between clouds and rain, right? If it's raining, it's going to be cloudy, but if it's cloudy, you don't know it's necessarily going to rain. So is THC like rain, or is it like clouds? You know what I mean?
Oh, that's a great question. It's very interesting as these markets emerge and first start opening up, and just seeing how THC orientated they really are. Like it's a recreational part of the market, I guess, that opens up, and everybody wants to get high, and they think that the more THC you have, the higher you're going to get, which isn't really necessarily the case. The way it all interacts with the different stuff going on in that flower, with the terpenes and cannabinoids and things that we don't even know right now, that are just being discovered and are going to keep getting discovered. This is a very complex plant that has a lot of secrets to it. But I hope, for the benefit of the marketplace, when you go to a dispensary in California right now, it's still, I mean, even years after being open, everybody still seems to be very number orientated and looking at that number. And, I'll be honest with you right now, in this California marketplace, these numbers practically don't even mean anything, because there is no real uniform testing procedure. Like, I'll take flowers and send them to multiple different labs. It's the same exact flower. They come back with all kinds of different numbers on them. There's no consistency to the testing process. So, everybody's been shopping around. If the market wants high THC stuff, they all go to labs that give you results with high THC numbers, when in reality, a lot of times it's not even high THC numbers anyways. But yeah, I think the market's much over fascinated right now. Looking back, like on my own time with cannabis, and back before 2015 and 16, numbers didn't matter. You didn't even know what the numbers were. You were selecting everything just based on effect and feel and all that, smell, taste. Now you have all this breeding getting done, and I'm caught up in it myself, going after these number things. And it's kind of frustrating, because I do smoke. I have noticed this last year to have developed some really high THC strains that I do love smoking. And I smoked them real hard for some reason for this last month. And then I just started smoking the last couple of days some of the lower THC stuff, which that's generally the stuff that wins in the Emerald Cup to it. Those judges don't know the numbers. They don't know what's going on. They're just going for taste, feel, effects, and all that kind of stuff. And they pick out the best cannabis. It doesn't have to do with lab numbers and stuff. So this whole thing's kind of frustrating to see the market want these numbers so bad. One thing that's been funny for me to watch recently, the last couple of years, as I've been starting to go back and grow a lot of the old school landrace strains, just to see what they were about, and kind of start breeding some back up again and stuff. And this, like the Afghan 90, that comes from Quick Seeds, just KWIK seeds. Their Afghan 90 is an amazing strain of old Afghan from 1990 genetics that went over to Amsterdam and have kind of been saved now. And growing those, I mean, I didn't know the numbers when I was first harvesting them last year, but I was loving smoking them. And it turns out we're getting all these numbers that came back. They almost all had CBD ratio stuff, coming out of them. And you hear all these people these days wanting to get smoked like they did back in the old days. And it's kind of funny, because that's what a lot of them were smoking back in the old days. They just didn't know it. It was like a lot of times 9% THC, 9% CBD, something like that. And it makes you so relaxed and just feel good. And nowadays, a lot of the pots just kind of like racy and edgy and, too strong, too THC orientated. It's nice to have those combinations and like starting to see some of these other cannabinoids and starting to get attention like THCV. And that's one I have a collaborative breeding project going right now with a partner. And he has a very high THCV plant. And this THCV is very interesting. It's got its place for sure. It has a very fast onset of a high, doesn't last very long, and then settles into a very focused high to where you can really focus while you've just smoked it. So, it's just neat to see how much diversity cannabis offers out there and how much ailments and stuff it can help people with. I've been seeing some of the statistics. No wonder the pharmaceutical companies and the alcohol companies and stuff never wanted this to really be legal, because as soon as this gets legalized in the States, you see their numbers really take a big hit fast, because people can start having access to some good, clean, natural medicine, and they're finding it out and know it. And yeah, it's impacting those other businesses, but this should have always been. It's amazing to look back at this whole process. This should have never, it was always the people's medicine for themselves. They should have been able to grow it and have it. And to see it been prohibition for so many decades, and then now as it's moving from prohibition to this commercial process, it's not gotten much better for the patients in some ways. Like, it's incredible to see how many places you're still not allowed to grow it. You have to buy it from these commercial places and stuff. And it's just sad, because it's an easy medicine to grow and just connect with without all these rules and regulations and crap.
That's for sure. Next up will be Councilmember Freeze.
Thanks. So if you're interested in medicinal cultivars, would you discuss the differences in your selection of genetics from the medicinal market and the adult use market?
Yes. I was just touching on some of it with the CBD THC kind of combination ratio stuff, and the really high cannabinoid of different cannabinoids and stuff. That has a lot to do with your medical market. Your recreational market, is very THC orientated. That's where the real high, the bang for the buck, I guess, comes from if you're looking to recreate and get high. But even then, THC has a lot of medical benefits. And, myself, I don't sleep well at night. I never kind of have after I worked on the commercial fishing boats and just had a really erratic sleep schedule and stuff from years of that. And so for me, sleeping at night, like, I prefer, a really good, strong, high THC flower. But in terms of so many other things, as I'm getting older, one thing I've had to deal with is Lyme's disease. And it has a lot of, it hurts you, it hurts the body. And so to find good medicine that can relieve some of that stuff is nice, with the inflammation and different things with THCA, and then CBDA, and even CBD, and all kinds of different things. But generally, like, when I'm looking for medicinal cannabis, it is a THC CBD combination thing. And, like in my own collection of stuff I've bred and selected and I have a 1-to-3 ratio thing. It's a 6% THC, 18% CBD, and it's real high terpenes at 4%. But that is a very good introduction of a medicine for generally people coming in that are new smokers. Like, I'm noticing that's a really sad thing for them, is they go into a store right now, a recreation store, and ask the bud tender what's popular, what they're selling, what they recommend. And here comes this big high THC thing for somebody that's never even really sometimes maybe smoked cannabis before, or a tourist from somewhere else that's never really smoked. And here they now have this THC thing that's going to blast them. It's not the first thing they need to smoke, to bring them into this, to plant. So a 6% THC, 18% CBD thing, that's a very comfortable smoke, and I've seen a lot of older people that have asked me, what they recommend that they try smoking. They've never smoked before, and that's what I recommend, something like that right there. As they're comfortable with that, you can take them up a little higher. I have a 1-to-1 plant, which is 10% THC, 10% CBD. It's the same thing, 3.8% terpenes. You want rich amounts of terpenes. That just always helps the flower be of more value. Usually medicinally, recreationally, everything. Terpenes are great. So you want a good amount of them. A normal plant would have 1.5% total terpenes in the flower. You want to start seeing flower, 2.5%, 3% total terpenes. That's some really nice, good flower now. And, they can go all the way up to 5%. On the terpenes, and now that's a lot of value you're bringing in a flower when you have 5% terpenes in that flower. And then learning about the different things that these terpenes do, the different ways they interact with the cannabinoids. That's all medicine and medicinal learning type things. There's so many opportunities to help people with so many different aspects of this plant. It's all being learned right now, though. It's happened rapidly.
Wade Lester has a follow-up.
Yes, thank you, Etienne and Mark. This is a fascinating conversation. First off, a couple of observations. I love that your guide, if you will, that leads you to select this plant over that plant for breeding is really based on your senses, your sense of smell, your vision. How does it look to you? Does it turn you on, to use an old hippie cliche term? But you know what I mean, because I understand that's what has happened to me more than once. I've encountered a plant that it's hard to describe why, but something stands out, and all of them, it turned out, had medicinal value, very much like what you're describing of plants with medicinal value. And then one last, no, not the last. I never stop at the last. Years ago, I was really fascinated with this very thing that we're talking about. Why people were so fascinated with high THC when Marinol was pure THC, but nobody liked that. So there was clearly something else going on. And in conversation with a fellow named DJ Short, who is an acclaimed breeder, and just to be clear, I don't consider myself a breeder. I'm more of a dilettante. I do some breeding, but I am by no means consider myself a professional. But even the little bit of breeding that I've done, my senses guided me as well. Anyway, back to DJ Short. We talked about why the cannabis that was available, this was back in the early 2000s, and why the cannabis that was available in California was different than the cannabis that he remembered smoking when he was at the American University in Mexico, and that I remembered smoking when I was living in South Florida. And it was his opinion that it was because the cannabis that was available to both of us at that time was exactly what you're pointing to, Mark. It had THC and CBD and likely other cannabinoids. And anyway, I looked at like DEA, or the organization that became DEA. You can look at their data. And yeah, they ran tests on things they called Panama Red or Colombian Gold and whatnot. And virtually every one of them had CBD and THC, usually more THC than CBD, but both were present. And I think that's really, it's to do, ideally, the consumer would come to understand if they're smoking cannabis because they want to enjoy it, or for ceremonial purposes, or for pain, or whatever reason. I think people should be able to have access to it. But as veterans, I really got to say, we want to help our brothers and sisters who have suffered the trauma of military service, whether or not you were actually injured by your service. We all know that there's life-changing things happen when you go through the military system. Slow down, Wade. Anyway, I just want to, yeah, what I'm really pointing to is don't let the numbers on your packaging guide you to the thing that's going to give you what you're seeking. Talk to your friends. If you have the opportunity to smell something available, I know in California you can't, but you know, use your senses to identify what's going to work for you is a really good guide. And the last piece, and then I will stop. Grow your own. I really, I think there's something you alluded earlier, Mark, to magic. And that's a much misused term, but there is something magical about seeds, in my opinion. And one of the things that I think is magical about cannabis seeds is if a person takes a little bit of time with that seed or seeds before they plant them, they'll likely get something that actually not only flourishes in their spot, but is particularly specifically good for them. Now, how that happens, I don't know, but I've seen it again and again. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on a novice person's opportunity to use their senses through either smelling flower and then trying to find seeds of that or a cut of that, or how would a novice use their senses to find the cannabis plant that's going to work for them, Mark? Boy, that was a long-winded way of asking a question. Sorry, brother. Go for it.
I love hearing everything you have to say, Wade. I got a ton of respect for you, and just thanks for sharing there. That's one of the things when you're selecting, like I'm selecting from my own perspective and where I come from with what I like with smells or maybe certain traits that are sometimes even in the background that I'm not aware of, but I'm selecting it for that. And everybody has different, they come from different places and everything, the way their bodies work, mind works different than mine. So when they get up close and personal, it's really fun when I have people down to the garden, because I have my favorite plants at the end of the year that I have picked out. But it's really cool to watch other people come through and pick out their own favorite things that are a lot of times ones I wouldn't have picked, especially when it comes to like the pheno hunt garden in the nursery. But everybody, there's a lot of, nobody's right or wrong. It's just what they like, and it's your intuition. So when you're going through these plants, they may not literally be talking to you, but they're trying to. They're talking to you in certain ways. And as you're smelling them, looking at them, there's some communication level that's happening there. And for myself, it's kind of a funny thing. When I'm going through a garden and I'm smelling plants, some of the best ones I've ever selected in my life that have gone on to be big winning plants have come from this technique. And it's just smelling the plant. And sometimes you'll get that thing that comes right up your spine. You can feel the tingle just go right up your spine into your head. When I have that happen in a strong way, that connects me to that plant and just lets me know something's talking to me here. And if that keeps happening through the course of a little bit of time as I'm visiting the plants, and you keep going to that one that is sending a chakra up your spine, there's something going on right there with that. And so that's kind of just one of my own personal techniques that I use when I'm selecting plants. But it's to a person, whatever's enticing to you. If you want to, like, all of a sudden you're smelling something and it just makes you literally want to smoke it because it smells so good, and there's something telling you, man, I need to smoke that. That's another one of those signs. It's just calling to you for that plant. So on a personal level, for people, hopefully somewhere down in the future, when you're talking about you're not allowed to smell the plants at the retail, that's a bummer. Like, you're trying to buy a good medicine for yourself and you can't even smell the plants, and you have to go on this number thing and stuff. It'll be really cool. Somewhere down the line, like, I'm just kind of brainstorming even right now at the moment of like down at the nursery and, having people come through at some point in time, kind of like more like a winery, and allowing them to come through the gardens and be able to visit the plants, and then they can choose their medicine a lot more informed that way rather than just buying it sight in a jar with numbers on it.
I love that vision. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Wade. And next up will be Council Member Davis. with our next question.
Yeah, given your production style, what does the future for living soil look like, and how does someone scale for large production growth?
Yeah, I think living soil is really the future of where this is at. You're seeing it develop rapidly. The consumers notice that the flour is a more clean, tasty flour coming out of, just like normal grow would be smart pots, just in an outdoor grow, sitting on top of all that wonderful soil, contained in a container with a bunch of generic kind of filled ingredients. And it's just kind of funny to see that as things are developing, this living soil is becoming known. And you have the Origins Council in California, you have this terroir thing that's about to really develop here and be able to share with people the different regions and the way it was grown in the ground. You're not allowed to grow in smart pots and generic soil to be a part of the terroir program. And like, it's really a neat thing to see, even indoors right now. Like, I am my palate is for clean, tasty, organic medicine. Like the market down in Los Angeles, there's these giant salt-fed hydroponic grows under the lights down there indoors, and it's a totally different tasting product. Like, I'll give them this type of product sometimes, and it takes them a little while for them to get used to it. They think it tastes wrong to start with because they got this salty product that they're so used to smoking that anything that tastes different doesn't taste right. To me, what they smoke doesn't taste right, but it's really neat to see some of these farms converting, and even some of the large indoor farms here in California converting over to living soil. I know there's a couple of them down there in Los Angeles. There's one really highly awarded one up here in Mendocino that's kind of a smaller one, but just to see them now converting over into the living soil techniques indoors is a really cool thing to see happening. And just seeing that product now becoming much more clean, just tastes better. It's better for you, I think. It doesn't have all the salts and chemical kind of stuff in it. And living soil to me is the future. It's hopefully you start to see large agriculture. You're seeing it to some degree, but really start to see large agriculture starting to see the benefits of having good, healthy living soil. Unfortunately, a lot of this soil that's out in our Central Valley here in California, which at one time was the most pristine, perfect, highly mineralized ground really in the world. And in the last 100 years through farming practices, it's been really ruined to a lot of degree. And just the costs that have to go into trying to keep a soil growing that doesn't want to grow anymore and everything, and to produce when it's been kind of ruined is it's going to take some time. But nature has a way of plants and everything. You see that little one spade of grass growing out of a sidewalk crack, and if nobody ever does anything, the next thing you know, it takes over the sidewalk. It's just what nature kind of does. It's resilient. But we've really put it down a lot with different farming practices that are happening. And that's another thing, just talking about the living soil. That's, I think, a really critical component for people to be able to grow their own medicine, even if it's an indoor thing and you're just growing in a little tiny grow tent. Start to think about, watch some videos and start to think about doing some living soil. And it's just really a fun thing to learn about and be a part of, and you grow better medicine with it also. And then just nature in general. Like, I'm a big proponent of encouraging people to grow with nature. Like, none of my techniques or anything that is really, unique. I don't put a ton of things into it. I just really understand what the plant needs and the way nature corresponds with it. And I do my best to just bring those two things together and let them do what they do. I stay out of the whole process as much as I can. I've seen a lot of people screw up their plants and medicine by just trying to do too much with it rather than just letting it be and letting it enjoy its time while it's alive too. You don't need to be in there tying it around all over the place, defoliating leaves, all this different stuff that people will do. A lot of times it's just because they love their plant, they want to be with it. But a good technique and principle is just to let nature support it the way you need to, but let nature really do what it does. It's the one that really does the growing and everything. And that's where I encourage, sun growing at like, we're finding out that this cannabis plant's a hardy thing. It can grow all over the country. It may not come out quite the same as it does here in California, but it's still good medicine. And if you're in those northern climate areas and it's just, you got a harsh, fast winter set on, these auto flowers that are being developed these days are super hardy. And there's some really good genetics going into these auto flowers. If people want to look into some auto flowers, I tell them I experiment, I grow all kinds of them. But Purple City Genetics here in Oakland has some really great genetics. If they're looking for some auto flower seeds they want to get, I'd look at it from those guys. Their stuff is super consistent, super hardy. If you're planting up there, if you're in Minnesota and you think you can't grow your own medicine outside, you kind of can. These auto flowers are built for tough climates. You plant them 1st of June, it's done end of August, and you got nice stuff. There's nice cannabinoid numbers in them now. There's high THC stuff. Regardless of where you're really at in North America here, I feel that you can grow outdoor in the sun. Just a matter of dialing in your right genetics, which might be auto flowers. For some people up in the northern climates.
All right. Wade, do you have a follow-up?
No, it occurs to me that if we're getting close to the end of the recording, I wanted to make sure that Mark let everybody know how they can see his website or whatever sort of online presence he wants to call out to help him with his products in the market. That's all I had. Thank you.
Yeah, Mark, this is your time to promote yourself, your website, any social medias. How do people find you and get a hold of you if they want to learn more?
I appreciate that. That's something I'm not real on top of a lot of that kind of stuff. We got our little Instagram thing. I got it's at Green Shock Farms there on our Instagram handle. And then, I got the website greenshockfarms.com. But if you type us in to the Google thing, there's a lot of stuff I noticed that comes up from other people. Got a lot of magazine articles that have been written out there and different things. But it's funny. It's such an important thing to run a successful business, doing all that stuff. But these last couple of years, I've been so unfocused on a lot of that stuff. I'm really just a lot of hands-on stuff with the work, with the plants and stuff. We will be here. If people are looking for genetics, we'll be at the Terpnomy seed event here coming early in San Francisco this year with David Downs and Leaf Lee. I have noticed that in terms of unfortunately, we have some counterfeited products that are out there with some different handles and people selling seeds that aren't coming from us and stuff at times, which has been kind of a bummer to see. I'm trying to open up, hopefully to be around the first of the year, a place where people can come and get genetics from us on a secure website where they know it comes from us and it's not from something else. But and then I just, talking to you guys, one thing I would love to do is maybe be able to donate some seed packs out there to you guys to give out to some of the members. I would, give out really the THC CBD stuff or something like that. But if you guys have a way of getting some stuff to your members, I would love to be able to help if I can do that.
Well, I have a dispensary in Berkeley, Berkeley Patients Group. So if you ever come down and just drop off a donation down there, I'll be more than happy to take it and spread it to the other members, as well as we work with Compassionate Veterans who also is a veterans group who gives away free cannabis. So we're also happy to donate seed stock directly to them. So it goes all directly to veterans.
Fantastic. We'll make sure we follow up and I can get that done for you. I'd love to do that. My own personal connection, I'm not a vet. I haven't ever served in the service, but so many of my friends that I have had in life have. And, that's why farming and cannabis, I'm really wanting to talk to the members about, because I've seen a lot of the problems that come from some of the service and stuff out there. I just had a really close friend of mine who was an Army Green Beret in Vietnam for 699 days straight, ended up taking his life. And he was such a good father figure to me and such a great guy. Just to see the pain, the things people have to suffer, it really hurts. And that's why I'm just honored to be here with you guys and do anything I can to help the vets out there to heal and recover from what they've had to be gone through.
We thank you and we appreciate that. Councilmember Laughter, do you have something else before we close out? No? All right. Well, a very fascinating deep dive. I cannot thank you enough for your expertise and continue to do that voodoo that you do so well. And we look forward to seeing you again next year at the State Fairs competition. And hopefully there'll be an Emerald Cup next year. But with that in mind, I cannot thank you enough, Mr. Grayshock. Mark Grayshock has joined us today for our VAC Roundtable number 81. I'd like to thank our members, Michael Crowitz, Leslie Fries, Wade Laughter, Mike Davis, and myself, Etienne Fontan. Thank you for joining us for our Veterans Action Council Roundtable number 81. Y'all have a great rest of your day and weekend, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table clip. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
And this one's coming to us from the Marijuana Moment. And the headline on that says, Michigan officials are spending nearly $100 million in marijuana tax money to local government and tribes. Super news. Now, Michigan officials have announced that they are distributing nearly $100 million in cannabis tax revenue to over 300 local governments and tribes across the state, thanks to the state's adult use legalization law. Now, the $94 million in total tax dollars will support various local infrastructure, education, and other programs and services in 313 municipalities, counties, and tribal areas. That level of cannabis-derived funding is roughly equivalent to what the state allocated last year. Now, a total of 114 cities, 39 villages, 81 townships, 75 counties, and 4 tribes will receive payments from the Marijuana Regulation Fund, which is official set up with the state cannabis regulatory agency. Now, Michigan officials have announced they are distributing this money, and I'm messed up again. Here we go. Now, for the state of Michigan's 2025 fiscal year, this means each eligible municipality, county, and tribe will receive $54,000 for every licensed retail store and micro business located within its jurisdiction. Now, under the state's cannabis law, tax dollars from cannabis sales must go to cities and tribes with licensed retailers. They get 15%. Counties and tribes with retailers, they get 15%. The school aid fund for kindergarten through grade 12 education, they get 35%. And the Michigan Transportation Fund for repairs and maintenance for roads and bridges gets another 35%. I don't know about you, Cindy, but I'm not seeing anything like this in Canada. Nothing.
No.
Hash on the table, soft in my palm. Gumball in the glass jar, calm in the storm. Fingertips sticky, scissor blades brown. Pass it in a circle, kept it low, kept it sound. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, press it, fold it, take it slow. Original concentrate, that's gold. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, soft little sun and a snow glow. Just story in the smoke, all love, harm reduction, consumption. Yeah. Hash ball rolling, warm from the hand. Soft little planet, spinning on demand. Talking about limits, water and ice. Treat your trick homes gentle, never aim for the edge. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, press it, fold it, take it slow. Original concentrate, that's gold. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, soft little sun and a snow glow. Nobody, just story in the smoke. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Roll it like a worm,
and trachrome head. Hash bags with micro screens, a solvent-less concentrate like Play-Doh. Press it, fold it, take it slow. Original concentrate, that's gold. All of harm reduction, consumption, hash gooey like Play-Doh. Soft little sun in a snow globe, no leaf, just story in the smoke. All of harm reduction, consumption.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
We have today on the spot, D.E. the Bud Guy. D.E., I dragged out that E.
I told you, you're supposed to say, what up, D?
What up, D? What up, D?
You can tell he's the newbie. He lives to the name.
What up? Thanks for having me on. I'm really excited to be here.
So
thanks for coming.
Like D the Bud Guy is a very, very obvious, you're in the cannabis industry. You're the, oh no, wait, I guess that could be non. Yeah, you might like Bud the beer. Actually, I never thought about that. Okay. But so when you go out and you are D the Bud Guy, this clearly is part of your identity and your journey. And that's what we're really interested in talking about on this show, is hearing people's journeys, hearing why they're in the space, what they're doing in the space, and how they got into the space in the first place. And me being a newbie and MJ being a doobie, our listeners come from both worlds as well. And we really believe that people's stories are the best way that we can probably begin to really break down the stigma. So where does your story begin in this? How do you become D the Bud Guy?
Okay, so I'm very much a newbie and a doobie myself. I'm new to the whole social media section, as far as I've only been doing this for a couple of years now, and it kind of started when I began growing. The doobie part being the fact that I am a recreational smoker who's become a medical licensed grower. My journey began a little over 2 years ago, and for me, it started with an outdoor grow. This is actually my third outdoor grow, I should say. It was just completed last summer. So with the legalization in Canada, much like everybody around me, it was like, hey, are you going to grow? And for me, it was definitely yes. My wife is a great gardener and we have beautiful space. So it was a chance to kind of start things. So my journey really began outdoors. It progressed from there, of course.
So being a recreational user became a medical grower. We've often talked on the show. MJ is a medical consumer. and grower.
Okay.
We've talked a lot about how there's a lot of recreational users are in fact medical users, and many of them don't even know that or are aware of that. They think they're doing it recreationally, but ultimately it's causing some sort of balancing effect within them.
Yeah, even as
Absolutely.
preventative,
Yeah, preventative, yeah.
right? Like in my opinion, even as a preventative measure.
I agree. I agree. It's definitely safer for the people around me if I'm consuming.
Right? I smoke weed for your protection.
Yeah, but all kidding aside, Timmy, I really agree with what you're saying. Like, I think that the danger in that though is that we as people have a habit of self-diagnosing ourselves too. So you want to be careful that if this is your reason for doing it, it doesn't become a suppressant to something else. Like I know in this case, a lot of people will use it to treat depression, but it's you don't want it to. I don't know. I don't advise maybe using it as that kind of numbing agent that like maybe alcohol and some other drugs have been kind of prone to do to people in the past. And do you know what I mean when I say that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you know, it can easily be used as a. We were talking actually. We were talking today on. Now, this might not be the same day that this obviously comes out, but this morning in real life is Blue Monday. So it's the day where depression by statistics seem to peak in North America due to the fact that we're in the middle of winter. Christmas bills are all now starting to become realistic because those credit cards are calling and all those overspending. And people's have already within about 2 weeks they've all their New Year's resolutions have failed, and so people are in this intense state of depression. And we were talking today on my, I do this show in the morning on Instagram called Smoothie, Avocado, and Chat. We just chat about different things, but I'm on a health journey myself. And we talked about the fact that, you know, that there is medicine that's needed for some people that are battling depression, but there are also some people out there that are using other things in their life to sit and say, oh, well, I'm depressed, that's why I drink. Or, you know, maybe in this case, that's why I smoke. And we went back to a lot talking about the fact of, you know, well, have you tried sleeping better, getting more exercise, and eating better? Because those three things might solve your problem before you start pretending that something else is actually and it's just an excuse to smoke or to drink or whatever.
100%. 100%. That's the basis of any good medical practice, I believe. I mean, I think that's the first thing that any doctor should or usually does actually ask, is they're going to look at your sleep routine, your diet, and the aspects of your life before they even begin to try and diagnose you with anything or even look at any secondary treatments, Timmy.
So in your particular life and journey, because you acknowledge your description of yourself right away was, I'm a recreational user, but you're a medicinal grower. So
that's right.
Where does it? Do you feel that for you cannabis is simply recreational?
No, and I'm glad you asked, because I do a lot of like live feed discussions on Instagram with my friends, and this topic comes up often. And see, here's the thing. I really like I myself, I'm just going to say how I do things. And at the beginning of the day and the end of the day, I start with a concentrated rosin. I do what's called dabbing. Okay, so if you're unfamiliar with that, it's basically a product called shatter or rosin. It's a much stronger version of cannabis, and it has secondary cannabinoids present, things like CBD and CBA, and again, I can explain some of these things to some degree if you like, but it's been decarboxylated, which enhances it. So there's a lot. Those are kind of the reasons it does that. But what I find by doing that is that it gives me a much more different cerebral high. It's a much more concentrated and consistent euphoric experience when you are dabbing than you are, say, hitting a bowl. Like I'm a big advocate. I have glass. I use pipes. Like I pretty much consume it any possible way that most people do. But for me, it's a different experience. If I find that if I don't start my day with a dab or end my night with a dab, I either don't sleep correctly or I don't really I don't know. I kind of get like, I find that smoking joints, pardon the expression, it's a completely different high altogether. It's a great experience though. Like it's important to, what I like about a joint or the dab is that it slows you down. It makes you kind of, it brings you back into the moment a little bit. And a joint will help you lose the moment. And that's what I like is this, a joint is a good way to meet people. I like the sociability of a joint where like, you know, like especially now, it's not like you're carrying a bong somewhere with you. And I think that if you're hitting a pipe, people are usually looking at you and wondering what you're smoking versus the fact that you're smoking a pipe. There's all kinds of thoughts that come into it. And I got friends that recovered from other addictions that refuse to smoke a pipe because of that, because it's too much of that process for them. There's too many similarities for them. So in a long-winded way, yes, I'm a strong believer in medicine. And I also like, you know, I have great stories of how that really has affected my family on a medical side as well too. And if you like, we could certainly get into that. But just to end that point particularly, I really find that for me, it's definitely medicine. And there's a recreational time. It is definitely a social practice for me. If I go and I meet my friends, this is the first thing we're going to do. Alcohol to us is kind of like a maybe.
I thought it was interesting that you threw in, you said smoke a joint, and then you said pardon the expression. What what is it about? Because MJ and
I think it's an old way of thinking. Okay, I think like terms like weed and joint and stuff like that. You know, blunt's a very kind of like, blunt is a very specific thing. It means like, you know, you're smoking a blunt wrap or it's a much larger cigar style type of a thing. So if you're not familiar with the definition, that's the difference. But what I find is that when we use older terms, and if we, like, there's a balance that we need to get to with cannabis between old habits of calling it like the hippie names, and pardon the expression for calling it a hippie name, there I go correcting myself again, right? Versus getting it mandated as a full-blown medicine. Because, you know, with pharmaceutical classification, there's a whole other box of things that will be opened up. And, you know, we could go there and not go there. It's just, you know, I have an opinion on that as well, obviously. But what I do think is that until we get to the point where it's readily accessible to the people that need it, we need to keep it as it is. We're not ready to grow as a society until everybody catches up. There's a lot of people in the States that can't get a concentrate, so they'll never really, or potentially not legally, be able to have the experience that I get medically. And that's not right to me.
Well, up until like, I can't remember what year it was 2000 something. But you probably know this, in Canada, it was legal to have a medical license to consume flower, but it had to be in combustible. You could not bake with it. It was actually illegal to turn it into any sort of concentrate, including butter. So children, this is what it meant. Children who had medical cannabis licenses for whatever reason had to smoke, or they had to burn it in a vaporizer and put a mask over the child. And this was like, it didn't make any sense. This is what you're like, I agree with what you're saying. The rules still we need to grow where we are to get better rules in place. Now it's been overturned because it was a stupid rule to begin with. You should be able to give your child cookies over making them smoke.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You know, and especially now that they understand how it differs, like, you know, the thing is cannabis now, because it's accepted and it's looked at as a potential medicine. Okay, and I'm just going to call it potential because not everybody's on that agreement with it. Now the studies are happening, so now they're making up for all this time that they had. You know, when they were busy jailing people and kind of calling it the devil's lettuce, they weren't looking at it. But now, if you look, like I'm not 100% on this, but I know at one point, and I thought I read that it's the current, like, medical cannabis is the current potential thought process at the American Diabetes Association as a potential, like, actual cure. So with that being said, like, you know, I guess that brings me, like, I wanted to share a story with you, if it's okay, about medicine and how it affected things, and about perception. Okay, so I'm going to tell a very personal story. My mother, my mother doesn't consume cannabis, but she's never been super against it. She's always been surrounded by people in her life that when they used cannabis, it led to stupidity. It led to people hurting themselves by getting on, you know, quads and stuff like that and breaking their collarbones. Or it was the time that, you know, like I was coming home late, or the times that we eat edibles and get a little too stupid or something like that. Like, she looked at it as a very juvenile, she had a very poor perception of it because that was her vision of it. Okay. And then her sister got really sick. And her sister went from, so my aunt, one of my favorite aunts, okay, the leading thought at the time is that she may have had diabetes. Of course, diabetes is almost a rush to in my family because it's been so prevalent, and it's such a huge cause for a lot of things. Like, its symptoms are so similar to a lot of other symptoms too. So they always kind of start there. I don't know if you've noticed that, but it seems to always come up. And in treating her, they gave her all kinds of heavy medications, things like morphine and stuff like that, which caused her to go from 160 some odd pounds down to like 80 pounds in a very, very, very fast time. So you can imagine how we felt looking on the outside in. It just looks very, very, very scary, right? And so my aunt's a long-term recreational smoker. She's always been for it. She was the cool aunt that used to sneak a little bit to me when I was growing up. Like, you know, she was cool like that. But she reached out to me because she knew I had some friends and, you know, a little bit of, you know, connections when it came to the medicinal side of things, because she heard about some of the stuff I was doing with some of the friends that I made, and she asked me if I could find her some help. And I had a really good friend of mine, okay, a company called Leaf This, if I could say that. And what she provided me was an RSO oil for my aunt, okay, which was really good because the RSO oil really, really helped her. What it did is it gave her that pain killing effect. It took a lot of, it gave her the ability to rest and to kind of, so it gave her that dormancy, I hate to say it, but like that part of it that she needed to fully get better. But she also gave her like these things that were natural and that gave her energy and gave her appetite and things like that. So I gave it to her on a Sunday night. She finally kind of came out, seen everybody, and I gave it to her on a Sunday night when I was finally able to give it to her. And she texted me the Monday morning, and she was up making breakfast for her family for the first time in 2 years. Okay. And like, she sent me this text, and it was like this very heartfelt thank you, bless the person who made this. I've never, this is the best I felt in 2 years. Like, I feel like a person again. It gave her dignity and energy and the strength to fight off what she's going through. And she's still at the process where they're still sorting things out with her, but she's a lot stronger, and she doesn't look like that person that kind of really, she doesn't look like, you know, like it's winning, if I could say that, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I have a story also with pharmaceuticals, and it's amazing the list of pharmaceuticals that can be replaced, or at least that were replaced in my personal journey by one plant. I can't say one plant because it's multiple plants and different strains, and I had to find all that out, and it's not going to work for everybody. Like, it's funny because you said cannabis slows you, like dabs and smoking joints, they slow you down. And that was what Timmy didn't like about consuming when he did smoke a joint. However, we smoked a joint and then went bowling. And then another time we smoked a joint and tried to have a conversation. Like, it's what you're doing. Like, if we were having a dab or a joint and then going to bed, it would be totally fine. Right?
Yeah, well, I think one thing that I've on this learning curve that I've been on, because I tried cannabis for the first time 3 years ago.
Okay.
There's a few different times, and like one of them was the bowling. And once I saw that it was ruining my bowling score, I gave it up. Like, some things are not worth the risk. I'll tell you that. But one thing that I'm learning is this concept of how complex the plant is, and realizing that there is so many different dimensions in regards to strain, environment, dosage level, how you receive it, how it's grown. So there's all this thing that's going on, and we have somebody in our life who was adamant about the fact that the cannabinoids, and I'm a skeptic by nature, so I've come into this industry growing up in the church, 35 plus years, going to become a pastor. We didn't talk about cannabis, and when we did, it was equated to cocaine, heroin. I mean, it was up there with everything that you shouldn't.
It's a drug.
Take that, you go to hell. That sort of level of thing. And
that was information then. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. So when this friend of ours, Reverend Kelly, she was talking about the cannabinoids.
Yeah, about comes in the breast milk.
Yeah, and that everybody's kind of got this thing in their system, and that everybody needs it. And at first I balked, and I was like, no, I don't need it. Like, I'm pretty healthy. Like we talked earlier, I focus on eating better, sleeping better, get more exercise. If I do those three things, I think I can combat a lot of the other things.
You're really healthy.
But what I'm discovering though is that there might be a strain, and maybe we're already discussing adding CBD oil just into my my breakfast smoothies, and that maybe it isn't the THC. And so I think within my skepticism that I had growing up, and my healthy skepticism that I still have now, has at least transformed to the fact that I now see the benefits. I see that there is potential. The word that you keep using is definitely there. And so I stand on now the side of the advocacy of it. But now the skeptical side is continually going, well, show me the science. Show me how this can help me. And if it can, I'm in. But show me how it can do it.
But see, I look at that like it's personal. Everybody is different. Everybody's genetic makeup is different. So you have to find.
But you know how we're all the same? Timmy, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
You said that you're looking at other forms of just overall health, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Are like, am I correct in assuming that maybe some of it's dietary? Like, are you looking at like those kind of principles as well? Are you vegan or vegetarian or anything like that?
I tried veganism for a year. I ended up adding meat back in, but yeah.
Me too. Okay, but let me. So you'll understand where I'm going with this. When I was vegan, one of the things that I kind of learned was just that the whole concept of what you put in your body is kind of shelved around this concept of whether or not you can consume it by ripping it open, whether it's natural for you to actually consume that. And that's usually like the way that we kind of looked at things that we put in our bodies when at least that's the vegans that I was around. And that was the education kind of about it that I was given. And the reason I bring this up is this. If we're not designed to consume cannabinoids, then why do we have cannabinoid receptors?
That is something that I've been learning more about. Yeah, the endocannabinoid system. Yeah, it's a legit thing.
If we actually have a system designed to deal with it. So is it fair to maybe just say that it's likely on that notion? Now you see why I brought up the other thing first, though, right? Like you see how it kind of, because anybody who takes anybody who takes a bit of education and learns about the things that they put into their body, and I'm not going, I'm not picking vegan, this and that. I'm just saying in general, anybody who looks at nutrition issues and looks at what they put into their body, these are the questions we ask ourselves. So I think there's an answer there. And I think that the skeptic in you should know that there's a cannabinoid system in your body that's designed to deal with that. So I got to think that it's there for a reason.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm on board with. I think I've really come to understand that there is something within, and just like sitting there saying, look, I want to make sure my iron levels are high. I want to make sure my magnesium, all these things that are below.
That's right.
Vitamin D. And so then you have this other thing that is high or low as well. And I think for me, the big step forward was separating the fact that as I grew up, all I saw was the stereotypical, let's use the term smoking the joint. And to me, I equated that with smoking, which I equated to unhealthy living and all this other stuff. So, but now that I found out though about the other ways to consume, and now I'm like, okay, you know what? I had a CBD cookie.
He had 4.
I ate a lot of them. They were really good cookies. But that opened my
My
eyes
wife
tremendously.
uses CBD.
What's that?
I said my wife uses CBD products.
Yeah, and that to me really opened my eyes, and I went, oh, okay. There's another way to possibly receive the benefits and to get the cannabinoid thing, and
that's right.
To me, when I talk about being a skeptic, I say it from the standpoint of I have crossed the line into the advocate side of the skepticism. Now it's a question of, and that's why I enjoy these conversations and the show that we've been doing, which is not just about teaching me, but teaching other newbies.
So, and you know what, MJ will appreciate this. MJ, I presume you grow likely organic as well.
Just thinking. Sorry, Timmy.
You said.
I actually am probably one of the most healthiest looking unhealthy person you would meet. I eat the same crappy processed bagel with cream cheese and microwaved bacon every single day for breakfast. And I say breakfast, but it's like 1 in the afternoon.
But mind you, she does have a cannabis leaf every once in a while on her bagel. So.
Yeah, when I do the cheddar cheese. So it's funny you say cannabis leaves. So cannabis was prohibited over 100 years ago, right? And we have this endocannabinoid system within our body. There is a theory, and maybe it's just my theory, but I'd like to think it's a theory that's actually out there. So there's a theory that says that when they banned and made it prohibited, what happened was our diets then started getting, our system became deficient in the cannabinoids. So we started getting sicker. Cancer is doubling, like they're like at a crazy rate. I think that I heard about Dr. William Courtney, who believes that cannabis is a vegetable. It's actually a plant. You can eat it like lettuce or juice it. His wife actually was told she would A, never have children, B, wouldn't live past 30 or whatever. And with just cannabis juice alone through a wheatgrass juicer, he was able to save her. She was a patient, and then it's like a love story. They ended up getting married, and now they have children together, just from cannabis juice, right? Like it's and it's inexpensive to do. You literally can do this at home. You just keep a plant in vegetative state. You know how easy that is. Just lots of light.
Just keep the light cycle above 12 hours. Give it 13 plus just to be safe, but yeah.
So you're saying your wife consumes with using CBD. Does she also smoke or no?
No, my wife doesn't. And mind you, the last time my wife consumed cannabis, so here's the thing. In high school, she smoked cannabis, but she didn't like the effects that it had on her. So it was very juvenile to her. Her friend, who's about 60, she's 67 this year, about a year, almost 2 ago, gave me and her our first dab the first time, like same night, in our backyard. She's a dear family friend, and she's the one who got me into dabbing. And actually, the video's on my YouTube if you ever want to watch it. It's really neat. She throws out a couple of old war stories and stuff like that too, as an old timer. But anyway, she educates me on the process, and you kind of see how I experienced it for the first time. And my wife did it then, and she really enjoyed it. She would be the first to even admit that, but she didn't see it as something that was going to be a long-term thing for her. We're not big drinkers either. We're not, we're not super healthy. We eat a lot of fast foods as well and stuff, but we are somewhat conscious. The things that we do eliminate into our bodies are chemicals. So, like I'm a fully organic grower, and the reason I asked about the organics is Here's another thing to look at, Timmy, is the source of the cannabis that you get. I grow mine. So I do consume secondary source cannabis. But that being said, primarily my grow is what I grow. And I don't put any chemicals of any kind in my plant at any point. Not even grow things like I can add things to my grow that make it look even better and stuff. But they're usually synthetic based, or they're kind of assaults. And I'm not saying that they're super bad for you, but they are definitely eliminatable, and there's an organic thinking that the more pure something is, the better it would be. And because I'm now at the point where, as a grower, I'm now getting to the point where I'm able to kind of process this into some of my medicine for personal use. I'm really cognitive of that. So I have a rosin press, which is like, I prefer solventless extractions, which means you don't mix a chemical to it to get the cannabinoids out of it to make the shatter or
you're looking at rosin or hash,
right? Or like, but I've also recently tried alcohol-based extractions and things like that. So I'm learning things, and certain things are better at extracting things than others, and certain things have other considerations, like what you're using to extract it and whether or not it all gets extracted. But then again, certain things are okay to smoke. Certain things are okay to smoke, but certain things you can't consume if they're made with certain things, because then you can hurt your digestive system. So, I urge anybody, if they're growing or they're considering to do all this, to get all the information you can and to speak to other people that do know what they're doing. And there's lots of people out there that I have access to as a grower, and they ask me about growing, and they'll teach me about extracts and things like that. It's a great community, and there's always lots of people that are willing to help direct you the right way. Through, I'm sure you notice that through your own dealings, like with your channels and stuff. Like, the cannabis community is one of the most biggest hearted communities you'll ever meet.
Yeah, we definitely love the plant. It's the one thing that unites all of us.
There is a very strong unity there.
Well, even like, it's one thing to smoke it and to enjoy, like you say, the rituals of like rolling a joint and smoking with your friends or whatever. But when you grow and you raise that plant from, like, I've got a jar right here of my blueberry headband. And I mean, the buds are not the biggest. I absolutely, but like, I gave some to a friend, and I always do this too. Her husband
smells like weed.
Her husband found the jar because it was curing still, and she's like, he picked it up and was like, "Oh my God, you're hiding the good weed." Oh, we can't see it. Oh yeah, because it's green. So he's like, "You're hiding the good stuff," and I was so impressed that he called it good stuff, because that means my shit is the good stuff, because it's gassy. It's this blueberry headband from Humboldt. So
that is very delicious. I've had that before.
Oh yeah, so good.
Any band strains, but also like blueberries. Okay, so here's another thing that we can kind of touch on. Okay, so there's a thought process, like in the medical cannabis community, they have certain strains and profiles that they've traditionally used, but they've expanded that. And a lot of them happen to be the berry-based strains and stuff. Now, me thinking the way that I do, a mad scientist-y kind of thing, goes, wait a second, aren't blueberries and cranberries and all these things rich in antioxidants anyways? So maybe there's a correlation. And the thing is that cannabis terpenes are derived from the same terpene profile as fruit. So with that being said, there's definitely a similarity, and there's a correlation there. I'm not smart enough scientifically to know, but I'm willing to say that I think that there's evolution that's being made, I think, in that kind of category, and it's something that we should definitely be exploring more of. I think it's only a matter of time. Like you said that your friend considers cannabis food. Well, then it's only a matter of time before the FDA has it anyways. Right?
Yeah, that would be nice.
So everybody has their own theories on this, but Why do you feel things went so wrong with cannabis? Why did it get put on the blacklist when it clearly seems to have so many useful benefits? So what is your theory?
Cannabis?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so like, I don't know. I guess the obvious answer is to blame the war on drugs. You know, like, so I do believe that there was political aspects and stuff, and I only say that because, you know, like at the time the war on drugs became a problem when the U.S. was suffering themselves and the government had to do something, right? And what they did is they had these impoverished neighborhoods in the U.S. where people were getting super sick, and on the other side of the world, they were going after these guerrilla growers and stuff like that. But really, history said that there was more to it. And I'm not going to get into that. The people can read about it and see what they say. But I will say that that was probably some of it. And the other aspect is like, the other thing too is like, there's a lot of people that, like, MJ, was it you said that you got rid of a lot of medicines and then just kind of now you one plant? I think that that's the answer. You know, I don't want to say anything that's too kind of specific because of the way that these algorithms work, but I think people know where I'm going. I think you know what I'm saying. Like, I really think that, you know, what will your parents think when they find you dead from marijuana, I think is what they said, right? Like, there was some real funny shit, you know, that they have.
Well, Reefer Madness.
She made me watch Reefer Madness, and that movie was
yeah, like
that was crazy.
He at the end of the movie, he just kind of like looked at me, and I'm like, "What? Like, should I like be worried?"
I thought she was going to end up killing
tonight?
me. That's the way it looked, anyway.
But you know, like, history has shown us. Like, have you guys ever seen the movie "Thank You for Smoking"?
No.
I might
look it up. Okay. It's pretty interesting. It's a good movie. Watch it. It's kind of interesting. It's about industry and the people that ran different things at a certain time, and it's kind of based on a true story. But it's done for a more entertaining like version, of course. But it's like the tobacco and the meat people, and they all get together. You know, all the lobbyists in the States and stuff. So it's kind of an entertaining movie, but there's a lot of 50% of truth is said and just, I think is what they say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree.
I love quotes.
As a you have a social media presence that probably is different than your personal social media, I would imagine. Or is it one and the same?
Yes and no. Like my immediate circle knows me as D the Bug Guy to some degree. Like, my family knows what I do and they support it to some degree. But for the most, as long as I don't become D the Bug Guy when I'm with them, they're okay with it, you know. But they're happy in the sense that I help them with their personal growth and stuff. But like when I walk around my hometown and stuff, like, it's D, or people will call me Dwayne, you know. And I have like personal accounts that I don't post my cannabis content to my Dwayne account.
Right.
But
okay.
But I do share bits of it if I think it's important.
So what is it? What drives you? Because some people don't talk about it at all, and some of those people are for still stigma related reasons. Some of them are for they're just more personal. Like, if I started to consume again in some form, if we didn't have this show, I probably wouldn't talk about it. But then there are others who feel very.
Are you gonna talk about me? Like, I walk around wearing cannabis and
no,
head to toe, and I'm like, sometimes I go out in my onesie. Like, I am Mary Jane Baker, 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go, this is
with a name like Baker, though.
But her and Mary Jane.
Yeah, and Mary Jane, like.
But her thing, her in her, like, when we had to put bios together for the show, like, it was very clear that she had to put advocate in her thing. Like, she has, this is not just a part of what she does or what she needs as a medicinal
user. It's not just a passion,
but it's she wants to advocate for it. So there are people who choose to just kind of do it personally, and then there's people like yourself who have a personal presence. And I'm always interested to know what that purpose is for you. Like, what What are you hoping? Like, do you have an angle? Do you want to teach people about the science? Do you just want to encourage people? What is the Bud Guy about?
All right. So there's two stages to that. The first one's very easy. It's a connection. I came and when I started growing, and long before I was any good at it, I presented it. Okay. So I was okay with that. I've never been a very competitive person, but I do like connection. I like connection through these platforms. And there's a lot of people will say that like they're the place where people bully you and stuff like that. And I've had my experiences with that too. But that being said, I find genuine connection. I've met really, really super people. I met you two at Lyft. You know, I went to Lyft to be with other friends of mine. I think that was one of the things I even said to you. I said, you know, I'd love to stay and chat longer, but I'm coming to meet my friends.
Yeah.
And the thing is that I went to Lyft to learn about cannabis industry, to be a part of it, to feel part of it, but for the connection. I made that series, the Cloudy and the Six, my video series. And I did that because it started as a bit of a promotional thing with Raw and with Aim High, but it became a thing about connection. It was always about the people in the cannabis industry. It's about me going into dispensaries and grow hydroponic stores and meeting growers and seeing their gardens and stuff. And so there's that connection. Like the Bud Guy started at the beginning when they took our ability to connect away. So all of a sudden I put everything I could as a person into this projected outwards to try and draw people in and try and learn things and feel part of something, you know, as a grower, and work towards that acceptance as a grower and hopefully earn people's respect as a grower. Learn some things along the way. The growing part of me started because I learned from the University of YouTube. Okay. I watched every growers. There's a lot of amazing content growers, and a lot of them are Canadians, guys like Pigeons 420 and Mr. Canuck. And if you grow cannabis, you know who I'm talking about. These guys are Canadian. They're out there, so they're out killing it, you know. And I kind of wanted to do a little bit of that. Like I've taught people before. I was in the automotive industry. I was in the Canadian Armed Forces. I started as a cadet. Like I've always been comfortable speaking and teaching and things like that. And I've always felt like a bit of a teacher. So for me, it's like this door opened, this rush gate opened of opportunity with the legalization. It was legal for me to do it. It was something that I was enjoying. And I really believe in it. Like my saying is this: growing medicine is my medicine. Do you know what I mean? Like, so the thing is I also believe that nobody told me not to do all that at once. So I felt like there were steps, there was information missing, and I wanted to dumb it down, because what I didn't like is that all these great, not the guys I mentioned specifically, but at the time, but a lot of guys would be like, oh, here, you can have all this, but you needed like thousands of dollars worth of stuff. And I just, you know, like, it broke my heart as soon as I got off, and I was like, oh shit, that's $1,200. Like, you know, but like as a grower, I was joking with my buddies. I said, like, I'd watch a grow video, and then it'd be the equivalent of a kid watching a kung fu movie and going and beating all his brothers up. Like, I'd have to go out and treat my plants with all this new knowledge and stuff, right? So
there goes another, like, however much money also.
Yeah. But I mean, like, so my wife said, no, babe, like, don't go and spend all your money on this. Show me you can keep plants alive, and then do it. And she was right. And what it forced me to do, I learned how to make my own plant medicine. I made videos on how to make CalMag. And then next, you know, I had companies reach out to me and go, you know, if you don't want to make your own stuff, I'd gladly sponsor you. Like, that's really informative and innovative what you've done. By the way, I really like your plants. And I'm like, I'm growing with a house light and tinfoil.
Yeah.
You know? So a lot of what I do, like, now is, this year I'm going to make a grow series for my YouTube channel, and it's going to be basics, very basics. Okay. I've already done a video that shows you how to set up a basic setup if you don't have equipment. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a seed through the process, and then it's going to be a base that I can build an advanced growing series off of, where I can share some of the tips. And like outdoors, I do living soil. I build my own soil systems. You asked about sciences. I am all about the sciences because I'm a student and I can't wait to share it.
Awesome. And you know the great thing nowadays with YouTube or university, as I like to call it, which is why I did. Anyways, is that no matter how many people are out there doing the exact same thing, showing people how to grow, you know as well as I do that when it comes to growing, everything will be different. Something that works for you might not work for somebody else. So if I watch somebody else's video, I might be completely useless when it comes to that. But your video might be the one that is like, oh my God, are you kidding me? That's what I need to do.
Yeah.
So
I try to draw people in with, like, if you look at the content that I do create, I try to draw people in with music and a little bit more upbeat tempo so that I don't lose you. Like, I always found school boring. Okay. Like, but the teachers that came out and did this, like, things slightly different, they really got through to me. And because of that, I mean, I became a student of humanity, I think, you know, like, in the sense that, like, my favorite teachers were the scientist and the librarian and, like, the history teacher. Like, these were my favorite teachers. It wasn't the English teacher. Like, you know, the math guy was cool, but, like, they didn't make it fun. There was no fun in that for me, you know. But the science, like, my science teacher ate chalk, and everybody thought that shit was weird. You know, like, it was enough to break down that barrier and just, like, what is it? Like, you know, it took my interest, and I try to do things flashy and loud because everybody's done boring and slow.
Oh, that's true. But it sounds like
it's great stuff. Like, I learned it through boring and slow. I just think that there's a more fun way to do it. That's all. It gives me connection too.
We absolutely agree. Well, and you keep go ahead.
I actually learned through mistakes. I make lots and lots of mistakes, but I'm like you, constantly making videos and showing people what happens when you don't put your plant into a bigger pot, or what happens if you forget to water and let the soil dry out. You know, like all these things that people will do. So
I think that there's a lot of value in we often I've talked about this in my own personal journey about I'm a very private person, and I like to show people the end product. I don't like to show people I don't like to show people like the journey all the time, because the journey is filled with, you know, errors and failures, and so you just kind of want to work through and get that done. But what I'm finding is that well, I've always known it to be true. Believe me, if it wasn't in the public eye, I might not even be on social media. Like, I don't need to be on it personally.
Yeah.
But I have started to understand the importance of it from the standpoint of letting people see the failures and the things, because that is what we learn from. And, you know, my dumb questions that I might ask as a newbie in the space is valuable. And that's what we noticed very quickly, that there were people that were watching our stuff. A group of cannabis people might go, that's like the most basic of questions. And you know, it's almost, you know, not that you would do it, but some people might, that's kind of silly. It's like, well, no, it's not actually. It's from that very basic thing that a lot of other people are going to be able to learn from asking that dumb question, that question that doesn't, you know.
That's funny you said notice very quickly, and the first thing that I noticed very quickly was the unit sitting in front of Kermit the Frog.
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to say about that unit? Do you see the water in it?
I'm going to say that it looks very clean.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we did a video the other day on how to clean a bong, and that is how you should, if you're going to leave it for another sesh, that's how you should leave it. Clean water and not.
I was impressed by Kermit. She was impressed by the clean bong. That's the way our world
It's hot
goes.
that he's wearing a Supreme.
Equally impressive. Very perceptive, by the way, too. You know what? Kermit was my wife and I was telling you earlier, love thrift store And so we found that at a thrift store, and I had to take Cribbit home. And the bong is the bong's nice. It's a 2-piece freezable beaker bong.
Oh, you got that. Oh, the icing.
It actually, it's glycerin at the top.
So you put that in the freezer, right?
Oh.
And it doesn't.
Yeah,
It
so-
doesn't actually freeze. It's like a cooler pack. So
Yeah,
when the
so it's
smoke
pretty slick.
goes-
Yeah, no, that it looks so. It's so.
Well, cooler coil. That's what they're called.
Like, okay, I mean, like glass. There's a whole other conversation too. I mean, like I worked in a cannabis a glass and accessory store for.
That's how I
for
got
the better-
started.
Better part of a year. So, I learned so much about people, cannabis users, and their preferences through that. Like, there's a lot of really golden experiences through that. Eh? So you said you worked in one too.
Yeah. So it's so funny. One day back when I actually used to eat McDonald's, it was like 2014 because that's the last year I ate McDonald's. So I was in the drive-through and I was like, puff, puff, pass. What's that? I know what puff, puff, pass is, but like there's a store. And then as soon as it opened, the first week I went in there and I was like, what's going on? I would love to like get a job. And yeah, I started working there and there was like a lot of downtime because in between customers. So I had my laptop. I spent a lot of time on the computer watching documentaries. And then when customers would come in, like you're saying, you talk to them and then they'd be like, you know, I use cannabis for cancer treatment, or I use cancer for insomnia. And, you know, do you have, I learned what a pollen press was when I was working there. And like, you know, the honeybee extractor for the butane and all that stuff. Like I didn't know any of that. And it was a great learning experience talking to everybody. And I love upselling. Like you bought a bong, you're gonna need a bottle of cleaner because trust me, you're not gonna want a dirty bong. And bong, flavored bong water. That was like, I love that stuff.
Well, we know you're in Canada, getting your jacket on and everything.
Chilly, eh?
Oh yeah, it's I smoke in my garage. It's my man cave, right?
Yep.
It's definitely very much. It definitely feels like a cave today. So
yeah,
it's funny. We were talking about Blue Monday earlier, and in real life, it's Blue Monday. It would be hard not to be blue today. We literally got slammed with the biggest snowstorm.
Yeah, I shoveled my snow. I did my driveway right before I came in.
Now, is that space that you're in? Is that just a man space that men tend to have their men cave, or is that a way for you to get away because your wife doesn't consume? I'm interested in that relationship because we're in a relationship where I don't consume at all, and she does, and you've talked about how your wife.
I did just consume literally.
Well, that's true.
So it's both because it's not even just about consuming cannabis, it's also about content creation, right? So as I mentioned earlier, is I do a lot of like lives on Instagram and things where I'll have
like a studio as well.
Yeah, so it is a bit of a studio in a sense. That's why I chose to kind of come in here, and it allows me to just smoke and converse with you and not affect her. Like right now, she's not feeling too well, so she's resting, and that way I don't have to be intrusive. If she wants to watch her show, she can watch her show. But although she doesn't consume, she does assist me in a lot of ways. And I mean, like you both are a testament to it. I mean, like when you do content creation, you're not really just you. I mean, like whether you recognize it or not, you're not usually just a one-person gang. There's usually other people that are assisting you along the way, whether it be with the actual filming or like if I do a giveaway as an example, my wife will help with the data input of the names and stuff like that. And people will send her roses in the chat. And like it's become a bit of a personality in it within the Bug Guy brand, as everybody knows Tony, and I think it's great. Like they're the unsung heroes. Is the spouse of the grower, the spouse of the content creator, the spouse of the newbies and doobies of the world. Like without that right support system, it's hard to do what we do.
Yeah, well, you can't see it, but we've got our 12 wives on the other side of the cameras.
Yeah.
that's
They help get everything going. Has there ever been? You were talking. I mean, you talked about you and your wife knowing each other back in high school. Is that correct?
Well, no, we didn't. Here's the thing: is we actually I can tell you our story. Our story's kind of neat itself, I think, because my wife and I have only been together for 4.5, maybe 5 years.
But I think I'm connecting where I thought the story was. Yeah.
We went to the same high school. We had all the same friends and never met.
That's crazy.
We live in a small town, so statistically, it's just really weird. But I will tell you that when we did meet, I fell in love the instant I met her, and I really mean that. I went home. I called my mom and I said, "Mom, I would never believe that I would ever even fathom saying this, but I'm telling you straight up, I met the person that I love the most in life." And I told my mom, I said, "Write this shit down, Mom. I found her." And the crazy thing is like we like realized like we're on the first date, and she goes, "Well, what did you look like in high school?" And I go, "Well, actually, a friend of mine tagged me in a post recently. Like, here." I pull out the picture and I show her the picture. You know what she says? She goes, "That's me on the other side of it." Shit, you not. That was her on the other side of the same fucking picture.
What?
Sorry. Oops, sorry.
You can say picture on the show.
Yeah, sorry. So I mean, like, it's really just kind of weird. And then I remember feeling like, when you meet somebody that you love so much, like you almost like, especially in my case, like you feel like, wow, like why? Where were you all my life? Like, and you start to almost feel cheated out of that time a little bit. And then it dawned on me, like, honestly, I had a lot of growing up to do, and I think everybody deserves the person that is good for them. And I try to be the best person I can for her too. And I mean that. I'm not trying to swallow myself up. I mean, I really do mean that. And I maybe just wasn't ready to be what she needed yet. So I'm a firm believer in that. And I think the destiny brought us together when it was right. So I'm grateful for it. Like, I couldn't be D the Bug Guy without T the Bug Gal, you know?
That's sweet. Yeah, the universe works in strange ways. Like Timmy and I, like, I feel like the universe brings people back in around the same area. Like, we had been close to each other vicinity wise many times over the years of our lives, but we just didn't meet until it was like the right time, I guess. But like our parents live like a couple city blocks away from each other in Toronto, and like 20 minutes to walk from one place to the other. It's crazy how close they are.
Yeah.
We'll get ready to let you go and make sure that she's doing fine. What was it? D the Bud Gal? T the Bud Gal?
T for Tony, yeah.
Was there though a moment of hesitation for her or stress at all in the relationship based on your consumption? Because people often look at us and ask those questions to say, well, one is a consumer, one is not. Oh, that must get, stressful or
you had some people in your life that might have been concerned. I might turn.
Yeah. Like, so was there anything in that? Like, it sounds like you guys are in this great space, but was there anything that was connected to that where it caused maybe a hiccup, maybe with outside family relationships and stuff as well?
Not the consumption itself, but the creation. Definitely the creation. Okay. I think when I became a creator, there's a time where you kind of like all of a sudden you're doing things that you're not used to, and things become you feel a little bit like Dorothy and Oz, and you can get swallowed up pretty quickly and easily in it, and you can lose sight of things right in front of you by being in here. So the thing is that like I was never in real super threat of anything, but the important thing is, again, it takes a strong person to be able to communicate with you. And it took me a while to see that I was like maybe not as aware in real life as I should have been. Right. So I really offer balance. Like, the thing is if you're going to do creation and you're going to have a garden and you're going to work, you have to have a life too. And everything requires kind of somewhat of a balance, because it is symbiotic. You can't have it all and just shit on one, right? So as a content creator, like what you do learn is you learn to make your content more accountable. Like, you maybe just you spend a little bit of time less, and you take the time to value the time. And I think the other thing too is when you do spend your time with the ones that you love, is you make it count. So you do all those things, and as long as there's good communication, it's always going to work out. But from a consumption standpoint, no, because I grow. Otherwise, but with that being said, like there's always that concern that I might be having, like I have a plant count that I have to keep within, and she's aware of it. You know, she keeps her eye on that and keeps me from maybe overstepping my boundaries a bit. You know, getting that, she keeps me from making those really stupid ideas otherwise. That's for damn sure, you know.
It's so easy to go
if you
over
think the stuff I do is stupid now, you should just imagine how I'd be without Tony, right? So, like,
Well, and
you know,
it's
like,
so easy to go over plant count too, because when you're making cuttings or popping seeds, you want to make sure you do enough because, you know.
yeah, you do, like, you gotta play with those new rules for sure, and you gotta take time. And I don't know, like, I'm a big fan of it. Like this summer, okay, as an example, I had a pretty big grow last summer, but this summer I'm not even gonna grow like outdoors cannabis this year. I don't think, not necessarily at my house. I might do like an offsite something maybe, but in summary, my wife and I are gonna grow sunflowers there. I have some beautiful selection. Another grower that I met, that connection that I was looking for. That's the benefit of it. Like, you know, so we're at the infamousy of it, but we're going to start a sunflower growing contest on Instagram. Nice. So we're going to spread love and sunshine through Instagram with sunflowers.
I like it.
It's amazing.
You know, put that in your devil's lettuce and smoke it.
What I really liked about this conversation, Dee, is you're clearly a doobie, but you talk and communicate on a newbie level, and I was really caught up in the numerous ways where you used terms or whatever, and you immediately caught yourself and either adjusted or altered it. And there is definitely a teacher in you in that regard. So from a newbie, I just really enjoyed hearing somebody who, once again, is clearly a doobie, but speaks on a newbie level, and that's not easy to do. And so you know,
we definitely need more.
Yeah, so I would encourage people who are listening and following here to connect with Dee on social media. Where can they find you, Dee? Where can they hook up with you? Or not hook up with you?
Yeah, that's Dee's job.
So hi, so I'm at Dee the Bug Guy. So as it likely says in the titling there, DTHEBUDGUY, and I'm also Dee the Bug Guy on YouTube. So I do have a WeedTube account, but I haven't really used it. So I'm kind of guilty that way, but I wanted to put my focus there. And for the growers that are interested in following some of the autoflower stuff, I do have a Grow Diaries account as well. So they're welcome to see some of the more detailed auto grows. I'm kind of coming to fruition as a grower when it comes to autoflowers, and we're always welcome to I can explain some of that to you one day if you like. I'll try and newbie it again. But the correction is because I really think that if you're going to come out and be an ambassador for cannabis, or even take the time to speak on behalf of yourself or anyone else, that we want to be good ambassadors. Like, you know, so we as cannabis ambassadors, we can't all sound like that typical stoner type, and we can't be that puff of smoke at the kids' playgrounds and stuff. Like, we really do have to be cognizant of everybody around us, and if we do that, we're going to be better ambassadors, and we're going to be more welcome. So if you're at the beach, take your shit with you. Don't
There's that raising the bar again.
Yeah.
Raise the bar to break the stigma.
That's it, right? Like, you know, and if you're using cannabis or considering cannabis as a medicine, then take the time to make sure you understand it. And if you've had a bad experience, then maybe consider trying something different. And I'm not trying to get you into it if it's not for you. I'm just saying is that, Timmy, you'd commented yourself, like maybe a different strain or a different type of consumption might that might be the difference for you. That might be the difference that puts you as a doobie too.
You just well, Dee, you just ultimately proved my point. My final question was going to be, because of everything I've seen about the way you communicate, it was going to be share something for the newbies out there, and you naturally just went in and shared a very specific message to newbies. I'm not even going to ask again. We just really enjoyed this conversation. MJ, any final thoughts, words?
I just want to thank you guys for having the platform that you do and for asking the questions. Like, it does take bravery and it takes commitment. The level of professionalism you both have is second to none. I've done all kinds of talks and different things in that, but nothing on this well-organized level. And normally organization comes at a cost of fun, and you both have not done that. This is one of the most, if it isn't the most fun time I've had discussing it in at least a long time, if not ever. So once again, I look forward to meeting you again in person one time. And we are so close in that, I know that because you're involved in the community, that we're going to see each other. I will see you at Lyft this coming year.
For sure.
I don't know if you guys have reserved booth 0 yet, but
yeah, we're getting it.
We'll be
for
there.
sure.
We'll have our onesies. We'll be there.
I really, and for anybody who doesn't know what that is, I mean, I just think it's so great that you're like, the hell with it, I'm going to Lyft anyways. And you set up, I got my own booth. You clearly decided and you went that it was your event, just like I went and decided that was my event. And I love that you did that too. So I think that's why we had so much fun.
That's awesome.
But,
well, we definitely enjoyed meeting you there. We enjoyed this conversation, and we do look forward to connecting again.
Yeah,
Yes.
the only one thing I would say touches on content creation, and I'm sure you know this. It's the reason why I think we are being as successful as we are, why we make it look as easy as we do, is because when you're creating content for yourself and not for so much for, like, we do create for other people, but we enjoy what we're doing. And I think that's the most important part, because if I actually cared about how many likes or how many views or all of that stuff, I would lose sleep. I would probably have a lot more gray hair and I would be discouraged to continue on. But I love doing this. I want to educate. I am passionate about cannabis. And the more people like you that we can connect with, the more knowledge we can share. And I'm just happy to be on this journey. So thank you again for
Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you, Dee, for joining us here on the spot with the newbie and the doobie. You can follow Dee the Bud Guy, like you said, both on Instagram and on YouTube. And from there, I'm sure you'll be able to follow everything else. Hugs to T the Bud Gal for us. We'd appreciate that.
I hope she feels better.
I appreciate that.
And we will connect with you again sometime in the future. Thanks so much, Dee.
Awesome.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
We're still in entertainment. Bring it on.
I've got a dewdrop to test.
Yes.
To test out
So,
today.
You
And this
showed
is
that
made-
to us, but
This is
how
made
does it
by
work?
Dave.
Electric.
Dave, and I'm gonna mess up pronouncing his last name.
Carreras.
Roperas, correct.
Yeah.
Or Electric Dave on Instagram.
Yeah, and he's
He-
also the maker of the Happle.
Correct. And I've got that.
So
right
it's
here.
not Electric Dave though.
No, it's electric.
Electric. Electric.
Yeah,
Just so you know,
yeah, correct.
when you're looking for him.
ERRLECTRIC.
Earl Electric. Earl
Yeah.
Electric.
So there you go. This is his
Here,
dewdrop.
hold on now. Here, hold on. There you go.
This is
Yeah.
the dewdrop. As you can see, it's nice and clean, and it's nice and clean because I have not used it yet.
Okay.
On the top of the stem, this is the piece where your hash will stick to.
Mhm.
You light your hash, you stick it in here, and
You like
In the
the
water?
hash?
Yeah, I've put
Hash goes
water.
in the water.
Yeah, no,
Well, no.
there's a glass enclosure.
Oh, okay. I see.
All right, and then
Here, let's make you bigger.
Nice.
Oh.
Wrong one.
Uh-oh. It's not going bigger than that. No. Okay, just go ahead, Al.
Okay, it's probably So there you go. It's hand blown. Dave does them all. And we've seen Dave at many events.
Oh, yeah.
And so now
He's very, very well known in the community.
Correct.
And an amazing blower.
I've got some hash here. Now, what I have found, some hash will work really well, and some hash will melt.
Uh-oh.
And when it melts, it makes it a little harder for it to burn because it's melting.
Well, yeah, because it's also dripping.
Correct. Exactly. So I got leaves falling on me.
Yeah, you know what? It's really weird here. It was green up until about 3 days ago, and now everything's starting to
Falling.
turn.
Yeah. So I've got some hash burning here.
Do you find you waste a lot with these toys?
No.
No.
Yeah, just gotta make sure it's burning. It's not burning. Come on, hash. I should have maybe put some on here previously. Tested it out. But then I would have smoked it all. Yeah, I got her going.
I haven't had any hash in a while.
So I put it inside there. You can see it filling up with smoke. You just see it doing its thing. It sort of looks like our background.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth. Oh,
Wow,
yes.
nice.
Yes, I like this.
And you could flavor the water as well, eh?
Yeah, I imagine you could. Yeah.
Put a couple of droppings of some terpenes or something in there.
And it's very, very nice. Dave says it's got a new reinforced stem on it here. And I'll tell you, this lid, it's just glass on glass. I have to tilt that to clear the chamber. It seals that well. Yeah, it's got the little bubbler in the bottom. Pork holes. And the handle for this has got some ridges on it, so it's not a completely smooth surface, so it's good to grip onto. And, the thing about smoking hash too is it goes forever.
And what's the price range on those? You could have just said you don't know. Al.
I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Now I can tell you, the apple that I've got, the apple here.
Yeah.
I purchased it at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford, and it's a smaller version. I gotta clean it. This was $55, but it depends on the store, right?
Yes.
if anybody's interested in one of these,
you can buy direct from Dave.
correct. Yeah. Check your store, your local store, if you see if they've got one. Oh, stuff.
I was checking out another store. It says it's $55 too.
Pardon me?
I was just checking out a couple other stores. They're $55 too.
$55.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's coined one of the best hash pipes in Canada.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
no wonder Nugs was like, we want to brand it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you got a little cough on me, but
yeah, but that's a concentrate for me.
That's right. Exactly.
Any concentrate can
It's
make
nice,
you hack.
Nice, and it pulls nicely. It's easy to hold on to. And then it'll be easy to clean, just like the apple will be easy to clean as well.
I put my student glass, I take it apart and put it in the dishwasher on the top.
Well, there you go. I don't know if I'd put that in the dishwasher, but
yeah, it might be a little too thin.
Yeah, but it's good stuff. So you can check out Dave's Instagram at Electric Dave, ERRLECTERIC Dave. Should have probably pulled him up on Instagram. And here is his page right here. There we go. Electric Dave. Some of his posts of his stuff. Oh, look at that. He's put an e-nail on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, I was wondering if the top had a different feature because it looks
wow.
different.
That is cool. I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that.
You know what? I enjoy I use the student glass more as a bong than I don't even have water in it at the moment.
No, you just use it dry.
Just use it dry with the module as my vaporizer, and throw some shatter in there or some diamonds. I've got one scoop of diamonds left. Yeah,
right.
It's my movie watching bong. I don't own a bong. That's the only thing. I use my shatterizer and my student glass.
Now here it is with a banger on it. Is that a banger on the front of it there?
Yeah, that's. I was wondering because the way the thing, it just looks different.
Yeah.
Here, let's make it big, Al. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's cool.
Funny. I've got like 6 bongs and I don't use any of them. Oh, 7, 8. 8 bongs.
Now he's got.
I've got a glass one, a raw one up there on the shelf, but I don't use it.
So he's got a bowl on it.
Yeah,
there.
he basically made it like in it's in everything.
Yeah,
it's gonna smoke everything. Flour, concentrates.
Yeah, you can see he's changing it out, eh?
Yeah.
The drop.
You're a genius.
Yeah, he did.
Fucking brilliant. I wondered because as soon as I seen that, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, I've seen the hash kettle for years, but you look at the hash kettle prices, holy fucking shit. You could buy like 6 or 7 of the Happles.
Yeah.
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 Why would you buy that other thing?
Steven, fuck off.
There is. Okay, yeah.
That's the e-nail.
With the e-nail on it. Yep,
Oh.
carb. Nice. Nice job, Dave.
Just beauty.
Yeah.
Very
check out his
nice.
Instagram. Check out his products. No doubt about that. It works. Looks like it's
So that's
multifunctional.
the dewdrop.
Yeah.
Dewdrop.
Yeah.
How many dews does a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Dave.
You should post that in our chat. Post a link to his Instagram in the chat here in the comments.
Yeah,
Oh.
but I think. Oh, hang on.
Yeah. How much dew would a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop
Okay.
could drop dew?
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
just repeating to see if I could say.
How
Sells
much
by the
hash could
sword.
how much hash could a apple hash if a apple hash could apple hash?
If a hash could happle, or if a happle could hash.
Sound drunk. Yeah.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
Rust on the pickup, coffee gone cold. Same 3 chords and a heart to hold.
Boot prints on Sunday, Bible on the dash. You left in a rainstorm, I burned up our past.
But every time I swear I'm done, that old ache starts to run. Stone as sugar,
You cut me,
you cure me.
yeah.
I keep
Coming back to you.
yeah, sweet and bitter.
Every bruise feels brand new.
You're the worst, best thing that I ever knew.
I dream like my father, I love like my sin. We fight in the kitchen, then fall back again.
You slam all the doors, I shake all the walls.
I shake all the walls.
You tear up my picture, I answer your call.
I answer your call. I say I'm leaving one last time, but you're wild in my mind. You say, baby,
You're poison.
but you still take a sip.
You say this is the last time while your hands on my hips.
We're a car crash slow. We're crash slow. We already know. Car crash slow. We already know.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good evening, Tamara.
How you doing? We actually are live tonight. This is the first live.
Yes, exactly. We are live tonight. It's been a few weeks since we were actually live, and in its place, most of the stuff that was played was some really old stuff.
Well, you know, it's really like even like with my show, I didn't do anything Monday. It's really hard to get content. Like it's really hard to find content, especially when you don't have a guest or a co-host where you can bounce back and forth with. When I sit there for an hour talking to myself to an empty screen and there's no comments or nobody coming in, I just feel like I'm talking to myself, and it's like. And I did ask somebody to come on Monday, but right now they're in the midst of trying to get some stuff done and they can't talk about it right now. So.
Oh yeah. No, the last few weeks, actually we aired some audio podcasts, and they were actually the first 3 audio shows of the Pace Radio Show.
So those would have been like Debbie and Allison and.
Well, no, yeah, there was Deb and Keith.
Oh, that would have been amazing.
Keith Fagan.
Yeah, because Keith's no longer with us. Eh?
Correct. Yeah.
You know, I was thinking about that.
The next one was show number 2 of that first season. That was with Owen Smith. And what I did is the first show. We introduced ourselves, like myself and Deb and Keith, and then we had Owen. When Owen was on the second show, we acted like a host and a co-host type thing, and did the interview of Owen. And then on our third show, that would be bringing in the 4th co-host of the show, which allowed us to spread across the country, right from BC with Owen, Keith, and in Alberta, Deb down in Nova Scotia, and Chantal Oreo in Quebec. And then Chantal was the third show. We had the interview with her.
It's quite funny because Owen was just featured on the Montel Williams show.
Yeah.
Last week or the week before, and he's written a book. And Owen Smith is the reason why we can all share our meds and bake cookies and do all the things that we couldn't do, because they took that all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada and fought for our rights as patients to be able to make canna butter and make oil and make tinctures and make all these things, because he put his freedom on the line for all of us.
Yeah, and not make criminals out of mothers who are making coconut oil for their young child who's dealing with seizures.
Yeah, that was the Sean Howell ruling after Owen, to be fair.
That was
because before Owen, we couldn't even before Owen Smith ruling, we couldn't even make canna butter. We were
but in Owen's case, Mandy got involved in that.
Right, that's right.
Because she would be a criminal making her son medication.
Well, they expect the children to smoke it, because the only way we can.
Exactly.
Raw flour. So it was either you smoked it in a joint, or you put raw flour into a cake mix and you ate raw combustible beef.
That was it. That's all we were allowed to do. Yeah.
You couldn't legally make canna butter. Like putting a pound of butter into a pot and simmering it down was illegal.
Yeah.
We're not even talking oil. with isopropanol where you're, boiling it down and could possibly like, blow yourself up. We're talking like pretty, like olive oil in a jar in the oven for a few hours, like, to do that, to infuse the
on the
olive oil.
stove, sitting on the stove.
Yeah, like all of that stuff was illegal. Like you weren't allowed to do any of that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's just, yeah. I mean, we've come a long way.
Sure have.
We have a long way to go because I was
Yeah,
reading
yeah.
something last week too, where 4,100 licensed producers' license
Yes.
was revoked. Right? That was
Yes,
also
I actually have
Sundays
that. I
hours.
have that to discuss today.
Great minds think alike, Al.
Yeah, I got this right. I got this right here in front of me, and
And also, like those busts that are going on in the First Nations too, with the Spaganagas. I can't say it properly.
yeah, I got some
I don't want to
information.
say it, I don't want to do any disrespect.
I got some information on that as well, as well as
We're talking about before, like my store here has been shut down since right before pretty much Christmas time, right? And I'm not sure why. Like, so that means that CSP has been pretty much shut off at the knees because I can't get anything to work with. No donations coming in. My stuff can't be sold to make funds to do anything for the substitution program. So that cut the substitution program off at the fucking knees too, pretty much. Because I mean, there was like, the legal stores can't help me. I don't have I don't have my own garden. And they were helping, and they were also helping financially because my stuff could be out there and they could sell it, and then I would get the cash and I turn it into product out there, right? Well, they're still not open and no time of resuming. And then when I see what's going on across the country with the other bands and the other reservations, I'm not sure if
it's all quiet here. I'm not here.
We had to change a chief too. Like they had an election out there, and the chiefs have changed again. And before,
thanks for the thumbs up there, Chief, or not Chief Church.
Because we talked about doing a 420 event. When I was out there a little, like the last.
Oh yes.
Out there, and we thought because April's coming up with them, and at that point in time, he has said that they had event approval from the band, and that we should do something. We should get together. We should hire a band. Like, let's figure this out. And then all of a sudden, it was closed for renovations. And I texted them. I said, "Any chance you guys are opening soon?" And they had an opening date, and then it's gone and passed, and they're still not open again.
Oh.
She reached out to me and said, "Oh, we're gonna be open again tomorrow." So I'm like, "Where? I can start, like right on." And then nothing. So, yeah.
Yeah. No. Down there in Nova Scotia, the situation there. This is sort of a question I have, and I'm sure that the RCMP have raided some stores in the past, but being that this is the RCMP in Nova Scotia, it's a new situation, not an older situation.
It's a new government.
Correct. Well, what I'm wondering is, being it was charged by federal police, could this actually go all the way to the Supreme Court for the Supreme Court to decide on the treaty rights?
Yeah. And because, like, here's the thing, like, remember when Ted got busted out at the VSB, they would go in and they would just keep taking the product, but they never laid any charges.
Exactly.
Now, if they laid charges this time on a federal level, then they can at least fight something in court. But I don't know if there's any charges. And I know that the one aspect where they did lay charges in one case in Nova Scotia, I can't remember if it was a few months ago, the judge threw everything out, dismissed everything.
Yeah, that's I had Diane Dodge. She sent me a video of.
I've been watching her stuff too because she's good for some information all the time too, right?
She has a video that she sent me that's, I don't know, about 1:20 long, and it's somebody that's speaking about what's going on down there. I haven't listened to the whole thing. I've only listened to a little bit, but I'll play it here.
I find it appalling, especially on sovereign nation land. Like, I just find it appalling that they're even allowing that the RCMP are even follow. I just can't believe that they're even going in there. Quite honestly, the RCMP should be saying, "Not our fucking problem." You know what I mean? Like, this is like talk to the band. Like, if they've got band police, talk to them. Like, this is a sovereign nation. Like, we have to, like, people have to realize that things are going to change in this country fairly quickly. Like, even with the land back and all the, you know, transfers of property rights and stuff to the nations. Like, the RCMP shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah. Well, let's listen to what this person has to say. Her name is
Absolutely.
Michelle, and I'll play that, and we'll see what all she has to say. Okay.
That's what I was listening to.
Was it?
Yeah.
Are you hearing it? I'm not hearing any
Oh, I'm not
audio.
hearing
Oh, it's not muted. I had it. It's.
I'm hearing that
Yeah.
there's going to be more on other communities. So,
There we go.
hey, everybody, Chief Michelle here with Sabaganagity. So, I'm getting word there's 3 raids going on currently in 3 different First Nation communities, Bulladek, Bakangag, and Wekoma. I'm hearing that there's going to be more on other communities. So, what we're doing in Sabaganagity, already started, we're going to have checkpoints at our entrance and at our exits. You know, if you're up here visiting family or you live here, come on up. If you're not trying to do us any harm, you're welcome in our community. But for those who want to do us harm, by force in our community, you're not welcome here. And if you're foolish enough to come up here, you better be smart enough to figure out how you're getting out. Straight up. Our roads are blocked. So, have a good day, everybody. Stay safe. And remember, we as Mi'kmaq has jurisdiction over these lands. Sorry, I'm getting fired up, but I'm tired of this government trying to push us around and tell us what we can do and we can't do. You're not telling us. We're telling you. Hey, everybody. Chief Michelle here.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. Like, they don't understand. Like, quit telling them what to do.
Yeah. And that's the chief.
I know.
That's
That's the video
yeah.
that I watched. That's exactly the
Yeah.
video that I had seen. And that's what I mean. Like, the second night, like, the Mi'kmaq are not fucking around. Like, they're not. Like,
No.
An industry that they've embraced. They have embraced cannabis as a medicine, as a traditional medicine on their land. They're creating jobs. They're creating community, and it's theirs to do. That doesn't matter. It's not the RCMP or Tim Hudson's fucking business what they do on their own lands.
And it'd be interesting to see what happens going forward. And the thing I know there's been the raids, but has there been charges? Like we were talking, CSQ doesn't.
Safety units, right? The CS.
Yeah, they don't do the arrests. Don't have the charges because these guys end up with the same thing where they just end up taking all the stuff, which was legal theft, or basically is what it is.
Exactly. But like I said, like even here, like we have like what they did is they made the liquor inspector the cannabis inspector, right?
Yeah.
And I think we had one, and now we have 2. So they hired one more person to fill a position that only one person filled before for the bars, for the liquor control, right? That goes in and does the inspection on the bars and the stores and whatever. Now they have 2 people, but they're barely ever around. Like they don't like. But what are they trying to find? We don't have any illegal stores running here, right? We don't have any illegal activities. No illicit market. The only illicit market that we had was out on the Tanaha. But again, that's not their territory. And like I said before, I'm pretty sure they had permission, and there's been a change of ban. There's been a change of chief. Maybe things have changed. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just reading. It's a 1752 treaty. That's what it says. So.
Well, that's the thing. The treaties were agreements for like basically a rental agreement. They weren't like they weren't signed over for them to like. They didn't sell anything. They didn't give anything away. They were a rental agreement, basically saying, yeah, you guys can come and hang out here, and we'll share the areas, and we're going to take, we're supposed to get the resources off the land. If there's any, monies to be made or anything to be made below the certain area, that's our trust money. That's the way it was supposed to always work. We were supposed to share hand in hand, and it's not how we did it. We felt it's just, and now we're paying the piper.
Mm-hmm. Then it'll be. Hopefully, they obviously aren't going to take it sitting down, and hopefully take it through the courts and get this dealt with, because there's so many.
I think a lot of these white old guys that were here, like, you know, Johnny McDonald, didn't ever figure that they would become educated enough to learn law.
Yeah, yeah.
Figure out that they
Oh,
were
he
getting
does.
screwed. You know, they figured they would have beat them out of the, you know, out of the residential school so much that nobody would have ever gotten educated enough to actually learn the truth. And they underestimated them big time.
Big time. Yes, yeah, yeah. And it's, you know,
I'm a non-practicing white, and I say that loudly because I'm not like, I'm ashamed of my heritage. But some of the stuff that these people did when they came here, I'm not like, I don't want to be participating in.
right. Yeah. Yeah. You mentioned Health Canada
Mm.
there earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What is
They-
like what are they doing? Like, I mean, I don't have any real problem with them like inspecting the licensed producers and like keeping them under scrutiny and the micro growers and all. But what are they doing with patients and designated
Well,
growers?
they've always said that they had inspectors, and at one time they had like, it seemed like they had like 2 for the whole country, and you never ever saw or heard anything about them. But over the last 4 or 5 years, they've picked up steam and doing more of these inspections, and that is due to a lot of the complaints about the numbers.
And smell. Oh my God, I can smell it.
It was the municipalities. They kept saying there was a loophole in the system, allowing people to get these hundreds of plants, grow licenses, and on they went. Politicians were complaining, you know, especially the conservative end. They were complaining about the numbers.
So there's 35 people that sent letters in total.
There's what? 35 people.
It was probably 35 people that sent letters in total.
So yeah, the Health Canada said that they refused or revoked over 4,100 medical cannabis regulations, including 3,400 for reasons of public health and public safety. Like public health and public safety. If you got a license for 5 grams, unless and you're going to grow your 25 plants. Public safety, they worried that they went into a house and saw something that was dangerous electricity wise, let's say, for example, and took that under as public safety. I don't know. Yeah, but you hardly ever heard any.
I would fear to hear what the ridiculous reasons were.
Yeah.
Like I said, the licensed producers under scrutiny for pesticides and, you know, all that thing, and backdoor out the back door because they're losing money and all that shit. Yeah,
4,100 last year. In up to that point, it was from 2022 to 2024. There was 1,400.
Well, I know the veterans are like.
Yeah, 113% increase in refusals and revocations, and a 423% increase in the number of refusals and revocations made because of public health and public safety. That's since 2022.
That's not that many, really.
Yeah.
But again,
it says, although the personal production of cannabis for medical purposes has been guaranteed by several court cases in Canada for more than 20 years, the regulator has been seeking to address concerns from different levels of government over the potential for misuse and diversion of cannabis from these types of licenses.
Now you're getting to the bottom of it, and why
especially those associated with high daily limits.
Here's where they're coming in on this, because they're busting these fucking illicit, right, on the fucking First Nations land. All that stuff is illicit, right? It's not coming out of the government. It's got no excise taxes paid on it. It's not going through the legal channels. So if you've got like Legacy 420 and big operations like that going on, and then Tananga and every places, never mind, Vancouver still has theirs. They're still online, right?
Yeah.
So they're proving that patients are diverting. And we were given that right to produce medical matter cannabis for our own purposes, right? To
Yeah.
supply ourselves, not to supply ourselves and 20 others, right? That's what a designated
There
grower
was
license
there
is
wasn't
for.
there was the court ruling. There was section 4 and section 5 didn't apply to the patients. Section 4 and 5 of the CSA, something to do, and section 4 or 5 has to do with distribution,
Yeah.
which
We're
basically
still not allowed
told
to
said that we could
You're
help.
allowed to share. You're allowed to share 30 grams as a gift. But you are not allowed to sell.
Well, that's on the federal legal end. I mean,
Even
court
as a
case.
patient, even as a patient with the Smith ruling, we were allowed to share. We weren't allowed to share prior to that either. We weren't allowed to gift. We weren't allowed to share at all. The Smith ruling gave us the ability to share, but it was gifting only. We weren't allowed to sell it. We weren't allowed to.
Yeah.
give
The gifting part of it. Yeah, correct. The
But again, like patients and the designated growers, like that was the thing, right? Designated
well,
growers
yeah.
would give patients their fucking nuts for free because they could divert their.
I've been
Right?
waiting for them to pull the designated grower, but I don't know if they can or not. They
don't
say
think
that when they use they say the average amount of cannabis authorized under the medical access program, that's for those who are going to the LPs, is anywhere from 2 to 2.5 grams a day. But for those who are growing their cannabis, it's 33 grams per day.
On average?
Yeah.
I thought they were cutting licenses back. Why would it be like? Why would
Oh,
you have
okay. Sorry, that was at the end of 2023. Okay, what they got here now? Let's see if there's anything here. Not seeing anything right now. Now, as far as the commercial licenses, since 2018, Health Canada has revoked 29 commercial licenses as of the end of January this year. Of those, 15 licenses were revoked as a result of license holders' failure to pay annual regulatory fees, and 14 revoked as for result of non-compliance. And in 2025 alone, there were almost a total of 90 commercial licenses removed.
But
90.
how many licensed production sites are we up to now? Like we were at 4,000.
Oh, I don't know. Last I heard, we were just over 1,000 or somewhere around there.
Only 1,000.
Yeah.
Oh, so they've lost. There's been quite a few closures then, obviously, because there was way more than that. Or no, I guess it was 400. It was only 400.
It must have been 400 because I've never seen it. I haven't seen it much more than 1,000. So
No, that's what I mean. I was confused. It was 400 and something. Last time I looked, now it's at 1,000. So it's still 1,000 fucking producers, right? Like.
Oh yeah. Well, I saw one there today, Aurora. They've just gone strictly medical.
Aurora was supposed to be strictly medical right from the get-go.
Right from the launch. Went to commercial and then now it's back to medical, and they're selling tons of it to different countries.
Yeah, well, that's what happened here too. Like Dalcar here, or Daicar here, doesn't sell to the Canadian market. They sell to Germany and foreign markets only.
Yeah, it's actually like something like 20 tons or something, 40 tons. It's huge for the amount of cannabis that they're sending to
Because it's
Germany.
cheaper for taxes for them to sell it outside the country than it is to sell it within the country. Our excise
Yeah.
taxes are more expensive for them to sell within domestically than it is for them to sell internationally, which is bullshit. Like, how are we supposed to keep anything local and keep our producers here if they're, it's too expensive for them to keep their product in their own country?
Sell it elsewhere.
Again, like I said, this is, something that wasn't done properly to begin with. Even the way that it was set up for even the ability for it to become a stock exchange industry. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's always supposed to be for patients. And then
Yeah.
like recreational, sure. But again, like they just took it to the extreme. Like,
Yes. Yeah. And Geez, I
I
get
still
that.
think it's
So
really bothersome that they're just taking licensing out. Like I said, licensed producers, pesticides, overgrowing, backdooring, whatever, not following, complying with the rules.
Mhm.
Great. Patients and domestic and designated growers. But again, we've had people that lie and say they're patients when they're not, and overgrow and make us all look like we're criminals.
Yeah, they say that recent police reports over the past year have also noted that large raids of license holders were growing outside the perimeters of their medical licenses.
And that makes us all look bad.
Correct. Oh, I know.
That's why, like I said, I don't even bother anymore having a license. Like I'm not growing anything I can because of the power situation anyway. But
Mhm.
like
197 inspections of registered personal and designated production of cannabis. That's up from 160 in the previous year, and 170 in the year before that.
So what do they
each
do?
year-
They just
each
randomly
year they
show up
get
on your
more.
doorstep?
What's that?
What, do they just randomly show up on your doorstep, knock on their door, like without a warrant? Or
Yeah, I
anything?
guess so. Yeah.
If you don't need a
Yeah.
warrant, we can just come in and look.
No,
like,
they don't, because when you sign
Yeah.
your license, right?
yeah, you're right.
You
You're
forfeit.
right. You say, hello, come on in. Would you like some tea?
Yeah, yeah.
Again, like, if you're not overgrowing your license, what do you care? Like, that's when the RCMP showed up at our place when we first moved to Coronation because somebody had, said we had an illicit grow house. The only thing they wanted to look at was the plants, and they were all like this big and fucking solo cups. But I only had the amount that I was supposed to have. And I had transferred my license because that was, they were trying to get me on the fact that I had moved from Tabor. My licensing was for Tabor. But I'd kept everything, and I had already sent the transfer into Health Canada, have my license transferred to whatever, and that's what saved me.
They say here that there was one person in 2021, a patient had been authorized for 100 grams a day, and had a court reject an allowance for the patient to possess up to 1,000 grams in public. That's 2 pounds.
1,000 grams a day. That's
2
a lot.
pounds.
That's a lot of weed. I don't know, man. Like, some of it sounds so ridiculous. Like, I don't know, what are you doing with that? Like, like, what are you, like, I don't know what to say. But again, like I said, market prices drop. Like, the vets are pissed because they're clawing back their allotment on what they're paying out for the because the market price has gone from $8.50 to $6.50. So we're only going to pay them $6.50 a gram for their medicine. So they're feeling like they're being rolled back when that's what's happening with the market price. But my friend that I have that lives in Montreal, he's been asked to do a documentary.
Yeah.
And he's asked me to help him with, like, we're gonna have a discussion, and I'm not sure, but they're looking for their patients.
Yeah.
Other people use cannabis as medicine, so I don't know. Maybe I'll be in another documentary.
All righty. I see we're at the bottom of the hour. I see we got a comment. Brian Jones says, hello all. G'day, Brian. How you doing?
How you doing?
Thanks for tuning in and for hitting the thumbs up as well. Really appreciate that. All right, Tamara, what do you say? Time for us to take a break?
Which means I can go check my lasagna.
Okay, we're going to take that break. When we get back, Meryl and I will continue this conversation. I've got some studies and some reports and stuff like that we'll be discussing, as well as whatever comes along at the same time. So you just never know. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net, as well as at 420pace.ca. I have to find the commercials.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs.
Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, and welcome back to the Pace Radio Show. As usual, lately, Tamara and I are just shooting the shit, as some people like to say.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Or it's kind of hard to find content because it's not that people are doing like the same things that we were doing before. Like there's not rallies, there's not a lot of events. The events are
Oh, I know. Yeah.
you know, are all licensed producers. In fact,
Well,
Cheryl went to the Grow Up in Vancouver. She found it very difficult. Anytime that she presented her proposal to anybody, nobody was interested in it.
No,
And she's finding like that she's running up against a brick wall trying to find funding for it too. So she's looking at doing another GoFundMe to be able to come up with the next the $30,000 she needs to do the research. Like she's not even asking people to provide Haley with her medicine. She's just looking for a place to help her do the research to get it so that it can go to market so other people can also benefit from it too, right?
Just so you know, got a couple comments here from Brian. He says that it's good to see the other Canna warriors. That's right, exactly. As Tamara was saying, things have changed. Have changed so much in the years. And he says that he will be the MC or the host for the Vancouver 420 at the Art Gallery.
Awesome.
This year. And 420, it's only a little more than a month away. 6 weeks.
And like I said,
Not even, 6 weeks.
Talked to somebody out here on our on our First Nations to do something out there, but like they're not even open. The store's not even open at the moment. And I did my first 420. God, when was that? 2012 in Lethbridge. 2012, right after I got my license, because we didn't want to do anything without anybody without a license. And me and Ryan Weeb were the only two that actually had our pink paperwork. And that was 2012. And we marched from Bob headquarters down to Galt Gardens with our little signs and stuff. And I think there was maybe 30 of us.
Brian says he's a past guest on the show.
I know. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
But that's excellent. I'm glad to see that it's still community. But Vancouver's always been like such a shit show the last few years because there's always so many people like organizing Vancouver. The art gallery, then there was the beach, then there's like I don't even know where Dana is anymore. Like I don't even know what's going on.
No, eh?
Well, I mean, he's like I don't because like I do, but I don't.
Right. Right.
I seen some stuff and I seen some other stuff and I just kind of like, oh my god, I don't even want to know.
Okay. I'm just loading up. I'm loading up something, and when it's done, I'll run it.
I had Allison on my show as my last guest before I didn't have anything, right? And then she was still working on the psilocybin thing. RCMP Nova Scotia just shut down Infinite. Yeah, we know. That's what we were talking about at the beginning of the show. Actually, is how the spaganagity.
What Brian? Get your input on this. I asked Tamara when we were talking about this earlier. Is this something that, being that it was the RCMP, which is the federal police force, is this something that could be taken through the court system expeditiously to get to the Supreme Court for this to be settled?
It wouldn't be expediently. That's the thing. It would not be expediently.
It may not be expedient, but could it still get to that point? It's always missing. It's missing out the provincial. It'd be missing out the provincial challenges.
No, you have to go through that first.
But it's been charged federally by the federal police.
Taken to court to fight with treaty rights.
Federal crime, I guess.
That's exactly it. So he's like, Bryn's right. Like, treaty rights, right? So it's because of the sovereignty.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're saying. We'll fight these, get the treaty rights settled.
Treaty rights trump everything. Like that's what Canadians don't understand is that the treaty rights trump everything. And that's why I don't understand why the RCMP is even bothering. It's a waste of taxpayers' dollars for them to go out there, spend the time, take the abuse, just deal with it. It's just a waste of taxpayers' dollars. It always has been.
Yeah, he says the community leaders have started the process. I don't. Earlier, Brian, we played a video from the chief.
Michelle. Yep.
Yeah, I'm talking about Michelle talking about the situation and how they've set up the roadblocks. And if you're there,
like I said, there's been one precedent-setting case that was already set in Nova Scotia already because they already took. They went into on the First Nations and they loaded a sea can onto a fucking back of a tow truck and took the whole fucking thing. Now that was all dismissed in a Nova Scotia court. I believe it was 3 weeks ago. I have to go back and talk to Deb and look at Debbie's page. Deb Stoltz-Giffin's page somewhere in there. But that was a precedent-setting case. Why I don't understand why the RCMP is even wasting their time.
Now he's got a good point here. He says that I think it will be like tobacco was, where you have to have status to buy. Just like with tobacco. Well, now people without status buying tobacco, but they still can be charged. They can still be charged $150.
Depends on where you're buying it. And again, the status here, you get the no taxes, but you have to buy like name brand cigarettes. You have to sign a registry. You're only allowed one carton at a time. You can't buy any more than one carton of Demorie or Players or whatever. You're just not paying the excise tax. You're still paying almost $200 a carton. Right? Now the illegal illicit cigarettes, they just busted.
What it is for a carton of cigarettes? $200? Really?
I know, right? What do you think? I don't smoke anymore. I can afford to smoke.
Oh god!
But the illicit cigarettes that they just busted a fucking truckload full worth $7.5 million in Lloydminster, right? Like last week or something. Yeah. But again, those are not nations cigarettes are not the same thing either. So again, like if your status, you can possess First Nations cigarettes, but the illicit market for cannabis is not being grown on the First Nations. It's not being produced on the First Nation.
Well, there is some
being produced on the First Nation.
I've been to some of it.
Well, some of it is, but I'm just saying, like ours here is not. Like for sure, they're not growing the 500 different strains they've got in this in out here. There's just no way. There's not enough people out there. There's not 500 people growing. There are 500 different strains, right? They're buying it online. I know I just know this. They've got the same, anyways, that's the problem too, right?
So the supply. Well, that's where they can set up their whole system, their whole independent system where they're growing their own.
Tobacco is also a different thing because it's treated differently on First Nations because it's used for ceremony, right? Where cannabis is not used in ceremony, where tobacco is used for ceremony in pouches, right? So it's an ancestral ceremony tobacco.
Okay, this is what he says. The access to the products under treaty is for Indigenous access. The RCMP are there because non-status are being served. They will claim that it is their right to enforce federal laws. The courts will have to determine this.
Well, if they're non-status, then they shouldn't be operating on First Nations land.
Yeah.
So if they're First Nations, they should have no right going in and taking anything.
Well,
non-status,
there's the store. If the stores are selling, if they're looking at the stores are selling to non-status people, they look at that as the store is breaking the law.
Because people that are non-status are going out there to purchase.
Correct. Yes.
Well, that didn't make any difference. You know what? Here's the thing with that. Status was something colonization did. First Nations don't give a fuck about a card. Only the government does.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They're the ones who implement it.
So you know what? That can be fought in court too, because as far as any First Nations, we are all one people. So that's a bunch of bullshit. Colonization made the fucking treaty status and all the quantum blood bullshit. It's bullshit. It's just bullshit.
All right. From that, yeah, exactly. We agree.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see how this goes forward.
It'll be interesting because it'll be precedent setting. But again,
yeah.
Tim
And like every
Hughes-
time there's something major like that comes up in the news, we always
Like I said to you, the same question I want to ask again. How is a premier able to direct a federal fucking police force to begin with?
that's what the quote was in the one news article that I read.
Yeah. Tim Houston directs the RCMP to go and take down all First Nations, illicit drug sales. First of all, it's not drugs, it's medicine. Secondly, you're a premier. You're not the fucking king of fucking Nova Scotia.
But all it takes is one complaint, and what
did he do? Make his own little pick up
how I
his
said that earlier. Yeah. Oh yeah. But it'll be interesting to see what happens down the road. We'll keep an eye on that, and usually it's as it will be tomorrow. It'll be the first story in our news show. Contract
Under
law.
contract law. Yeah, because the treaties are a contract with the crown.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The contracts can be broken.
They're broken by companies and
You know what?
governments.
Seems to me that the white guy's been breaking them fucking contracts for fucking decades. So, oops. I have zero sympathy for anybody that's a white presenting that want to fucking argue about what they're entitled to. I have no patience for it. Let them do what they want. It's their land. Fuck, mind your business.
These okay. From there, I'm gonna move on to something a little bit different. And they say that they have found that cannabis that has been cleared for sale can still be tainted by mold. And they think that mold could be connected to scromiting.
What's scromiting? What the fuck is that? Is this some other fucking delusional Trump derangement syndrome that some fucking lunatic made up? What is this? Cannabis cytosis? Yeah. Even Taven, he's like, what the fuck, mom? Anyway.
Exactly, Brian. Now, I'm pronouncing it Brian. I think you call him Bryn.
Bryn. It's Bryn.
Bryn?
Bryn.
Okay. He says provincial contract RCMP, the province contracts the RCMP for policing force. This does open an interesting legal
Well, they
fight.
do, but so does each municipality.
And I believe he's saying bullshit to the scrummeting.
I'm thinking it's BS too. But again, yes, they do contract by per province. Province has
Yeah.
a general contract with the RCMP, but each municipality does too, right? Like we've got a contract here with the RCMP to
Mhm.
police our community in the area. So I don't know. I just think that's bullshit that the RCMP should be being directed by any politician, period. I don't care if they get a contract. I don't care if they're wiping his ass. He's a politician. He shouldn't be able to direct the RCMP to do fucking
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah, exactly.
Hypercymesis. Yeah.
Yeah, we all have problems pronouncing CHS.
Whatever. They can
Scrummening, it sounds
understand.
more scary. Sounds scarier and it's easier to pronounce.
You know what? If they just let us grow our own medicine,
No,
we
exactly.
wouldn't have to
We
worry
didn't see
about
this
it.
before
Anybody
legalization.
adding anything to it, we wouldn't have to worry about any hypothesis fucking blah.
Yeah. I will see. I look at it. I'm looking at what Bryn is saying here, that we didn't see this before legalization. And what are
No, of
they
course they didn't.
now that they allow all these sprays? Like Health Canada allows over 100 pesticides to be used. And what they're saying here in this research article that's in the news says that it could be what's left over from the mold after it's been irradiated, because the radiation doesn't kill it all. But other articles I have read have blamed it on pesticides, Nemo.
I don't even know what to say.
What the?
They make it so.
What? I've heard of arsenic. Is this the same company that had the arsenic?
I don't know. Is that the same one that Loretta worked for?
Yeah, that company found to be selling products with asbestos. Yeah, exactly. What's wrong with the system? I know we did a report on an arsenic level of a Quebec producer, and originally it was just released, and they said that it was in the 3.5 gram packages, and I said, like, how can it just be in these packages? Like they'd be growing a bunch of plants. It would
No, but
all
it's
get.
in the packaging. Like it maybe.
And then it was like a week later, they issued a ban over a whole line of different products.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
I don't buy anything that says Montreal on it, and that's only. It's got nothing to do personally with Quebec or Montreal. It's got everything to do with this because Loretta worked at one of the places in Montreal. I can never remember which one it was, and it was a shit company, and they treated their staff like shit. And I don't want to give them any of my money. So it's got absolutely nothing to do. There's no shade on Montreal. Montreal's a beautiful city.
They just got bought. So
they just got bought.
Yeah.
Oh, by who?
I think they're with Canopy now.
Of course they are. Of course they are. Jesus Christ.
Now, this is a mold behind cannabis scrummeting, they ask.
Or is Canopy behind the mold and the scrummeting? I better watch myself,
But like if they're worried about mold and these other compounds that are still left there after irradiation. Well, those things would have been there for.
But are they eradicating? Is that the thing? Like that's the key.
Well, even if they stay there, like okay, the bacteria, the mold stays there. You don't think there's been no mold over the last 100 years, thousands of years? Like this scrummeting didn't come into effect until recently. Like
again, why are they letting the cannabis continue past bud stage if it's got mold in it? Why are they continuing to allow it to flower if they're noticing there's mold in the bud to begin with? Why is it not why is it having to go through eradication to begin with?
They take failed cannabis that failed initial screening for mold, then they zap it.
You can't kill mold.
Then they sell it.
It's just a bunch of shit.
Oh.
You can't kill that shit. Like fuck. That's like okay, white powdery mildew. You can't kill that shit. No matter what you do.
They call this. They say one of these. They call it fusarium, FUSARIUM. They are mycotonics, and one of them is called vomit toxin. And they say when it's eaten, it makes people throw up.
I guess.
They said it's found in Canadian cannabis at 2 times the level that is allowed in human food. And we're also seeing an increased incidence in vomiting associated with cannabis use.
David, I have a kid that's in the fridge, and I got dinner in the oven. Hang on. Taven.
Yeah, just hit the mute button there. Powdery mildew, yeah, the white powdery mildew. Yeah, that stuff is nasty.
Yeah, you wash it with a chemical, but like I'm telling you, that chemical still does not get rid of that white powder.
Yeah, the one way that they talk about doing it, and I've tried it a few times, is with
sour milk.
No, I don't. Is milk? Oh, I just use peroxide and a little bit of
Sour
water.
milk. So here's one way that because I had.
But I use it like what I've used it more for is just to sort of wash off any dirts or anything. The
Oh
times
yeah,
that I've tried it.
because you're growing outside, you wash your plants before you trim.
Yeah, I've done that in the past. I didn't do it in the
I
past.
had like outdoor plants. Like I don't know what it's been in this area. Even on my daisies, like even our outdoor flowers have got powdery mildew on them. Everything.
Oh yeah, you can see it in gardens and stuff. Like just keep walking on the side of the road.
Yeah.
When I lived in town,
Right?
you walk
Now,
on the
once
side of the road and just
in
see
your
all this powdery mildew.
right? So once it's in your environment, period, whether it's on a fucking daisy outside, it's gonna be in your fucking house because it's spore. So it doesn't matter what you try and keep it out of your grow room. So even if you got a licensed production site, because you still have to have filterization, right? The airflow is still coming in from the outside. If there's any powdery mildew in the environment outside, garden, lilac.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah!
And then try and eradicate
I experienced that. I wondered where the hell is this coming from, and I went outside and I checked, and I found plants in the area near my intake that were moldy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was really
know where that came from
the last
now.
couple of years, like everything, like I said, like it's March the 4th, and
Oh really?
There's no snow.
Yeah.
Like, none, right? Like everybody's like, "Oh, we should be gardening." I says, "Don't be going and gardening. Every time you rake, you're raking, you're digging, like you're killing all the larvae, you're killing all the ladybugs, you're killing all the predators. Like, stop it." Like,
Bryn says they're dealing with it on grapes, apples, stone fruit. Could you call cannabis bud stone fruit? Stone
no,
fruit?
but Kelowna's got like
There's plant.
because of the desert, like Kelowna, like because Osoyoos is a desert, Penticton and Osoyoos is a desert, and then Kelowna's got the lake, and it's like the humidity levels change. The Kelowna is a really great growing area for outdoor, but because of the area, because of the humidity in the desert, it's prone to have powdery mildew on a lot of stuff because of humidity, right? Hops, yeah. Grapes and hops and all these kind of stuff like cannabis is close to. Yeah, exactly. They haven't been having such great years in the last little bit for grapes and stuff either. Even like a few years ago, crust and like the buds came out. It was too early. Everything.
Yeah.
So we had no fruit. Last year was great, and this year, like everybody's like I said, they were out taking it. I'm like, don't take your fucking straw off your strawberries yet. Don't do it. And they did. And it snowed again. Now it's not.
Oh yeah. Well,
it's 12 degrees today. Like we had snow and it's all melted again.
Today was a really nice day here for the first time.
Yeah, no.
But we're gonna have like some good temperatures this weekend, like high of 16. We're gonna have a bunch of rain coming. But when you look at the 2-week forecast, they're talking like about another 30 centimeters of snow in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, us
Really?
here, like seriously, we've had like
Really? That's all you get is a day or two of snow?
Ah, he's only 6. Let's put it this way. Alvin is home today. Alvin drove from Grand Prairie to Kelowna yesterday to drop a hand off and then drove home. This like yesterday, got home yesterday. So he did like a 6 a.m. leave Grand Prairie, drove all the way to Kelowna, and then Kelowna 6 hours from here to there. And then he's home. So Alvin
Yeah.
was in Kelowna yesterday. So it's only 6 hours for me. But
That's
yeah, it's
good.
been like that here too. Like it's been like Vancouver weather here. Even
Really?
fog. We don't get fog, but we've been getting fog.
We've got to have the most snow we've had in 20 years.
Yeah, well, that's good because we haven't,
Yeah, we got lots of snow.
and we need it because we're far.
And it's been good because we've been seeing the snowmobilers have been out and all
Well,
that like
here
crazy.
too. Avalanches, and they go out. They were told don't go out because
Yeah,
of
yeah,
avalanches, and then they
yeah.
go out anyway, and then you got them out being rescued, and they die.
Does Vancouver get much snow?
Not usually, no.
Yeah. Let's see. Now turn it back to cannabis. Let's say we got about 3 or 4 minutes, or we go to break. This is good news. There was a study, lifetime cannabis use. Sounds like something that you and me and many other people are doing. It's not associated with cognitive decline or dementia risk.
Right.
You know how they always say that people who smoke cannabis forget everything. That's what the saying is, right?
I wish I could. It didn't
And
make
but
me forget anything. It just makes me remember better. So I wish I could forget. I wish it did make me forget everything.
yeah, it's not associated with either accelerated cognitive decline or greater risk of dementia. It's a Yale University.
Isn't there a study we were talking about this one time before? They're finding that it actually helps reduce the transmission of the plaque on the brainstem for Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
So it'd be the same for dementia too, right? Only it's a different Alzheimer's and dementia are completely different. Would it not react the same way to the brain?
They tested several 100,000 participants.
Seems that there's
And,
more
yeah,
out of the woodwork.
the cannabis use was not associated with the increased risk of dementia. Yeah. And no supporting evidence of a causal link either. So that's good. Good to know.
I have a funny feeling that if I end up going to the senior center with Lana next week, it's going to be people asking me about cannabis.
Oh yeah. They say there was one study that had 67,000 older adults, and they had history of cannabis use, and they performed better across all cognitive domains: attention, executive function, processing speed, visual, and working memory.
Well, we've had to learn to use the internet, so it must be doing something. Phones, all the technology that we've had to learn in the last 25 years,
Yeah.
like since the 80s. Like, come on, we had to do something.
Yeah, and on the cognitive decline, they said they were better results than non-users. So non-smokers of cannabis, their cognitive decline would be faster. Yes, yeah. Was that the study? There was a study that was done in Saskatchewan on the brain and it rebuilding your brain. So getting
I
it
believe
excited
that.
and stuff.
I believe that because I'm watching Haley, for example, who
Oh yeah, this is a good example.
was nonverbal, was like 85 fucking pounds if she was soaking wet. She was on the deterioration where Cheryl was like worried that she might not make it till the next day. Like basically there was like fear of like losing her. If you see her now, she's 33 years old and she's talking and out socializing and going out. And I mean, she still has to be careful, but because of the use of the juicing, it's just incredible. Like how much she's improved over like the last 15 years. It's incredible.
Yeah.
And they're using microgreens. So it's like a bean sprout, like not a bean sprout, but like a like, you know, sprouts you put on a sandwich, right?
So, yeah, it's microgreen. It's just the first set of leaves. All like
That's it.
two sets of leaves, if that. That's
Yeah.
it.
Because the amount that you have to use is like 10,000. You need 10,000. Like, it's the alkalinity in it, actually. It's not even, it's that too, but there's alkalinity. It's the alkalinity in it. It's because it's non-heated, right? It's the same with the juice. So there's no high to it at all, but it's helping Haley immensely. So
Immensely.
Cheryl's got approved.
Health Canada is even interested in her getting results on this.
It's all about the licensing. It's about how to
Yeah.
do the licensing properly. And finding somebody to help her do it and be able to produce the 10,000 seeds a day she needs.
All righty. See, it's top of the hour. Great
All right.
time. Great time again. You know, one of those things, pay the bills, whatever. Help us make our voices louder. Right?
Limestone hydroponics.
We'll be back. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. We'll continue our conversation. I've got a report on driving and cannabis that we can talk about as well. So, watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net, 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We got a study, and I got something here, Tamara, that I think that you would like to see going on here in Canada, because you're always saying, where's the money? Where's the tax money?
Right?
Exactly. Well, just so you know, in Michigan, they are sending nearly $100 million in cannabis tax money to local governments and tribes. They say that 300 local governments and tribes across the state, 313 municipalities, counties, and tribal areas
It's a total of 114 cities, 39 villages, 81 townships, 75 counties, and 4 tribes will receive payments.
That's excellent.
Go.
That's
Spread around.
excellent. I wish they
Now,
would do the same thing here.
yeah.
I guess if if licensed producers aren't paying their portion of their taxes and the stores aren't paying their portion of the taxes, that means the government's not being able to collect on all this money. So that means they can't give back to something they don't have.
They say that each eligible municipality, county, and tribe will receive $54,000 for every licensed retail store or micro business within its jurisdiction.
Interesting. That's great.
Yeah,
That's great.
that's right in their law, too. On top of that,
I mean, in
there's some
hindsight,
money. There's other monies that go out too. To school aid fund for kindergartens to grade 12 education, as well as Michigan Transportation Fund for repairs and maintenance of roads and bridges. So it's good to see the money going to the schools as well.
well, and infrastructure too, because that's a big thing. Like,
Yeah,
especially in the States, that's one thing too. Like, even throughout our country, like
it's not
our
going into
population
slush
is growing,
fund for
our infrastructure is not being repaired. Like our sewers and our water, like that's all things that aren't being repaired and upgraded as our populations all grow, right?
Wow, Michigan sold $10 billion in cannabis in 2024.
Wow, that's the amount of money.
It's one
So
state.
one state sells us, but like I was trying to explain to somebody today, like you have to look at the big picture. We're 30 million, they're 400 million. We are never going to be able to compete with the United States. It's like apples to oranges. It's like we'll never be able to buy as much as they buy because there's 30 million of us and 400 million of them. Like it's just numbers. Like you can't fudge that shit. It's math, even though I don't do math, but
Okay, now this driving thing. They say, according to this report, it's researchers, it's new research, and this is a report in the current addictions, came out in February of this year, and they say that THC in biological fluids is not a clear indicator of driving impairment. They analyzed, this is at Brown's University, they analyzed 16 controlled trials published between 2019 and 2024, examining for acute and residual effects of cannabis and driving performances. They found that inhaled cannabis with THC consistently impaired driving performance within the first hour of use. Okay.
I
What
think
else?
first hour use depending on how you ingest, I would think.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they said inhaled, so it's smoking, right?
Okay. I don't believe
Right.
that either, but okay.
Let's see.
I still think it depends on the individual, on all of it.
Yeah. They say researchers found poor correspondence between THC levels in the specimens and actual driving-related cognitive impairment. Like that earlier comment about they found that inhaled cannabis with THC consistently impaired driving performance over the first hour of use. Okay, what else here? The review showed that CBD did not impair driving performance at a dose typically used outside of clinical settings. That's under 300 milligrams. But it doesn't get you stoned. I wonder what does it relax you?
CBD?
Yeah.
It's nothing for me. Absolutely nothing. Like, and most people don't smoke CBD. Cannabis, like mostly CBD is consumed in an edible form, usually in a tincture or something. I don't know many people that smoke a lot of like high CBD cannabis because it's kind of pointless because you don't get anything. There's no high from it. So why would you smoke?
They say there are no empirically supported thresholds for blood or oral fluids that reliably indicate cannabis impairment.
I believe that.
They say, based on the evidence, researchers recommend waiting at least 5 hours after smoking or vaporizing. But yet, there's no way to prove impairment, though. Oh, and for oral cannabis products, such as edibles, they said to wait longer.
Well, sometimes people don't even get anything off an edible till like 2 or 3 hours
Yeah,
after.
exactly, Brent. Exactly, Brent. Yeah, driving laws don't care if you're impaired. You consumed, you are charged.
You
You know,
never
like, I would say that probably a lot of patients are legally impaired when they get up in the morning, even though they haven't consumed. As we know, the former host here on the network, Glenn, he was truck driver, and he hadn't consumed for 31 days, and they detected cannabis in his testing, in his results. So a month.
It's stored. Well, it's stored in your fat cells too, right? It's not like
Yeah.
so
Oh yeah.
it depends on your weight. It depends on, and again, like it's stored in your fat cells. So it's like, how do you even like?
Yeah. Well,
How do you determine how long it takes?
he asks about how many prescription farmers are impaired, and he's talking pharmaceutical drugs, obviously. I know a guy that ran a business, a tow truck business at the time. He's no longer with us anymore, but he was taking 20 a day. Perks.
20 what? Perks.
Perks.
Yeah.
I don't know the strength of them, but yeah.
They're usually 5 or 10 milligrams per perks, because then you get into like the hydromorphines and this kind of thing. But
But if I because I use cannabis, the only time I was prescribed opiate medications was while I'm hospitalized.
Well, technically, you're supposed to report when you get your driver's license. Technically, you're supposed to tell them what pharmaceuticals that are impaired that you take. I don't know how many people actually do that.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't.
Anything on a regular basis, but
Oh, you're talking about renewals and stuff like that. Okay.
yeah, like I mean, it's in your eyes.
I'm just saying,
An eye test, right? They want to make sure that you can see.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I think that cannabis always gets a bad rap. It's like the one time that they found that cannabis might have been related to a homicide or a accident causing death. They didn't mention the opioids the guy had already taken along with the cannabis, right? It was just the cannabis, but they didn't mention that he had taken 32 Percocets with the cannabis. Same with that woman. They're trying to see she smoked cannabis and did a psilocybin the day before, and then ran over a child the next day, and they're trying to say it was the cannabis and the psilocybin because that's what she used as a defense to say that was the reason why she would have not been able, like why she was like not herself paying attention. It was totally an accident because she told the defense lawyer because she had done mushrooms and cannabis the day before. So it's people themselves that say these things that then are brought into a court of law that then give the cannabis and the psilocybin a bad rap for something that they had nothing to do with.
Yeah. It's
my son just got his learner's license, and we were just asked at ICBC last.
Oh, really? Eh?
If he was
he'd have a zero tolerance too, right?
Yeah, and like I said, so Taven just got his learner's license. He turned 16. We were asked at the ICBC when he got his learner's permit if he was prescribed any pharmaceuticals that would cause him any impairment, and they asked him if he wore glasses, which he does. He was wearing his contact lenses. And right on his learner's license, it says right on it, because he's not taking any pharmaceuticals, of course, that he has to have his contact lenses or his glasses on to be driving legally. But yeah, he was asked if he was on any pharmaceuticals that may impair his ability to drive.
Yeah.
And we had to sign a piece of paper that said, no, he wasn't. And I had to sign it as his guardian and his mother because he's under the age of 18.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah. Are you kidding me? That's a dog.
There you go. There you go, Bren. I just accepted.
Get
We're
up
now
here.
friends.
You're an idiot. Come on, hurry up.
Yeah.
This dog.
Yeah. We're off.
Go, hurry up, get up there. Sitting at my feet crying. Like it's
I'm
just
gonna search you on Facebook, and it says confirm, and I thought, okay, you already sent in a request. I don't know when, but it was there. So I'll be talking to you. I'm gonna be sending you messages within the next day or two. So let's see what else. What else do we got here? We're talking CBD. So let's finish out the show with CBD. New study reveals how many Americans use CBD and why. And they say why. They say that from older adults are now taking gummies, help them with sleep, right? CBD oil is being used in massages. What else? They surveyed 1,500 adults, 18 and older. And what else they say here? About around 35% of respondents said they have used CBD at some point in their lives. As far as why, let's see. I'm not seeing why. That's interesting. Why you wouldn't say that?
I know why.
Yeah, they say the survey asked about participants' the use of knowledge of CBD as well as CBD and CBG. And they said that they found that nearly 8% of Americans had tried THC, while 4.5%. They tried CBN, 1.5 had HHC.
I've never quite understood like that's like the whole carrot theory. Like you're gonna take that carrot and you're gonna rip it apart, you're just gonna eat the middle. I'm just like I've never been a fan of the distillants or the distillates or like ripping it all apart. Like if it's not full spectrum, I'll pass. That's just my opinion only.
Yeah. Well, it's like if I buy a vape cart from the store, I will only buy the live rosin ones because I don't want just the distillates.
We don't want the botanical terpenes, right? Because the botanical terpenes.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, exactly.
And who knows what the
added. I've seen added botanical terpenes, but the one that bothers me more is the added flavor agents. The fuck is a flavor agent? And then what's it like to what happens when it burns? Right, when it's heated. Bryn, you're right. Yeah, CBD. It's made to make. It's very calming for people. Great on cramps. He says that lubes and sunscreens. Yeah, helps protect and encourage any healing. Now I know Canada at one point was talking about cannabis natural health products, and they were going to put them in pharmacies and other health food stores or health places. But now that's all been put on hold.
Because now there's legislation putting everything on hold, even for natural products, because they want research to be done. Because there's no research done on any of these vitamins or supplements or anything that they're selling in these natural food stores, and there's been repercussions and people have gotten sick because there's no they claim research is done, but there's nowhere that the research is done. You know what I'm saying? So Health Canada hasn't approved any of these supplements that they're putting out there. So it's pretty hard for them to, promote a cannabis-based supplement when they can't even say the supplements at the health food stores are safe,
how we always say, Health Canada doesn't recognize the medicinal benefit of the plant.
Of anything, to be fair. Like they don't even like they said that some of this health food stuff, they want to have control over the fact that it's not researched, it's not tested, and they don't have approval of it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ask me.
Yeah. 10 minutes. We got plants harvest, or not plants, but getting plants ready for outdoors. Getting anything ready? Got any seeds on the go?
I have seeds over here that my husband sent me to go look for something, and I found I can't find them, they're in there, a whole bag of PK seeds.
Purple Kush?
Yeah. So we're going to attempt to throw them in, and I'm going to, but again, like we've had such crazy weather, and I put a lettuce bowl in the kitchen, right? But of course, you got to keep pushing it down because it's all like, reaching for the light. But nothing's really jumping too fast, and I don't want to put anything in too soon because I don't want it it's spider mites.
Yeah. Brendan has a good comment here. He says that we have been roadblocked with many developments. I agree we need to ensure safety, but Health Canada will not permit the process and research to proceed.
Well, here's the thing, Bryn. They will, but you have to have a section 141. Okay. So it's a different section that you have to go through to get a fucking licensing for research and development. And it's a section 141, and it's not easy to get.
Yeah.
And research and money. And like I said, the shortfalling at the end of the day is you need money because they want the lab testing done, which means you have to either have your own lab or have have the ability to pay a lab. See, there's a lab at the University of British Columbia that will do all the fucking testing.
Well,
they have the money to do it.
Yeah, it's like Cheryl's working with the university.
She needs another $30,000 to pay. Never mind, she needs to find somebody with the facilities that are willing to do it. And the 10,000 seats is not a big room. 10,000 seats is one tray.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, at the end of the day, they would then end up with that licensing, the licensed producer, and it still would not give her the ability to be able.
So she needs a partner. Well, wouldn't some of these LPs that specify that they're just basically medical? Why wouldn't they?
They're not interested. They're not interested. They're not interested. She went, like I said, she's been lobbying for the last month. She needs to find somebody because she can't finish her research without anybody.
Right.
And nobody's willing to step up. Again, money too. Like they have to have, it's not even a facility thing. It's having the seeds. It's like I said, huge amount of seeds, right?
Right.
Like huge amounts of seeds. And I don't know.
It's not only the money, it's just all the supply and the requirements all around it on top of all that.
Right. Because again, you're needing 10,000 seeds a day because they only grow 14 days and then you're harvesting them, right? So every 14 days, you're having to replant, and her licensing would be for the 10,000 seeds. That's just for Haley. So again, you're looking at whatever and trying to find somebody that's got that seed because nobody's, the plants don't produce and they can't use hemp. That's the thing. There's no, it's different.
And LPs don't produce seeds, cannabis seeds, unless they're doing it for their own purposes, I would think. Well, I gotta correct that. Because they sell seeds for Christ's sake.
They do, but they don't sell
in that quantity.
The quantity, right? So they'd actually have to be producing just plant or seed alone, right? So it's not lucrative enough for them to plant crops just for that amount of seed. Because you don't make enough money off the seed as you do the plant itself, right?
Is there
it's not lucrative enough.
Is there any strain or cultivar, or is it anything along that specific that she would need? Other than you say not hemp, but is there that this?
I'm not sure.
Are they finding any different?
I'm not sure about the specifics on. Because it's not ever it's never producing any more than 14 days past the second leaf, right?
Right.
It never gets into veg stage. It never gets any bigger than a sprout, right? So I'm not sure what strain, if it matters, because I'm not sure if it's a THC, it's the alkalinity. It's the fact that it's non-heatable. And like I said, she's drinking a certain amount of juice, which is also helpful. But again, you're eating raw leaf for that, or bud, or whatever. But I guess leaf is almost better to juice, is what she's been telling me.
Yeah.
So for them anyway.
Microgreens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not. I would assume she gets to the second set of leaves, because the first set are just the ones that basically come out of the seed,
Right.
to get things going, and then
Right. It's a second set. It's the time after the second set produce that they're finding the best with the testing that they've done. They're finding that's the best time to
Right.
harvest that works best for medicinal purposes, right?
yeah,
For what she specifically has been researching for. Now, what the benefits would be if they left them longer or shorter or whatever, that's not been specifically being researched, because they're trying to get something that specifically helps Haley, right?
hmm yeah.
And that's why there's the whole thing on the how many days, and I'm not sure how they got to that exact. Like I said, she's been doing this for like years.
She's been there for a while, correct?
Cheryl can
And
tell you exactly how she got to that. I can't. I'm not her. Cheryl could tell you. I can't.
yeah. Now, Brenda says on here, delays to the applications by overwhelming paperwork and regs that have to be worked on by an agency that the feds have partially unfunded. The money runs out before causing almost an impossible situation.
The medical
I remember one
marijuana.
time it seemed like there was only, I think there was at one time it was like 2 employees in the.
I was going to say, when it never changed. The lamination machine's been broken for fucking 25 years, dude. It's not like they all of a sudden came up with 5 new people. Oh, they did. Trudeau gave them 5 new people. And then when Carney came in, he cut them all off at the knees, because of the fact that he is cutting the fat at the fucking federal level. So maybe he might have left.
Well, how can you have fat when you only got 5 employees to run the
Because
whole
cannabis was never supposed to be.
cannabis end of things?
That's a thing, though. Al. Like, it was never meant to be an industry. Legalization was meant for public health and safety. It was never meant to be all of a sudden, boom, we got fucking 500 licensed producers coming in that all need licensing this week. It was never meant to be that way, but apparently it went that way. So here we are.
There we are. It's
Yeah.
there. They got to deal with it. Yeah, it'd be nice if they, were, is that still more of that stigma and everything that's still all there?
It's never going to change, because you've got right-leaning fucking people in this country that think that what's freedom for them isn't freedom for everybody, right? And as long as it goes along with their narrative, then it's okay. But what we're doing as patients using cannabis as a medicine is not within their narrative. So, goddamn, we're not going to be able to do it. God help you. God help you. Hallelujah.
Yeah, when we do the news, like tomorrow morning, I'll do the news broadcast. And we get the odd comment thrown at us. Oh, a bunch of stoners out there giving people idiots or something like that, right? Just trolls.
All right.
Yeah, you're missing out on so much.
They want to keep their eyes closed, and that's okay with that. That's on them.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. I see it is the bottom of the hour. Time for us to head her home, get the day over with. Time for me to walk the dog.
And my lasagna's in the oven.
Lasagna's in the oven. All right.
I made a big time of lasagna because
Time for dinner for you. Time for dinner for you.
Well, it's 7:30 here. It's a bit later than dinner time, but like I said, Alvin's home and I had my show, so I got it pulled together before I put it in the oven, and it'll be ready when I'm done. So
yeah, there you go. We won't have to wait for it. It'll be ready.
No.
Okay. Other than that, anything else?
Good to see you too, Brendan. You take care.
Yes.
Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you as well. And thanks for tuning into the broadcast. And we really like the interaction as well. So anytime. And like I said, I'll be in touch. All right. Other than that, it's time for us to say goodbye. It's time for me to thank our sponsors and thanks to everybody for tuning in to the broadcast. Thanks to Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. Plus, thanks to everybody for tuning in, as I said. And other than that, good night. Talk to you next week. Bye-bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Got the slab on the table, little brick, all pressed, all gold.
5 tons in the steel frame waiting.
Whole room hush when it flows.
Ross and back,
That custom mold,
fill it up,
tuck tight.
then load and press.
We just trying to keep lungs still shining.
Do it calm, do it clean. Heat makes the trichomes flow. Slow drip, let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow.
Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind.
All that for harm reduction.
Yeah.
But the method low key.
Heat makes the trichomes flow. Loading on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
Ooh, see a pack in the mold.
Put it into the Rawson bag.
First squish, then the shine pulls through.
Little river on the parchment flowing.
Think flat,
Clear drop.
that you
Wait out.
take a breath.
Think twice.
Dose right.
Keep the bag in view.
We just squish.
We don't strip. We don't rush. Treat the plant like it's part of you.
Heat makes the trichomes flow.
Slow drip.
Let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow.
Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind.
All that for harm reduction.
Yeah.
But the method low key.
Heat makes the trichomes flow. Rolling on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
Smooth as silk.
Brittle like glass.
Creamy like milk.
Put in your rig.
Light the torch.
Or push the button. Get you medicated like nothing.
Heat makes the trichomes flow.
Slow drip, let the pressure go.
From the flower to the glow.
Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind.
All that for harm reduction.
Yeah.
But the method low key.
Heat makes the trichomes flow. Golden on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's the 710 code. Feel it in your toe, feel it in your head.
The body temperature.
Up it goes.
Forehead sweat.
Where's the bed?
Things calm down. Body sweats disappear. Wow.
Memories of their first dance.
Ooh. Heat makes the trichomes flow.
Slow drip,
Let the pressure go. Let the pressure go.
From the
flower to the glow.
Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
Keep the spirit in me.
All that for harm reduction.
Yeah.
But the method low key.
Heat makes the trichomes flow. Golden on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's March the 5th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, your Psychedelics and Cannabis news source. Good morning, Rev, Cindy, and how are you today?
Good morning, Al. I am doing well, and I need to tell you something that I giggle about at the beginning of all of our podcasts. The way that you come in and say good morning always makes me think of Good Morning Vietnam with Robin Williams, the way he would say good morning to the world. And
that's where it comes from.
It just makes me smirk every time, so I'm glad I picked up on that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that greeting people in a happy way is a good way to greet people.
Oh, absolutely. And to emanate Robin Williams, he was just such a beautiful human on this earth, right? So, yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah. I used to watch Mark and Mindy all the time. See him on there.
I have a digital copy of the entire series.
Yeah.
I do.
All right. Before we get into the news and stuff like that, don't forget to hit the like and share button. Spread the news, spread the information and education. That's what we're about, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything new before we get into the news?
I'm heading back to Ontario tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah. So I won't be here on Monday because I'll be just arriving back in Nova Scotia as Al starts the podcast on Monday.
You got 15 minutes to get home.
Yeah, I know. I land at 10:45. Apparently, that's loads of time to get my luggage and get home.
Yeah, I'll just pick the stories ahead of time. You don't have to worry about that. All right, talking about stories, what's in the news for today?
What's in the news for today? The first story we have is coming to us from StratCan, and it's based here in Nova Scotia. The RCMP in Nova Scotia conduct inspections at 5 Indigenous cannabis storefronts. The Northeast Nova Scotia District RCMP say they conducted inspections at 5 Indigenous cannabis storefronts and seized illegal cannabis on March 3rd. Officers conducted inspections at these cannabis storefronts in Escasson First Nation, Potlotek First Nation, and Paknaket First Nation, as well as Waikoba First Nation under the authority of the Nova Scotia Cannabis Control Act. Officers issued summary offense tickets and seized cannabis products. The investigations are ongoing, and more information will be released when available. Nova Scotia's provincial government recently called on law enforcement to take action against unlicensed cannabis stores selling cannabis products. The Nova Scotia RCMP responded to this announcement by saying they have no plans to change their approach to addressing illegal cannabis in the province. A Nova Scotia RCMP spokesperson noted that in 2025, officers charged 21 people with more than 50 offenses after executing search warrants at 13 unlicensed cannabis storefronts in the province. And just so you know, employees at those storefronts, most of them have had their charges dropped. I just know a couple of them. Nova Scotia RCMP have also pushed back on recent claims about illicit cannabis from the provincial government, including claim that the police have found fentanyl in cannabis from illicit sources. In a post on Facebook, on March 3rd, here we go. Sepaknik Chief Michelle Glasgow commented on the raids, noting that the community would be implementing checkpoints for those entering their territory. A bill to amend Nova Scotia's cannabis legislation was introduced in the legislature on Wednesday with the goal of giving the government more authority to enforce stronger enforcement. To date, Nova Scotia has sold $36 million worth of cannabis from June 30th, actually, to September 28th of 2025. So not to date in those few months. which is a 10.4% increase compared to the same period in the previous fiscal year. And I just wanted to continue on. I'm going to share another screen here and then come back. And I wanted to share Michelle's reel. Al made sure I had this before the podcast. So I wanted to share Michelle's reel as I bring Al back up. Her reaction to the raids that were happening.
Hey everybody, Chief Michelle here with Sebag. So I'm getting word there's 3 raids going on currently in 3 different First Nation communities, Bulladek, Bakangeg, and Wekoma. I'm hearing that there's going to be more on other communities. So what we're doing in Sebag already started, we're going to have checkpoints at our entrance and at our exits. You know, if you're up here visiting family or you live here, come on up. If you're not trying to do us any harm, you're welcome in our community. But for those who want to do us harm by force in our community, you're not welcome here. And if you're foolish enough to come up here, you better be smart enough to figure out how you're getting out. Straight up. Our roads are blocked. So have a good day, everybody. Stay safe. And remember, we as Mi'kmaq has jurisdiction over these lands. Sorry, I'm getting fired up, but I'm tired of this government trying to push us around and tell us what we can do and we can't do. You're not telling us. We're telling you.
There you go.
It was
There's
a
one
pretty
upset
powerful
chief.
statement from Michelle.
Yeah. Yes, quite upset. Can understand why. I've been asking people, since the story came out, is this the type of a story that could eventually lead to the Supreme Court for them to rule on the treaty rights of the First Nations people to access their own cannabis?
Yeah, I see this being something that, as you said, as the RCMP is involved now, it's now because they're involved, it's become federal, which will give the Mi'kmaqi hopefully a chance to take it quickly up the federal chain in the court system and fight for not just Mi'kmaqi rights here in Nova Scotia, but for Indigenous rights straight across this country.
Yeah, because she doesn't seem like a lady who is happy with the situation. Obviously, she's not happy with it, and that is a person who is willing to put up that fight that's needed in order to get that ruling.
Yeah. Well, the Mi'kmaqi chiefs here in Nova Scotia have been conducting meetings, have been working together, and they're banding together for this particular project. And yes, it's all based around cannabis and these shops being raided, and the fact that they do have the rights to do what they're doing. It goes deeper than that. This is Mi'kmaqi land. This is Indigenous land. The whole province, and they're looking to do what they want to do on their reserves, on the agreed treaty. And they feel that it's their treaty rights being taken away. So it's gone from cannabis as the catalyst to it's straight up about treaty rights these days. And power to the Mi'kmaqi and power to the Indigenous of this land. I hope that they fight it, and I hope that they take it up through the courts, and I hope that they win.
Yeah, exactly. I can second that for sure. So, but as far as our viewers and listeners, as this story involves. As you have seen, we'll make sure that it's right at the beginning of the news so everybody knows what's going on down there, and make sure that everybody's aware. So,
yeah.
All right. From that story, we're going to move on to the next one. Before I get to that, you got anything else you want to say on it?
Oh, probably, but I think I'll just let it go for now. I think people got the idea.
Okay. All right. Okay. On to the next story. Here we go. This one comes to us from MJ Biz Daily. Headline says Trump Justice Department files federal charges against Kansas hemp THC operator. The federal Justice Department late last month filed 25 cannabis sales and weapon offenses against the owner of a Wichita, Kansas-based hemp THC store chain that operated under the auspices of 2018 Farm Bill protections. Now, the court records, according to the court records, it shows that. Now, Justin Lane, he's a resident of Maize, Kansas, is alleged to have sold cannabis from 6 locations of High Hopes. And the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Kansas released this in a press release earlier this week. Now, it's rare and serious instance of serious federal charges brought against an operator selling so-called THCA flower and other intoxicating hemp-derived THC products while claiming Farm Bill protections. Other merchants selling hemp-derived THC products have encountered state charges or civil enforcement in the form of a letter from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Now, the store marketed and sold products derived from federally legal hemp, containing less than 3% THC by dry weight, according to High Hopes. Now, such claims have fallen under increased scrutiny by state and federal lawmakers, some of whom have decried the exploitation of a loophole that allows the THC products sold across the country outside of regulated cannabis channels and in states where cannabis remains illegal. Now, the uproar over the so-called loophole prompted Congress to take action. Last fall, President Trump signed a spending bill into law that it defines hemp and excludes intoxicating products, including THC flower, from the Farm Bill protections. Now, that definition is scheduled to take effect in November, and it's been openly questioned whether federal or state authorities have the power to enforce the ban, but the cases like Lane's could have a chilling effect, according to legal observers. When I saw this story, Cindy, I thought, okay, here they're talking about legalizing hemp, this and that, and now the federal end of the government has come out and actually charged somebody with having hemp products.
They said they were gonna.
Yeah. And then they came out and did this.
So okay, the positive thing is he said he was going to do something and he did it. So that's good. So he said he was going to reschedule cannabis. So get the F on it.
Yeah, it's still sitting there. He said expediently. He wanted Pam Bondi to do it as quick as possible. It's over 2 months. Nothing. Yep. Crickets. Just chirping away.
Just chirp, chirp, chirp.
All righty. From that, we'll stop our chirping on him. And let's just move on to the next story.
On to the next story. We are going to stick with MJ Biz Daily, actually. And coming from them this time is Canadian LP Aurora Cannabis is now solely a medical company. One of Canada's largest cannabis companies is making a significant strategic shift. According to MJ Biz Daily, Aurora Cannabis has officially exited the recreational cannabis market and will now focus entirely on medical cannabis operations. The company confirmed it has sold its remaining recreational cannabis assets, including brands and product lines previously sold through Canada's adult use retail system. And moving forward, Aurora plans to concentrate on international medical markets, and its growing pharmaceutical-grade cannabis business. Aurora executives say the decision reflects the difficult economics of Canada's recreational cannabis sector. Since legalization in 2018, many producers have struggled with intense price competition, oversupply, and shrinking margins. For Aurora, the recreational market has become less attractive compared with the company's expanding medical cannabis operations overseas. Aurora CEO Miguel Martin emphasized that the company sees stronger long-term opportunity in regulated medical markets. He explained that Aurora's strategy is to focus on high-margin global medicinal cannabis markets where pharmaceutical standards and patient demand can provide more stable growth. The company already exports medical cannabis products to countries across Europe, Australia, and other emerging regulated markets. Medical cannabis tends to command higher prices and requires stricter production standards, which Aurora believes plays in its strengths as a large-scale licensed producer. Industry observers say the move highlights a broader shift happening in the Canadian cannabis sector. Many companies that once rushed to capture recreational market share are now pivoting towards medical programs, international exports, or specialty products in order to survive in a competitive industry. Aurora's decision could signal that for some large producers, the future of cannabis may lie less in retail stores and more in global medicine markets. Well, I mean, I was excited when I read the headline that they are solely moving to medical, but they're solely moving to medical outside of Canada.
Yeah, and I see here that it says that where is it? That part of this is because they're not subject to the price compression that you get in the recreational market.
Yeah,
And
yeah, they want more money.
You can make more money selling the medical industry.
Yep. Yeah.
So for their investors, it works for the investors that they're trying to make money for. But yeah, just mainly outside of Canada,
Yeah.
not in Canada. I believe they're one of the big shippers to Europe, Germany, other countries over there.
Yeah, Aurora sends a lot over.
Yeah.
Going to be sending everything over now.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, doesn't it? No. All righty. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got one more story to go before we go to break. And this one is coming to us from Normal in the US, normal.org. Lifeline: cannabis use not associated with cognitive decline or dementia risk in older adults is what the headline says. Cannabis use by older adults is not associated with either accelerated cognitive decline or greater risks of dementia, according to the findings published in the journal BMJ Mental Health. Now, investigators affiliated with Yale University and the University of Oxford in the United Kingdom assessed cognitive performance in lifetime cannabis consumers and non-users across various domains, including memory, intelligence, and problem solving. Data was drawn from 2 large nationally representative cohorts consisting of several 100,000 participants. Researchers reported that those with a history of cannabis use demonstrated significantly better cognitive performance, a finding that is consistent with prior studies. Now, cannabis use was not associated with increased risk of dementia, and researchers found no supporting evidence of a causal link with longitudinal cognitive decline in later life. Now, the study's authors concluded this step represents one of the largest observational investigations to date, examining the relationship between cannabis use, cognitive function, and dementia risk in older adults. And our findings are broadly consistent with prior population-based studies that have not observed accelerated age-related cognitive decline associated with cannabis use. Now, the clinicians can consider that occasional or prior cannabis use may not be a major contributor to cognitive aging in this population. Now, the most recent a study published in January in the journal Studies on Alcohol and Drugs concluded greater lifetime cannabis use was also associated with better performance on cognitive task assessing, learning, memory, processing speed, and task switching, aligning with growing evidence of potential neuroprotective effects of cannabis in aging populations. Now, this study adds to a growing body of evidence that cannabis use may be associated with greater brain volume and cognitive performance in aging adults, especially in regions rich with cannabinoid receptors. Who ever thought? They've always said that it does the complete opposite of what the research is saying.
Yeah, it's it's interesting to watch modern science catch up with nature.
Yeah, and catch up with a lot of things we've been saying over the years. Eh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And I find it really, just on another note, I find it really exciting that cannabis, it plays such a large role in fighting Alzheimer's or dementia. And that's one of those diseases that runs in my genes. So, it's nice to think every time I light a joint or I have an edible or a bit of oil that I'm helping to change the patterns of my family's DNA.
Yeah, exactly. All right, it is time for us to take a break. We're halfway through the broadcast. And when we get back, we will continue. We got 4 more stories to cover. But other than that, you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And your Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Did you get that last token just in time? I saw you. Oh, here it comes. Okay, we've got 4 more stories to go, including one that has involves an answer to questions that occasionally I hear up here in Canada. But before we get into that, you've got a story that we're going to cover.
I do. Yeah. This story, let me see, I'm just getting my notes up. It's coming to us from the Microdose. The FDA is changing the drug approval process. What's that going to mean? Changes being considered by the U.S. FDA could significantly impact the future of psychedelic medicines. According to analysts published in the Microdose, the FDA is exploring adjustments to how it evaluates and improves new medications. These potential changes could alter the pathway forward for psychedelic assisted therapies currently moving through clinical trials. The article explains that regulators are increasingly grappling with how to evaluate treatments that rely heavily on subjective experiences, such as psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. Traditional pharmaceutical trials usually focus on measurable physical outcomes. Psychedelics, however, often involve psychological breakthroughs that are harder to quantify using standard drug approval methods. As one expert quoted in the article notes, psychedelic therapies can easily be separated from the context in which they're administered. The therapeutic environment, preparation sessions, and post-experience integration all play crucial roles in the treatment outcomes. And I got to say that integration is probably the key factor. Because of this, the FDA may need to adapt regulatory frameworks to accommodate therapies that involve both a medicine and a psychological treatment model. The discussion comes at a critical time. Several psychedelic compounds, including MDMA for PTSD and psilocybin for depression, are already in advanced stages of clinical research. Any change in how the FDA evaluates evidence could shape how quickly these therapies reach patients, those who need it. Advocates argue that regulatory flexibility will be essential for allowing innovative mental health treatments to move forward. At the same time, regulators must balance scientific rigor with the need to ensure safety and effectiveness. The evolving regulatory conversation highlights how psychedelic medicine is pushing modern drug policy into an entirely new territory, which I think is exciting. I don't know what you think, Al.
Well, from reading the story here, what I'm seeing is that standard procedure is they have 2 trials when it comes to testing these drugs. And what they're looking at doing with psychedelics is reducing that to 1 instead of having the 2.
and focusing on they're seeing that it comes in stages, right? And when I read the article, I thought of there's a company here in Nova Scotia that I'm still wanting to get in and do some research with. So I'm going to go set up some appointments with them just so I can experience them. But these are doctors and therapists and nurses that have found a way to get the Nova Scotia Health to pay for some of the process.
Well, that would be nice, eh?
Because they're licensed. So like all the preparation, all the discovery calls, they're therapy sessions, and then therefore can be covered. And the same with the integration afterwards, it can be covered, which is super exciting. They work with ketamine mostly, which I won't do, but that doesn't mean I can't work with them with the other stuff and just see what they do. I've met a couple of the doctors and nurses at an event, and it just, I like that they're trying to look past the border. Like they're trying to look past the line. They're finding a way.
Yeah, they say here that this change could be welcoming news to psychedelics companies seeking approval. So maybe more companies will come forward.
Which would be beautiful.
In order to seek these approvals as well.
Yep.
All right. From that story, we're moving on to the next one. And this one's coming to us from the Marijuana Moment. And the headline on that says, Michigan officials are spending nearly $100 million in marijuana tax money to local government and tribes. Super news. Now, Michigan officials have announced that they are distributing nearly $100 million in cannabis tax revenue to over 300 local governments and tribes across the state, thanks to the state's adult use legalization law. Now, the $94 million in total tax dollars will support various local infrastructure, education, and other programs and services in 313 municipalities, counties, and tribal areas. That level of cannabis-derived funding is roughly equivalent to what the state allocated last year. Now, a total of 114 cities, 39 villages, 81 townships,
75 counties and 4 tribes will receive payments from the Marijuana Regulation Fund, which is official set up with the state cannabis regulatory agency. Now, Michigan officials have announced they are distributing this money, and I'm messed up again. Here we go. Now, for the state of Michigan's 2025 fiscal year, this means each eligible municipality, county, and tribe will receive $54,000 for every licensed retail store and micro business located within its jurisdiction. Now, under the state's cannabis law, tax dollars from cannabis sales must go to cities and tribes with licensed retailers. They get 15%. Counties and tribes with retailers, they get 15%. The school aid fund for kindergarten through grade 12 education, they get 35%. And the Michigan Transportation Fund for repairs and maintenance for roads and bridges gets another 35%. I don't know about you, Cindy, but I'm not seeing anything like this in Canada. Nothing.
No. Meanwhile, in Canada, straight up, in Nova Scotia anyway, they're just announcing a crap ton of budget cuts that are going in for approval in the next little bit. And they're taking away from the arts, and they're taking away from the things that really, truly matter. And you say, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and the provinces get most of the tax money that comes in.
Yeah.
From Canada.
Yeah. So why are all these cuts having to be made? Like, I mean, I know how much money we have coming in from cannabis. I know. So we can do this.
Yeah, it just doesn't. It doesn't make sense. Like,
no,
those are all great things that the tax money is going to, and we constantly hear people asking here in Canada, where's our tax? The tax going? It's going to.
When I was involved,
25% goes to the federal government, 75% goes to the provinces, but there's no real report from the provinces really with any detailed information.
And we're not talking about a measly couple $1 million of tax dollars.
No,
not even close. Like, we're talking, we're like, there's hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars there that right now is unaccountable. Like, we don't know what's going on with it. And
it ends up in a slush fund and pays for orange juice for cabinet members. I don't know.
Who knows? But yeah, it'd be nice to know what that money's doing. When I don't know if you remember, but I was part of a panel as the Nova Scotia government is getting ready to release new commercials and new information to try and draw people to the legal side. So at the end of it, they got we got a chance to speak up and say what we would like to see in these commercials. And I'm like, well, straight up, show me who the producers are that we've got featured. Tell me a little bit about the cannabis products that we have. Like, don't put somebody else down to try to get me to come in. And the third most important thing, which really should have been named number one, is tell me what we're doing with the goddamn money that we're bringing in, because there's a ton of money there. And as a Nova Scotian, as a Canadian, I would like to know what we're funding.
Yeah, especially if you're going through cuts in the provinces.
Yep. What is my money going towards that you're taking these massive tax dollars? If I'm buying a $5 gram, 3 of that is tax. What are you doing with it?
Yeah, where's it going?
Yeah.
Yep. All righty. Time to move on.
Yeah. For sure.
We can go on for a while on that, as well as with the Indigenous thing. So.
Oh God, yeah. Al's really good at reining me back in. It's freaking awesome. I love it. On to the next story, which is coming to us from SciPost. Scientists discover psychedelic medicine 5-MeO induces a state of paradoxal wake, which is just really cool. This is one of the medicines that I work with, and that has helped me greatly along my way. New research in the shedding light on the unusual neurological effects of 5-MeO DMT, one of the most powerful naturally occurring psychedelic compounds. And actually, right now, it is the most powerful known to man. According to a study highlighted by SciPost, scientists have discovered that the substance appears to trigger what researchers are calling a state of paradoxical wakefulness. This means that while the brain shows activity patterns similar to deep sleep, the individual remains conscious and aware. In other words, the brain seems to enter a condition that combines elements of both wakefulness and dreamlike neural activity. Researchers observe that 5-MeO-DMT produced dramatic changes in brain signaling patterns, particularly in areas associated with perception, consciousness, and sensory integration. These changes could help explain the intense and often mystical experiences reported by individuals who undergo 5-MeO-DMT sessions. Scientists involved in the research say the findings may provide important clues about how psychedelics interact with fundamental brain systems responsible for awareness and self-perception. Understanding these altered states could also have implications for mental health treatments. Some researchers believe that temporarily disrupting rigid patterns of brain activity may allow the brain to reset certain dysfunctional processes linked to depression, trauma, and anxiety disorders. While the research is still in early stages, studies like this are helping scientists move beyond the anecdotal reports and begin mapping the biological mechanisms behind psychedelic experiences. For researchers exploring the science of consciousness, substances like 5-MeO-DMT may offer a rare window into how the brain constructs and sometimes dissolves our sense of self. Heck yeah. This is one of the first medicines I was called to learn. I took a very intensive course, and the owners of the school I went to, and the two main teachers there, the people who funded it, are involved in a lot of this research. They work with a couple of universities who have come down and done the research through their retreat. So it's really exciting to see this side of it.
Yeah, I was reading through the article there as you were going through it, and it's talking about wave activity and slowing down wave activity, similar to sleep patterns, but you're awake.
Yeah.
And that slowing down of that wave activity, it mentions something about helping the healing process.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and one of the side effects of 5-MeO-DMT is it puts our brains into a state of neuroplasticity, which is where we can work through the integration process at changing those patterns that we have, learning to leave trauma in the past so it becomes a memory instead of a terror, and conducting new pathways to happinogenes versus, pathways to tragedy. And it's a very beautiful medicine. It is the most powerful entheogen or tryptamine in the world. And I've seen it change lives. Looking in the mirror, I see one of the lives that changed. So it's really nice to see this side of it. Like I say, the people I'm involved with were doing research as well. And one of the things that Yale came out with is it shows a sense of pure rest at the same in the brain at the same time of showing waves of seizure almost. So two completely opposite sides of the spectrum. And so it's really cool stuff.
Good. And as you said, you see a life that has been improved in the mirror every day.
I do.
We're seeing one on the screen.
Yeah.
All righty. Heading to our last story of the day. This one is coming to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says Germany imported over 201 tons of medical cannabis in 2025. Geez, at one time you weren't even legally allowed to sell a gram worldwide. Now we're selling tons of it to just one country. Germany's Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices published new medical
cannabis import data this week for the last quarter of 2025 and updated its data for previous quarters from the calendar year. Now, based on the currently available data, Germany imported over 201 tons of medical cannabis products in 2025. That's up from 72 tons in 2024. Once again, that's 3 times the amount. Now, once again, Canada served as the top source for medical cannabis imports from Germany, with Poland coming in second. Now, Germany remains the largest legal medical cannabis market in Europe and the world's top destination for medical cannabis imports. Gee, you wonder why Aurora is just going straight medical when you see numbers like that. 201 tons. Like,
That's a lot of cannabis heading over to Germany.
It sure is. Sure is. That's right. And as I said at the beginning, at one time you couldn't even move a gram. Now we're moving tons, and a majority of that is from Canada. And you got Canada, Poland. They were the top 2, and then the other countries that follow underneath, the numbers dramatically dropped. At the bottom fell out of them. So most of it is Canadian cannabis. It's heading to Germany.
Wow.
So
201 tons.
Yeah. That's what, lots of cannabis, lots of smoke. All right. Anything else you want to mention, bring up, discuss before we say goodbye?
No, think so. I think we're good. I won't be here Monday. And then, of course, Tuesday, I will be behind the scenes. So I'll see you guys next Thursday.
That's right. Yeah. Because it'll be episode 3 of Sweet Pea in Mayhem?
Yes.
Right. That's right. All right. Sounds good. Look forward to that. Other than that, that's the news report for today. And thanks to our buds at the Camel for Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca, as well as Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And in closing, we'd like to say thank you for watching or listening. And as I always say, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh,
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how to achieve the growth. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
I feel like we need a new updated version. Because
Yeah,
we're
we
more
are.
than just on Lifestyle Radio now. We're
Yeah, but
all
I love
over.
that song.
Well, no, we should just add like a little thing at the end.
No, I
Lifestyle
have-
Radio and more.
Because when you go to Lifestyle Radio, you still end up at 420 Radio. So it's
Yeah.
all in one. So we're both. We
But
will
where else
always,
are we? We're on Restream.
we're on Restream, but
But
we're
where
on-
is Restream streaming us too?
we are going to 15 different places, including tonight. I'm hoping that we are actually on Instagram tonight.
Oh.
Yeah, so we'll see. I don't know. I'll look while we're doing the show and see if we're
I
on
didn't
Instagram.
know Restream
We're on-
could do
we're
that.
on- yeah, it just started. We're on Facebook, YouTube, CBG TV, 420 Radio. What else? Where else? Let's see if we're streaming onto Instagram here. We're on. It says we're streaming. If anybody's watching on Instagram, say
Instagram.
Instagram.
Now I want to go over to Insta to see where are we.
I'm gonna stick us over here too.
Anyways, welcome to the 420 Radio Show. It's a little lonely here today. It's just the three of us.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
It is Christmas hockey season.
Like how you said Christmas hockey season. It's like
Hello, buddy. We
a
that's how it
separate season from Christmas season and hockey season.
Yeah, but we've got two people that are not here because of a hockey game and another one that's not here because of a Christmas tree.
That's true.
Christmas hockey season.
Now, do you have nice weather today as well? Like it was plus 10 here.
Plus 8 here at one
we were
point.
plus 7 or 8.
Yeah,
But
see-
it was windy.
Really?
Yes, very windy. Yep.
Oh, I didn't go outside, so it just looked
Chairs
really
were
nice.
blowing all. You haven't been out today?
I haven't been out in days. I've been sick.
I do that too. I just kind of I go in the middle of the week and get all my groceries and then I don't go out again.
Yeah,
It's too fucking cold.
it has been cold. So that's why I was thinking if today was that nice of a day, like temperature wise, it would be a good day to go out and get your tree if you haven't done it yet. You only have 10 days left to enjoy it.
I don't have a tree.
If you like me, I got a tree 4 years ago or 5 years ago. It's great.
Did you get do you have a fake one or anything, Marcel, or nothing?
Oh yeah. It's a fake one.
Okay, so I'm curious. I always ask people, yeah, I have an artificial tree too. What do you do with your tree at the end of Christmas? How do you store it?
You throw it down the stairs and leave it at the bottom of the in the basement.
No, I have a big box.
Okay, so you put it all back in the box.
Yeah, back in the tote.
Do you just put it in a bag?
Me?
No, she leaves hers up year round.
I actually do. I leave it up, but I bring it downstairs. It's completely naked, but it is set up in the corner, just standing all year round because I've done the whole box thing. I've done the bag thing. It's too much work to do the
My
to
tree is
shift every like
4
'cause you know you gotta
pieces.
fluff it up. Yeah, but as soon as you lie them flat, all the bristles go all scrunched, and then every year you gotta take it and refluff it all out. And
Not this one.
no,
So it's got it's got a metal base that is a cross for the tree to stand on.
Yeah.
Right, as a base.
Yeah.
That folds up. If you take out the first section, which is the bottom, and you plug it in to the hole, you take out the next section, plug it in, and you take out the top section, plug it in. Then you run the cord over to the wall, and then you plug the whole thing in and make sure all the lights work. As soon as you do that, you go over and you just start touching the branches. They all fall down, and they're perfectly the way they were when they were out before.
And
see, I'm jealous.
So
I
very
have them
little-
all fall, but then they all do this. So I have to go along and I got to pull each little arm
Hi, D.
like this and pull them
Yeah.
so that way they're all
No.
like.
So the arms come down, but when the arms come down, all the tips are the same spot because we don't have to pack it in tight. The box, it's got like wheels on it so you can tote it around.
Holy fuck, man. You know, being Jewish is fucking awesome. I got a shoebox that I put all my dreidels in and my menorah, and I put it in the fucking closet.
You're the first person I've ever heard use that as a sentence. Being Jewish is awesome. All right,
Aside from having to go through, you know, the whole Hitler thing like that, being Jewish is awesome. I think so. The food's fucking awesome. European food is you know, I don't. As somebody asked me,
what?
Somebody asked me this week if I can go out and get. It said you should go out and get a nice loaf of rye bread and make some you know, corned beef or something like that. I was like, I can't get a nice loaf of fresh rye bread here. It's all frozen. There's one place.
Make one.
They make. There's a cafe we have in town. One cafe, and he makes bagels once a week.
Yeah,
And they're
but
not bad.
you could make a loaf of rye bread or something.
Yeah, no, I'm not
yourself.
into making shit, dude. I can barely make a fucking cookie.
Oh, I can.
Yeah,
and I can make a brownie that'll fucking kill you. I tell you, these brownies.
Christmas.
Well, these brownies I've been making, I've never had a brownie as good as these. But they're
Is it,
the
is it
gooeyest.
something that you put together yourself, or is it a regular recipe?
Oh no, it's one that I had put together.
Okay.
But it's like a fudge brownie. But if you heat it up in the microwave for 35 seconds, it becomes a puddle brownie.
That's funny. Throw some ice cream with it.
Yep. Yeah, but the problem is my brownies are medicated, my ice cream's medicated. When you do that,
double dose.
It's really medicated.
When I start eating edibles, even candies, it's like every 2 hours I'm like knock myself out every 2 hours.
Man. This isn't something that I should say, but let's just say cold medicine and cannabis aren't a good combination.
Oh, hey, you know
or
what?
They are a good combination, depending on how you look at it. But I went to the store today.
Yeah.
And just as I was about to put my debit card into the debit machine, the gummy hit me. And it hit me hard to the point where I forgot what the fuck I was buying.
Oh, I do that all the time.
And I had no idea what I was supposed to be doing next. I was standing there for, it seemed like an hour, which was probably like half a second. But the way your brain works, I'm thinking, fuck, man, I'm high. Where did that come from? It was great.
Rebecca,
cough syrup? I'm all confused. I thought you said you had gummies.
I had a gummy.
Uh-huh.
But I had an antihistamine earlier.
Is this an antihistamine you take all the time?
No, it's only because I have a cold and I want to be able to talk to you people tonight.
So maybe it's only the antihistamine.
It is.
Because, like, I know. I just told Timmy to buy me some Robitussin, and I took some last night, and I shit you not, I was wandering the house, staring around the house, going, I want to do something, but my brain won't work. Like, why? I literally sat there for half an hour and realized that was what I was doing.
Yeah, back when Lenny and I worked together, setting everything up for Truro Cannabis and getting everything run, a couple of the guys got sick, really sick. And of course, it went through the whole facility. A month later, they called it COVID, but we all had it. And we all went through it. But it was during that I found out that if you're taking antihistamines, you might want to cut back on your ingested dose of cannabis because
Why?
it's going to hit you. Because it's going to hit you really fucking hard.
Why is that? Is it like eating a fucking melon?
Lenny just explained it's got something to do with the antihistamine.
Huh.
I'm not supposed, as being a diabetic, you're not supposed to use antihistamines and stuff like that.
No.
It lowers the blood pressure.
They're actually making cough medicine for people with diabetes.
They're
It's
making
right
a lot
next
of
to the
things.
other. It's right next to the other one.
Yeah, they're making a lot of things. Okay, now here's something. Here's something. I discovered shopping this week that I can get regular lactose-free cottage cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not dairy free.
No,
it's just
no,
lactose free.
You can tell I'm really excited about that.
yeah, no, that didn't work out so well, to the point where I was physically ill for 3 days. So I won't be eating any more cottage cheese anytime.
So here's something I was going to say, Al, is what's super interesting about that whole thing where it's like lactose-free milk or lactose-free stuff.
We talked about it one day when you weren't here, actually. Lenny explained that they put the lactose stuff into the milk, the enzyme itself.
Okay.
That you're
So
not.
they just remove it out.
They remove remove the enzyme or whatever, and then they replace it with something, and that's something, I guess. Well, let's put it this way: it didn't. Yeah, no, I won't be eating that product anymore.
Lactose-free milk is the same milk, except they put an enzyme into it to destroy the lactate, and that's what makes it lactose.
So it's the enzyme I'm probably having an issue with.
Yeah, but a lot of people that eat lactose-free stuff think that their lactose is the problem when it's not lactose, it's dairy.
That's
Like
my
you-
problem. Yeah, it makes
But
me.
but the majority of people that have an issue with dairy is from the lactose that's in dairy.
That's right. Yes.
In my case, my issue with dairy is I'm allergic to an enzyme in the milk.
That might.
So it doesn't matter if it's lactose free or if it's not. If it's cow's milk, there's an enzyme in cow's milk. I can drink goat's milk.
Really?
Without an issue.
Silk. I've had silk and things like that, but it gives.
I don't like those, I grew up not being able to drink milk, until we got a family friend that actually had goats that he milked.
Yeah.
And then I used to get whole fat goat's milk, which was great.
Why didn't you?
But when I could no longer get that, it was easier for me just never to drink milk. Which sucks if you're eating hot, spicy foods, because milk is a great solver for that issue. But I don't like almond milk. I don't like silk. I can't drink lactose-free milk. I can't drink milk.
Dale's busy watching the Elvis movie with his daughters tonight.
Yeah, I saw that.
I haven't seen it yet. I've looked at it.
I didn't see the movie.
I don't want to corrupt. Unfortunately, from what I've read and seen in the reviews, when they did this movie, she was really, I believe it's Francis Ford Coppola's daughter did this, right?
Yeah.
That's who did it. And she was really trying not to monsterize Elvis because he was a real abuser. He really was at one point.
Yeah.
Right. And people are, it's like Cher. How would you feel about Cher if you knew that she was beating the shit out of Sonny in the background? You know
Well,
what
I mean,
Didn't Cher kidnap somebody?
Totally expect that.
I don't think that she has nothing to do with it. I don't even know if she met Elvis. I'm just being an ass. But she's got the #1 Christmas song of the year, and they're saying it is the
Who does?
So Mariah Carey?
Cher. No, you fuck Mariah Carey. I'm so fucking sick.
I
of this
would
guy.
if she'd let me. You set me up for that, Al.
Yeah, that's her free pass one, you know, Al.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was zing zing. You got me there.
Hanging around Timmy too long.
There'd be a lineup.
No, you had that sense of humor before Timmy.
I
That's
don't
true.
mind.
I was always
Mariah
dirty.
Carey. I mean, I've never been a big Cher fan.
Oh, don't let Timmy hear that. Jeez.
My
He loves
I think
Cher.
it was Rebel Wilson did the best
concert
fucking
was
parody
Sonny
of her
and
song,
Cher.
though.
My first concert going, my mom gave us a choice. It was either the Rolling Stones or Sonny and Cher. They were playing down at the exhibition in the bandstand, right?
And you didn't pick the Stones?
We went to. I'm not a big Stones fan, even now.
That was funny.
We decided that it was Sonny and Cher. So it's not the first concert that I went to because we grew up at the Forum down at Ontario Place, but it's the first big concert. But it was back when they would sing and they would do their show, and then everybody would rush the stage and they would stand there and talk to you and shake your hand and sign autographs and stuff like that, and not just run away.
That would have been awesome to see, though, Sonny and Cher together.
That's what I mean. It was, it was the whole "I got you, babe," the whole fucking thing, right? It was a different time back then.
That's funny. My first concert was actually at Ontario Place.
Who was it?
It was like outdoor in the field.
It would have been the Forum, yeah.
It was, I think Peter Noon was there.
Okay.
And the Turtles. I remember the Turtles.
Turtles were there all the time. There was a lot of groups that came around in the summer.
Yeah, I remember singing
Peter
"Happy
Tosh,
Together."
Peter Tosh was always there. Doug and the Slugs. Jesus, Buddy Rich, BB King used to. We used to go. My mom would take us down there on a Saturday afternoon, and they would go and have a spot there at the Forum and have a wine and cheese party and smoke some pot and listen to music. Well, we were running around at the water. It wasn't even the water thing. It was the rope thing.
Did they even charge for those tickets?
No, back then it was free.
I was gonna say I don't think my dad paid for us to get in.
They made money. Ontario Place made money back then. There was a lot of different bars down there that you could go to, and people would go down there and drink their face off, but then they started charging an admission fee to Ontario Place, but that came with whatever happened at the Forum, and then they took the Forum away, and then now we know they charge $475 to sit in the 30th row from the stage. Now, fuck's sakes. Fuck you, Taylor Swift. There, I said it.
You know what? Good for her for being able to charge that much. If you could, would you not?
That woman is going to be in music history. She already is.
Like it's not her fault that the venues are charging that much.
Well, they do have a say. There's a lot of larger names that are going, hey, no, you want to charge $800 a fucking ticket, and I'm not seeing but $4 of that. No.
Yeah. Well, I've been learning. I'm seeing a lot of things from both sides of not just like the music industry, but like all entertainment side. But like people want to work differently. Like there's comedians that want to do big stadium shows and arenas because they can do one night versus 7 nights. You know what I mean? In a smaller venue. But some people are like, I'd rather just do a smaller venue, charge less money.
Well, you actually because I've always been a firm believer that if you charge less, you get more people. And if you have more people, you make more money. You charge more, you have less people, you make less money.
Yeah, but that person's getting paid the same amount no matter what at every venue. The venues are earning more money.
So I can't remember who it was, but somebody put out a video outright slamming ticket sales and royalties. And I mean, because right now it's all about music royalties, movie royalties, royalties. The artists have to be paid. Yes, the artists have to be paid, but they get a hell of a lot of money from the studio as well. Let's not forget that. Okay. And the studio then turns around and keeps what they sell, right? So they get a nice chunk, and then the studio makes what they make. So it's the studio that is coming after you, not the artist, right? When you're talking royalties, because a lot of artists are like, you want to play my music, tell people about my music, you go right ahead, but please don't make any money off of it because that's my thing. And I totally agree with that, right?
Yeah, I just don't understand why. Like, okay, if you're like somebody like Taylor Swift, I expect to pay at least $100 to go to your concert. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, but that's what I mean. I expect to pay at least $100 for like shit seats.
James Taylor was $200 a seat by the time I got there, and although I was up on a nice angle, I could see the whole stage and everything at the side of the stage. It was a lot of money for like, a 20-minute walk upstairs to get to your seat kind of thing. But that wasn't a bad price. That was actually a good price for a ticket. So.
Yeah, it's just crazy when tickets are almost $1,000 to go to an event. Like, I wanted to go see a comedian that's coming to Kingston, and I'm annoyed because this performer is only choosing to do large venues, massive venues, which means they have to charge more for tickets. No. It's Bert Kreischer.
I've heard the name, but I don't.
He's the Machine. He came out with a movie this last year called The Machine. Funny guy. I just wanted to go see him, but I'm spoiled, okay? I've seen a lot of comedy shows, especially being with Timmy. I've sat in the front row. I don't want to sit anywhere but the front row anymore. So in order to get that ticket, it's like $800 for a shit venue. Really, like, it's not it's the K-Rock Center or whatever in fucking Kingston. And if you know anything about comedy is not best well served in a large space. It's in a dark, low ceiling, you know what I mean? Tightly compact where everybody can laugh.
One of the
in
reasons
this like little
a lot of comedy clubs, because that's what you're.
That's why. Oh, that's one of the reasons. I can't say that's why. It's not the reason, but it's one of the reasons why Puff Mama's place did so well.
And she has a new venue now, apparently. Yeah.
I did not hear that. I know she's continually been doing shows, but I didn't know.
Said, and I think it was from Naomi, because she's the one that really puts out that stuff. Puff Mama has a new venue.
Nice. Good.
I hope so, because she's a staple in the community and in Toronto.
I was going to say not just in the community of cannabis, but in the comedy community as well. I have heard
a lot of people breaks.
Well, I have heard her club mentioned multiple times on the Joe Rogan podcast in the last year.
Cool.
Yeah, talking about, remember that underground comedy club in Toronto where you could smoke weed? Yeah.
When you get shushed at.
Yeah.
Mary Jane and I went one day, and we were standing there talking with Joanna, and then all of a sudden people started shushing us.
Well, in all fairness, there was a show going on.
There was a show going on, yeah. I was like, oh, shit.
It's a great concept. The only thing I couldn't, that I personally didn't like with that location was it was just too smoky.
Yeah, I believe that room that she used was actually the garage at one point.
It was amazing. It was one of those, I remember the first time I went in there with Val, shout out Shatterizer. I went in and I was like, oh, it's just a little shop. And then she's like, yep. And then we walked in down that hallway. I thought it was like the staff bathroom down there. Yeah.
And when the lights are on, it's not that pleasant in there. But, I've worked in a lot of bars, and when the lights go on in a fucking dance club after everybody's gone,
oh, it's scary.
and it looks fucking horrible. Like it's not very pleasant at all.
That's actually was my favorite time of the night was when I used to work at Durham College, because we used to do the night clean, and the student center would close at like 3 because 2 was last call. Everyone would be kicked out at 3. We'd show up at 6 o'clock and, like you say, turn on the lights. I remember find a cell phone, find like packs of smokes with people's phone numbers written in, like all over just all over the place in places it shouldn't be.
Bags of Coke,
broken glass everywhere. Yeah, we weren't that lucky.
We used to enjoy the when I was working at Toronto East General, I worked in Emerge as security, and at 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, there's not much going on usually, and it was a good time to kind of be idiots in the hospital, you know. Nighttime's fun. I prefer the night. Do you like the night, Marcel, or do you like to sleep at night? Oh, excuse me.
He likes to sleep during the podcast. I'm just kidding.
It depends. I mean, no, I have no preference because I've worked overnight. I've worked during the day, so I mean, I'm one of those ones that
be up at night and sleep during the day. To be honest.
Yeah, that's my kid.
Pardon me?
That's like my kid.
Like your kid.
Yeah. Stay up all night and sleep all day. I did that when I was working at Durham
when I was
College
younger.
as a cleaner.
Well, see, my favorite thing when I lived in the city, I mean, that was back in the late 80s, early 90s. It was nothing for us to go out drinking and wait till the bar closed, like drink all night till the bar closed, and then go to the grocery store and go grocery shopping. Way better deals at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning at the grocery store.
I'm usually up about 4:20. To be honest,
prices down.
If you message me around 4:20, chances are I'm there. Yeah, my body just wakes up. I'm up between 3, but then
now, if it's 7 a.m. and I'm still in bed, I'm sleeping in.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. 9 sleeping until 9 now is you know
I can't do it. Sleeping in for me is like 8 o'clock.
I slept till 9:30 today, but I went to bed at 3.
So the OCS. Let's talk about OCS. You guys are in Ontario.
Boo.
Let's talk about the OCS.
Boo. I feel like we should have like the sound, you know, like instead of clap.
They're making changes. They're
making
the government never should have let it all in their hands anyway.
They stockpile of cash.
They got what? Where?
All right. They got caught with a stockpile of cash.
How much, Marcel?
They ended the fiscal year last March with $500 million.
Not chump change.
No, not little change. So that's
not
how they ended their year.
500 million
was $500 million of extra cash. And in their 2021 or 2020-2021 annual report, OCS said that it was proud of its financial contributions that support important public services.
Like what?
Yet, OCS didn't start making dividend payments until 3 months ago.
Wow.
Ontario's portion of the cannabis excise tax is paid by the federal government, not by OCS. So, even though back in 2020, they're telling everybody that they were making financial contributions, they weren't. They were stockpiling $500 million.
I'm sorry, I'm over here laughing
so
because
now that they've started.
Do you remember back in 2018 when Mr. Emery opened up that store in Toronto? Even he was paying taxes and paying money.
in the village.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, even you're like, come on, OCS, do better. That's all I'm saying. I'm laughing because I'm like, you guys are retarded.
just a few months ago.
OCS is paying their taxes.
Yeah.
All right. But OCS was saying that they were doing financial contributions that support important public services with the extra profit money that they were getting.
Oh, my
but
bad.
they weren't. They were just
helping the community,
stockpiling it, right?
Helping their stocks. What? They investing on that money or?
Yeah, well, yeah, because I mean they made off of sales as well as interest payments that they're getting off of investments.
It's the same scam that apartment buildings do when they don't pay the taxes on your held back last month's rent. Right? When you move, you're supposed to get your taxes back, a return back from that. But most buildings don't do
taxes?
It. Just don't say anything. What? When you move into a building, like when I'm
taxes?
When I move, not taxes, interest, right? So when you move
damage deposit,
when you move into a larger building, no, you're usually paying first and last month's rent. So they take your first month's rent and they cash that as your payment for that month. They take that second month's rent and put it into the bank and collect the interest. They're supposed to give you the interest yearly.
Interesting.
Right. We call that a damage deposit.
Oh, that's not what it's called.
And
that's something different here in Ontario.
Yeah, but
the damage deposit is an
yeah,
additional.
no, but
on top of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, we have two.
Yeah. But yes, they're supposed to pay taxes. But if the person that is getting the rent back or getting that fund back doesn't ask for the taxes, then why fucking give it to you?
Like when my sister moved, and we were in the same building, she for 11 and me for 4. And when she moved, she got a rebate back on the interest on rent from her last month's rent. I still have not, but then I have not called the building and asked for it. Right. But legally they're supposed to.
Yeah, I asked for it. That's right. They are.
That's funny.
Most people don't
call them and say, "Give me my money, you bitches."
Yep, bitch. Give me my money. And
you get 4 years worth of interest there.
I want that box I left in the closet too back.
That's funny. I'm gonna call Valiant Property Management and tell them. Remember, I lived there
you
like
mean
7
all those
years
old
ago.
sex toys?
No, I brought those with me.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's funny. The monitors.
Yeah. All right.
Monitors that I have. We're having a lag issue again. The monitors I have sitting on my desk here right now are monitors that Dean actually put in a box with 2 computers that I bought from the school. They had a bunch of computers that they sold. I paid $20 each computer for a computer, a keyboard, a mouse, and a monitor. He shipped them down, and now they're sitting back here in Terrace Bay on my desk. I think that's fucking hilarious. Welcome to the show.
Wow. That was a big leg.
I know, eh? I'm going to put on a video that we're going to watch a couple of minutes of just because I want to. Are we ready?
What?
I'm putting a video on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go warm up my drink.
I was going to talk about Japan.
Oh, we can do that.
I was going to talk about Japan, but go ahead.
Yeah, we can do that when you come back.
What?
We need some comedy. The
I'm
lag
only
is
trying to
killing.
remember. I might be high.
I miss this show.
Sergeant Harrison. Sure. for treasonable conduct in the face of the enemy. And we're going to relieve you of your duties, strip you of your rank, and to give you a dishonorable discharge from the service of your country. Do you have anything to say?
Saki, Saki，我都不理我啥，Saki 说不好，我 Saki，我 Saki 又是。什么吧？什么那个什么空调？哦，什么？所以我讲了你这么一个地方，你怎么去了？我吧，哎。
The prince has arrived, Your Majesty.
Very well, show him in, Vacuum. Oh, I do think he's tall and handsome.
Hello. I'm Harold of Jordan, better known as the Virgin Prince.
Pity.
Yes.
Oh, well, you might
Your Highness.
What despicable manners, Harold. Pay your respects to Her Majesty.
Yes.
You're not supposed to curtsy, you're supposed to bow.
Well, I get dizzy when I bend over.
It's nice meeting you, Harold, but I must be perfectly honest. I had hoped for someone more swashbuckling.
This is an emergency. You better look at the patient's x-ray.
Nationwide. Now I get this all the way here.
Doctor, the x-ray's here. Yes.
Come on. Swallow a light bulb.
See it.
No.
You know something?
CBGTV is the way to broadcast your message to an audience looking for your products or services. Affordable advertising, personalized campaigns, special promos, event attendance, and more. Talk to someone today, in person or by email. Find us online at www.cbgtv.com. Or you can send an email to admin@cbgtv.com. Additionally, if your phone scans QR codes, scan this one to.
Oh, they're
I
yeah.
remember the first time. I remember the first time I tried a volcano. It was down at the Treating Yourself Expo, and hi Timmy. You can always tell when Timmy comes down because you always look over.
Nobody's here.
Oh, I thought it was Timmy.
I was like, wait, Timmy's on watching the thing? I thought that was Timmy that said, hi guys, hope you have a good show. I was like, what do you know that I don't?
I don't know who this is.
If I go to Facebook, I can see it.
Yeah, if you go to Facebook, you can tell. Yeah, I wish they'd fix that. But so if you're watching on Instagram, please say hi.
It's Dale.
Oh, is it Dale? Oh, so he's
You're
got
supposed to be watching his movie.
While he's with his daughters watching Elvis.
That's funny. He's such a good daddy and a good friend.
Tell the girls not to do. Put your phone down. I don't want it.
No, he's watching a movie with the family, and he's still here for us. Thank you, Dale.
So, did you get anything back from the car show?
Yeah, media day is the 15th
of
what was that? February. The only problem with that is I do karaoke on Thursdays, which is also the 15th.
Oh, yeah.
So
and Timmy will be on the road. So
yeah, Timmy's touring all of February pretty much. I'm not even gonna get to see him on Valentine's Day, I don't think.
oh,
Wait, no, that's not true. He's back in Ontario, so I'll have to travel wherever the hell he is. And then travel home to work and then travel back to where he is.
I don't think there's any interaction between us and Instagram. Let's see if we're actually on the other side.
Although I am pretty excited that he is going to be on the road for the month because it's a really good comedy tour. And I don't think a lot of people are aware of this yet, but it's actually a Christian.
Was Canada one of the only countries?
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.